Darren is one of our entrants for Doorslammers, and then in the Slick Tricks Racing lane we have a Run What You Brung, because Run What You Brung.
Right, welcome to Doorslammers 2023. If you've just tuned in around the world on the internet, thank you very much indeed, Luke.
We are live.
We are live around the planet with Friday Run What You Brung. Whoa!
And that's how you open
That
it.
is how you do it, yeah, by writing a few squiggles on the racetrack. So, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We have a massive contingent of people that are going to get no work done at all today. Even less than usual, probably.
Half day Friday.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, I wonder how many people are actually... Please let us know on the live stream as well. The live stream's got a chat. Just let us know where you're watching from, where you're tuned in from. Obviously, the numbers are going to go up throughout the weekends. We've only just kicked off.
Or just message us. Most of us, Daryl, Luke and myself, we've all got our devices, Messenger, whatever. Just keep in touch with us.
Absolutely that. So... it's going to be one terrific weekend. That gentleman with the Civic was very kind. He had it pushed out of the way so he didn't have to work out who it was.
All right, fair enough.
Unfortunately for him, so I'm sure he'll be around again soon.
Very quick little Fiesta. It's just the skinniest of rear wheels. All they need to do is hold the back end up.
That's it. That's Connor Devine. 10-second runner before. And starts his day with a 10.87 at 124.
I love that phrase because every time you say that, I just think, I know people that could do with those. Just little back wheels to hold the back end up, you know?
And then we got Robert Culliquin there, who he was in the four-cylinder class last year with his Mitsubishi Evolution, which was four-wheel drive. But he loves the front-wheel drive community so much that he converted a four-wheel drive Mitsubishi Evo to front-wheel drive to be in the right pits where he felt he belonged. Jay Turner with the bus. He did VWDRC heads up last year with a normally aspirated motor. This has now got a big, I think it's an Autocraft turbo motor in the back, making a lot of horsepower.
Sounds expensive.
It is expensive.
For something that looks like it shouldn't be.
Well, this is going to be a nice little checkout pass for him. But remember, this is basically a loaf of bread driving past a Mark II Golf GTI.
By some margin.
And starts his day with a 12.30 at 103. That is one of his quickest ever runs, just doing a little pootle down the track.
Amazing.
Yeah, well, if you're out there in the pits and we've got a fairly free staging lanes at the moment, it won't be like that for long. So if you do want to get a bunch of runs in today,
get your early.
Get your ass in gear, I think is the
this
phrase.
is one of our first Polish visitors coming underneath the tower.
That was Colin's chair, by the way, folks.
Yeah, the gas strut needs some WD-40 on it.
Colin has one of our Slovakian racers.
That's a trip as well. Do you know what I like? Before every international event, I do like having a quick look on Google Maps just to work out how far people come.
We've got some Austrian visitors.
It's Malta, I think, that does it for me.
Yeah.
That's mad. Well, Josie gets an extra bit of black hair dye. Sorry about that. You just look where the exhaust pipes are and just don't stand anywhere near those.
Well, he starts his day with a 12.63 and 117.
With some rags coming out the back of the car as well when he was going up the track about 8th mile.
It's one of my memories from one of the first Doorslammers where there are a lot of cars that, like you said, that used to running on airfields and stuff.
Yeah.
And with the diesel turbos, they just routed everything out the bottom, and it just looked like a black bomb had gone off on the start line, and they had to sweep the track for all the dust.
Now, a lot of the diesel cars that we're going to see at the start of the day are probably going to get telling off to start off with, because they're going to come out with a certain, where we've said detune it a bit, it means their cars are going to probably be quite smoky, and they'll be like, don't do that again. They'll be like, I'm just doing a test pass, then I'm going to put the nitrous on, and then it should clear it up.
No, I think that's Lee Connor, is that right? With
the
11.23 at 1:28, so open his account, that can go a lot quicker than that. It has. Has a tendency more than most of going up more than forwards.
You spend a lot of time getting the engine right and also trying to work on weight distribution in the car.
Yeah, basically stick a cow on the front end and it'll run about a couple of seconds quicker.
Yeah. Well, I mean, considering he came from a circuit racing background and wanted to take part in drag racing and didn't realise how hard it was to do drag racing, and he's enjoyed the journey.
Yeah, it is a journey as well, because no matter how much horsepower you've got, you got to get it. Ronnie Mercer with Annie.
Yeah, non-nitrous today. Because basically the car works really well on nitrous. He's trying to get it sorted without the nitrous. 10:52, 127. That wasn't bad, actually. That wasn't bad. I think as though the car will run 8s with nitrous, no problem at all.
Right, I have to say this out loud. Have you ever heard of unicorns, kids? Those mystical things that no one ever sees?
Yeah.
This is one of them.
What, Paul Houston?
Come on. Sorry, Paul. When you actually Firebird, I beg your pardon. When you watch this back, I'm going to be so glad I said that. Anyway, this is for all that was for all the people that have been ribbing him for years about where he's been. I know he's been around. I'm only joking, and it's a hell of a long way to come from up in Scotland to race here. It's great to see the car back. 8-second street car. My goodness me. Not hanging about at all.
That's lovely.
865, 164 miles an hour. Blimey, that was not bad off the trailer run after the first time he got those out on.
Talked about off the trailer. He had the trailer up on tracks in the pits last night.
Yeah,
he
that
needed
went great.
6 tyres on his trailer.
That's what you get for parking it for 25 years.
Yeah. Oh dear, dear.
Again, just kidding, Paul. It's great to see you back, mate.
Yeah, we had a good chat with Paul last night. It was quite amusing.
Anthony Minch has got off the start line pretty well, 175 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 113. This is going to be a low 10. 10, 18, 139. That is basically almost matching his personal best.
Very quick announcement, please, to everyone in the pit area, especially to some of the folks that may not have been here before. You do need to sign on, which is come down to the signing on office, before you race. But please, can you come down and do it before you bring your cars down? Otherwise, we end up with a massive car park and no one's standing around it because they're all in signing on office. So, if you could please come down and sign on before you bring your cars down to start your racing day.
All right, one of our Polish visitors. Did this come on the transporter? I'm trying to remember which cars did come on.
I think it did.
Yeah, it's all that way, and it's for this moment where Ian beckons you into stage and the light goes green.
Nissan 370, isn't it?
Well, it was V8 in it as well.
Yeah. Well, he's not hanging about for his first pass. 977, 146. Very good opener.
Safe to say they can probably give that an awful lot more off the start line. One of my favourite cars is coming around just after that, actually. You know.
Oh,
you know.
Black. I love that car.
How all Camaros should have been built from a factory, I think that is. 4-wheel drive, twin turbo. So, also, another favourite... Oh, no Transit Mania! Oh, I can't call him the Transit God all weekend. Well, I can.
He can still be Transit God.
He can be. He's a Transit God, but just regular street eliminator.
You never know, they might still be watching on the live stream.
Yeah. Well, he's got bigger turbos now.
And this was our event.
This was our hero. That's probably a little more wheel speed than he wanted. Yep. The guy in the Golf's going, is that really a Transit? You're having a laugh, aren't you? 11:35.
He's like, I've been beaten by a camper van. Now I've been beaten by a Transit van.
I'm not coming here again.
Oh,
we do apologise. Whoever's in the Gulf, we're obviously we really are only kidding. It's just a huge fun way to spend your time out on the quarter mile. Who knows? In another year or two, he might be running 6s.
I could have roped him in for BWDRC.
There you go. See,
that's what today will be about. Well, unfortunately, it looks like Martin's been pushed back.
And so is Stu. Could be one.
it is something out of Mad Max, isn't it? When you look at those turbos sticking out the wheels. Love it.
I would almost say it's more Mad Max than Mad Max. Funny enough.
Right, the Morris boys. Colin's used this event as a cash point before. He's taken a win on the Saturday and then went semi-final on the Sunday and walked away with £6,000 for a weekend's racing. Not too bad at all. What they're doing this weekend, Colin is running on Saturday, Stuart's running on Sunday, so they're sharing the car this weekend.
Yes.
So Colin behind the wheel for this one. Don't forget, Stuart's running the car in competition this year, so Stuart will be racing the car next weekend, but Cole, I believe, is running Saturday.
Okay, well.
863, 153.
119 60 foot as well for that car. So I think they were politely requesting sportsmanship, but just to get him back into the swing of driving it. I'm not sure the quickest that car's been. But
It's
that's
round
probably
about there.
Yeah.
And I know Mark, basically, he'd run the same tyres on that Skyline for 14 years. And he was like, it's about time I put a new set on. So this morning was literally just going to be a 60-foot launch and a lift-off.
Yeah. Right, the little Honda made it back round. Is this one of the guys that had to go and sign on, or...?
Could well be. Actually, do you know what? That's actually potentially one of the reasons people get pushed back a lot of the time, is because they haven't actually signed on to race. Martin Blouth is out of the car for whatever reason.
Very good morning to 1320 Video. They are here this weekend.
Doubling up this year as well. We've got Kyle and Matt doing filming, so there's going to be lots of content all over the site this weekend.
Brilliant.
Not that you don't spam everyone as much as it is anyway.
I know. Well, they will reach a much wider audience. They even went yesterday to Cambridge to the auctions to watch the Cerberus Speed 12 go for sale.
Wow.
Ah.
Here's a car all the way from Malta.
Oh, yes. Has it run a 6 yet? Or
No,
is it
7. 7-1. This thing, when it comes on the two-step, is like shots being fired. Hopefully he's going to give it the full beans to start off with.
This is definitely one of those cars you think, please don't break it today. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, we need to be... Now, they are definitely the guys that blow my mind when it comes to travelling. I don't know when they left home.
Well, the car came on LMS Transporter. So literally the guy because in Malta everyone drives English cars. So there's a transporter that comes back and forth from England to Malta every week.
Okay.
So it literally was just wrapped up, put on the transporter.
Oh,
it was shipped
sound
over
easy.
to here to Nikolai Grelish's unit in Birmingham. And then obviously the whole team just flew over yesterday. So he had it relatively easy, considering the distance he had to come.
Well, I think when I checked it out, it was over 3,000 kilometres, which is the best part of... That is not far off 2,000 miles.
No.
At all. With obvious boat crossings and other bits in the middle. But, Jesus. It's very funny as well, because to see a little escort like that with basically the original factory stock lines and then twin parachutes on the back.
That's it. But of course we say bonjour to everybody watching in Malta this morning. I know everyone is already going to be on the live stream.
$111.60
Wow.
I clicked it before the 8th. But yeah, that left the line.
It goes 903 at 101 miles an hour.
What a start to the weekend.
That's the sort of thing you come to see to this event to see, isn't
That's it.
Has he been here with that car before?
No.
I don't think so.
No, again, this is another racer's dream, bringing their car over to this event.
Right, Gary Semper and Brian Pateman. That Firebird, pick your Firebird, basically, quite simple. 169 Firebird, 168 Firebird. Now Brian, I don't know if he's going to run nitrous, because he can run 7s when he does, or if he's just going to leave it sensible and stay in the 8s.
Sensible.
890. Oh,
Great number, a week too early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it depends if you're running Super
no,
Cup.
he's always super pro, isn't he? So
Now, time for the Hulk.
When I saw this yesterday, it reminded me of the Camaro that came from Sweden the other year,
Okay.
because it's as beautiful.
you said that like a poet reading lines. Then.
Yeah, he's been practicing this all week in his sleep, haven't you? Oh, no wheelie bars should be fun as well. So this is one of our Pro Doorslammer entries. In fact, one of the first Pro Doorslammer entries we had, I think, some way back in February, March time, something like that.
That's it. Right. I was just literally trying to find a timing ticket for Gary Camilleri. The good thing about the Maltese Hellfire timing system is it shows you 60 foot on the board.
Yeah.
As soon as you launch, it shows you 60 foot. So you know whether to keep your foot in and go, oh, it's a good launch.
I've seen it's a bit of a... I was going to say, it's kind of a subjective thing, that one. I really do...
Just been pushed back.
I like the idea of the scoreboards that flash the ETs as they go through the stage. So
Yes.
you at 60 foot, you get 330, you get half track as well. The trouble is people end up... The only problem is people end up watching that instead of watching the car all the time, don't they?
Definitely.
As a commentator, it's dead handy because you can still look at the cars and the track at the same time. Well, I think we might have been missing a couple of... Zeus fasteners on the front, so that car going down the racetrack with no fastenings on it. Go on, Colin, have a go at that.
Wojciech
That's very good.
Yes, and V is
Adamczyk.
You've got the job all weekend. Well
Thank
done.
you.
We're off.
It's very similar spelling to my. What am I trying to think now? My stepmom's sister's husband. His name is Wojtek.
Okay.
So it's a similar-ish spelling. So I'm going Wojciech for that one.
Yeah. The reason that he's actually being there's nothing wrong with the car per se, but they can't get the Zeus fasteners are undone all on the front of the bonnet of that car. And if it does get up to speed, or when it gets up to speed, I should obviously say,
The arrow's going to.
it's just going to pop the hood up and it'll just make a huge mess, and they'll have wasted all that travelling time for nothing.
Right. So. The little Honda's back round again. Getting early laps in. Already done an 11:57. $11.67 on this one.
Yeah, the front of the Hulk has what Americans call eyeball aero, I think is what I was trying to say badly. You know what I mean? Is that
Yeah.
it's shaped in such a way that it must, because it looks aerodynamic, it must be.
Yes.
Whether it is or not, I'm sure it is. Look at that.
Oh, that's
Immaculately
lovely.
turned out. Yeah, you got it. Well, I know his surname because it says it on the side of the car anyway. The car, that's actually a turbo... Ah, yeah. Need to pull the pins out the turbo, about the parachutes. Somebody, anybody. You right, Clive?
Yeah, I was looking to see if there was power going to that, but
Doesn't appear to. Anyway, one of our Polish friends, apologies, we haven't got the name on the board. We will endeavour to find out who it is. I wonder if that's an intermittent fault with the throttle or the driver. What do you think?
It's a bit of a strange one, wasn't it?
Well, it's just okay. I'll test the traction here and here and here and here. A bit of here and a bit of there, and still a nice opening run. 988, 136. His first full pass through the quarter mile. There's only one reason they come all this way, though, is to run quicker than they ever have.
Right, that's Chris Thorburn down there with the Mustang. Regular at a lot of the hot rod drags and events like that. $10.29, $129. Do you know what? If I probably look back through my notes, I could probably find his PB actually.
It's much the same here. I'm scrolling through the Polish chat, just trying to find out everyone's personal best that was on there. So I've got all the front-wheel drive ones, obviously, but it's just literally some of the other cars.
I think it was a 7.8 for the Firebird we just saw. I think it was an 8.4 for the Hulk, which is being looked at the moment.
Well, bizarrely, Chris Thorburn at the hot rod tracks, his best was a 10.30, and he just went 10.29.
Winning.
So I don't know if that was a PB, but just looking back to hot rod drags from last year, that's when I last had reference on him.
So the Golf goes through with a 12.02 and 116. Lewis Lavender out for his first run of the weekend with the Harris Powerhouse Ford Fiesta. He broke into the 12s a couple of weeks ago on Run With Your Brungs, and from there it was literally like, you're going to enter Doorslammers now, and he was like, do you think I can? I was like, doesn't matter. I was like, you never know who you're going to get in the chip draw.
Turn up and check it out. You can always... Although the only slight problem is the tractor park's at about 3:30 at the moment.
Slalom, it's fine.
Yeah, we can do that. Well, as long as he goes around it. Oh, Ian's out there picking stuff up.
How's it going?
Very good. Yourself?
Good, good.
Morning.
Good, how are you?
Yeah.
Hi, Carl. Good to see you.
So you can only work for 13.20 if you look the same. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Good. Just checking. You can only work in the tower if you look the same as well. Have you noticed?
Huh? Do you want one of these? Oh, I'm good. What's that? Headset.
There's a headset, so you can have a chat.
To the world. Oh, hold on, I'm good for
You can.
That's me. You guys met Matt yet? Well, this is his first time here.
How you doing? Good to
No,
meet you.
actually, what we're doing at the moment, we're having a meet and greet session up here with Carl and Matt, was it? From 1320 Video. They're going to be covering this event. And not the first time they've covered this one, but this will probably be even more memorable than the first one.
Yeah. 4 years ago, wasn't it?
Yep.
4 years ago.
19.
But a very warm welcome back. Yeah.
You just got to be more careful where you park this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harsh
Actually,
but
that was a
true.
great parking spot. I don't know.
Just bad luck.
Right, Tim Stanbury. A rare outing for Tim these days, but good to see him back at the track, running in the big bracket this weekend.
First time I've seen Tim for a long
Yeah,
while,
has
actually.
been. Has been.
I think he's been rebuilding a coach, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's got
Also, I've got a couple of Mustangs on the go as well.
I love the way that sounds. Yeah, just, knocking a couple of Mustangs together. 907
Whoa, that's
150.
quick. Very nice run indeed for Tim off the trailer.
Do you know the joyous thing of having 69 cars on a front-wheel drive list?
I don't bet you can.
Right, Lewis Simpson with his Honda Civic. This has had a complete rebuild. His personal best is a 955. Well, Butch was trying to get his attention on the start line there. So the 8th mile is doing 111 miles an hour, and Lewis opens his account with a 1083, 146, and the Civic going round doing 1167.
So it looks like whatever the problem was for Martin Blouth isn't anymore. Oh, maybe not.
Good.
No,
Oh.
because I've got a bit of a clean-up to do on the start line. Whatever Butch saw was obviously in need of attention.
So I'm trying to vaguely remember that it's a truck four-wheel drive system on this car, isn't it?
It's something very. I think it's pretty ingenious from what I remember. I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the system was, but brilliant bit of engineering.
Oh, look at that! Look at the strength of those marshals. They've been training for this all year so far. Probably not.
And they were telling me it was going to be all the front-wheel drive cars that would push in. Aha! That'd be the second time you've pushed that now.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault that time.
No, of course. But I'll take him where I can.
Yeah, why not? You got it. You can see. Quickly, Colin. Name the. That's Justin Wallner, isn't it? With the other Camaro just sitting there.
No, that will be Sally.
Sally, sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Sally Warner sitting over there. You just imagine that Camaro looking at that, going, "I like that. I'm jealous. I want two of those things sticking out the hood as well."
I'll tell you what, that would be a brilliant matchup because Sally can run low 8s in the Camaro. Just the Marcin's been in the 7s. So that would be a good pairing, actually.
What would be really interesting? I mean, not for me because I've never driven one, but somebody that's driven a rear-wheel drive Camaro into the 7s. Not Colin.
Not me. Never me.
No, but someone's driven a rear-wheel drive one. What the difference in feel is like driving a 4-wheel drive?
Yeah.
Especially when you've got that much horsepower as well, because it's not only pushing you, it's pulling you as well, isn't it? Yeah.
No, but it was one of the stars of the show when it appeared, because the first time we saw this car, we thought, where on earth does this run? But runways in Poland, basically, was where this car came from, which is probably the most unprepped surface ever. The only rubber it gets is when planes land on it, and you get the scorch marks from the tyres at random places where they land.
Really?
Yeah, if you look at runways, obviously at the start of a runway, when planes land, the wheels aren't rotating, and they just get that noise. So that's the only rubber that's ever on a runway. And you turn up with one of these things, you just hope that's the start line and not the finish line. But no, absolutely incredible vehicle, and so good to have Marcin back with us here at the pod for Doorslammers.
I love the way it's actually got 2 spotlights on the front, like he runs it round town at night as well. On slicks, bear in mind. Well,
tractor going back into position. Marcin just getting his crash out back on, and I think the marshal was just saying to him, harness is
tight. Put your stuff back on.
Yeah.
I think you're taking it off, expecting it to be a little bit longer.
Right, thumbs up given.
Josie might want to move though.
I
think you might, Josie.
Might
sorry,
sucked in by those turbos.
Anyway, Josie, what are you doing back here? I thought you were supposed to be doing a world tour of Barcelona.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've just been sent something nice and helpful, which I'm just going to send to you two once I work out how to do this.
All right, for those of you tuned into the internet, this is a 4-wheel drive Camaro about to do its burnout. Do not underestimate what this car can do. It is an absolute monster.
I think he just wants to get the run over and done with. He's been backwards and forwards so many times. He's like, I'm just going to do a short burnout and get down the track. I've just sent you a link. Not a link, a photo, lads. All the personal bests from every one of the Polish guys from this weekend. Thank you very much, Matthias, for sending that in.
Goodness me, yeah, thank you very much. I now just have to learn how to read.
But it's there if you need it.
So, first run of the weekend for Martin Blouth. This is a 7-second car. This is his first run on this racetrack in a number of years.
Struth, 132, 60 foot. At the 8th, 5:34, 138, and he opens his account with an 8:17 at 173 miles an hour.
I love the hop. It's like, I want to be a rear-wheel drive car. No, I don't. Yes, I do.
So 8:17, so he'll be in the 7s probably next run, actually.
You could almost hear the front wheels off the start line going, give me a go, come on, I need to do something as well, because I think he lifted both wheels off the track doing that. Excellent stuff. So this is Sally.
Well, I don't know if it's Justin or Sally, because if Sally is driving, Justin would normally be down there. But if Justin's driving, I don't know. I'll find out. I certainly saw Justin in the pitch yesterday, but I didn't see Sally. Maybe Justin. Yeah, Justin is booked in to race the car this weekend, so hopefully be in the 8's first lap. Oh, I missed it, 9:31, 150.
And the first pushback of the day on the racetrack is not a front-wheel drive car. Luke, there's another one. No, it's just I'm surprised I beat you to it. You know,
I've got all faith in my guys.
I really feel for guys like that though, because they're obviously they've come a long way to race, hell of a long way to race, and I just really hope every time I keep my fingers crossed it's not something serious.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we have a number of helpful people on site with welders and parts and stuff like that, so if people do break stuff, everyone will club together to help everyone.
Jens Kanecki, former finalist actually in Big Bracket.
Yeah, with the olds. Very unique looking car, that one. That did, I think, used to be a Pro Mod in the US. Either that or Top Sportsman. Very close too.
That's right, they're another one that's here for the duration. I think 11 days in total. Yeah, they're all set up in the pits, and they were like sat out this morning. I had a wander around at 7:30 this morning, and they're all sat in their chair. Good morning!
We go through a big wander before our track. Couple of yes/no moments.
Yeah, sightseeing tours are available. 8.91, 149.
That's what you come over here for, though.
That's it.
See the sights. Maybe not quite as sideways as that, but there we go. That's why you need four-wheel drive.
Oh, we've got one vehicle being. Oh no, I was going to say. I went. Oh, it's a Beetle. I saw a tow vehicle. I was expecting to see a Pro Mod, and then
no, but that
Jim
is
Smith's car.
Beautiful.
Isn't it beautiful?
I mean, I was who was on? Oh, Dave Smith. No, not Dave Smith. Dave Swift. Yep. And I were having a real good look at that car last night, and just looking at the finer detail and everything. It's just a beautiful, beautiful machine. Hasn't seen the track for 10 years, is it?
Yeah, something like that. Used to be pink, used to be green.
Yeah.
So we've seen a few guises of this car. But yeah, that colour is gorgeous.
Best incarnation of that car ever. But we'll talk a bit more about that when it comes round.
Yep.
The last time I saw this car was last night, parked just outside the toilets, where he got a bucket and sponge and was doing a car wash.
Oh, fair enough.
So I said I'd reference it today. He said, oh, I've got to look after it. So, yeah, looking very, very smart indeed. But good to see the lanes nice and busy down there. Warren Watts is down there. John Bean, as I say, can't remember who the Orange Nova is. It's one of the Dutch guys, isn't it?
I think he's German.
German, right.
Thomas Bublitz.
Ah, that's it, yep.
I think.
So, a real good mix of people down there. So good to see everybody's taking note and getting into the lanes, getting some runs in, because some of the run what you brung, you can wait a couple of hours and get nothing, but it's a different story today, with over 200 racers on site, and all want to get some testing in. So
plus some run what you brung as well.
Of course,
thrown
yes,
in.
yeah.
Although I think we've got more people watching on the live stream on a Friday than we have currently.
Yeah.
Here.
Well,
I think there's a few people might be setting up.
Yeah. Good morning on the banking. How are you all up there? Good. We are heard loud and clear, which is excellent. And a few on the grandstands as well. A very, very good morning to everybody over there. Enjoy your weekend. Going to be good. And of course, a big shout out to all of our spectators joining us here. I know not many of you out and about at the moment, but you must come along Saturday night after racing to when we do the chip draw. It is sheer entertainment. It really is. Front wheel drive is going to take quite a while.
That's the point I'm going to regret. Even doing that sweepstake the other night, which was literally just like name. It still took me about 20 minutes. So God knows how long it's going to go on for.
That's going to be might have to put a curfew on it, but it's going to be very, very good. And it's a big chance to see all the drivers and everything, because obviously we don't know what a lot of these guys and girls look like yet. So be very interesting to get everybody in front of the stage. So, and our race fans are more than welcome to come and join us for that. So after racing is finished on Saturday night, everybody will be over to the pits, and it's just behind the pod shop, if you're wondering where we're talking about, and come and see the chip draw. Well, that's when we decide who will be racing who. In all of the classes, with the exception of the big bracket, that is purely random. They all come down en masse, and we get somebody to say, I want that car to race that car, and you get some real good matchups, and sometimes you get like teammates racing each other or arch rivals in the classes that they race in, stuff like that. So it's really random, and it does work very, very well indeed. So we look forward to that. Reason we're not running at the moment, in the Slick Tricks lane there is just a little bit of a clean up, but that won't be long actually, because they're just doing it with rags and fluid. They're not getting anything else out there at all.
That's it. Anyway, if you're watching on the live stream, good morning. There's like 598 people currently watching.
Excellent.
And only like 55 of you have liked it. What we need you to do is, while we've got a little bit of downtime, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, please click like on that and put some comments in there. Let us know where you're watching. Basically, that'll help the algorithm move our feed up the YouTube system, and then we get more people watching. So please click like. And, of course, comment in there. Let us know where you're watching from on this Friday morning of Doorslammers, as we just do it.
One of our 6-cylinder Audis have just arrived on the back of a truck there. You sort of think, oh, that looks totally straight. How come that's just turned up?
He's basically,
it's John Gamble, actually.
Yeah, he's got a gorgeous Sapphire Cosworth.
Yeah.
But wasn't ready, so he was like, well, I did VWDLC drag days in my Audi. He was like, I'll just enter in the street class, innit?
Yeah, RS7. But the thing is, though, with I know from experience, not mine, but a very good friend of mine, you have to switch off something, because when you go to launch an RS Audi, it goes into safe mode because it can't handle the track.
Oh, really?
Conditions. Yeah. So it ends up being like a 12-second car when it's capable of going much quicker. So you have to get round it. Quite interesting.
Wow.
It's like the Japanese cars that the sat-nav will limit you to 55 mile an hour because of the national speed limit, but when you go to a racetrack, it deactivates.
Nice. Well, we had one of our VWDLC guys, John Marcoux, has got the new VW Golf R, the Mark 8 version.
Yeah.
He's now got to the point where when he launches the car, the gearbox goes into overheat mode, because he's got like a 1.5 60 foot now on a stock car. And the car's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is too much.
I'm doing what it was built to do.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Yeah, mine's got, if you know any way of bypassing that, I've got an imported Honda. And if anyone knows how to bypass the Poxy 110 miles an hour limit on the cruise control, I'd really like to know.
On the cruise control?
It is a family wagon.
Very tidy, this little Beetle.
Right, so first run of the day for Andrew Burton. Nice, easy launch. There's 85 at the 8th mile. And goes through the course mile with a 12.83 at 108, as Darryl points out the window. And we see a beautiful Mustang round the corner. Not gonna.
Well, no, it's good. So yeah, we do have, like you said, we've got Andre Arnover, my apologies, over there with a repaired front end after a little testing mishap in Hoodicksville last weekend.
That was a bit.
That was lively. That really was. Did you watch it?
I did. I watched it a few times.
I think
I couldn't get my head around it.
I think the problem with watching things like that is, and I've seen a few incidents like that in my time at various racetracks around the world, and is that what we're talking about is I'll explain when he comes around anyway, but the racetrack he was testing at is an 8th mile racetrack that has barriers to the finish line, which is the 8th mile, and he went sort of a bit wayward at the top end. It's when you see a car disappear sideways past the barrier, that's when it's really worrying. I've seen that a number of times, but Jesus, he saved it so well. I mean, he's living proof that parachutes save race cars and people and everything, because he got the chutes out as soon as it went sideways, and that was what saved him, pretty much. That and managing to hold on to it and steer it, but you know what I mean.
Thank goodness for him that the wall did finish where it did, because there was another wall,
there was,
100 foot further back. I don't know how far it was.
But he didn't get that far.
Didn't get that far, thank goodness. But that was a heart in the mouth.
Do you want to know, the funny thing is now, that's the second event in a row, because he did it at the finals, where he went in the field and mashed up the front end.
Yeah.
He did it there, his first event this year. Do you know what his company does? Fiberglass.
Really? Oh,
Fiberglass tanks. The company on the side, Hootie.ee, is his company. They've built fiberglass tanks.
Okay, representing the UK then in the Williams Brothers big bracket is John Bean. And this beautiful Nova, and I'm saying beautiful because it has got a certain appearance and it has a certain taste, but I like it.
I think those valves are certainly bedded in now. So yeah, I think it is Thomas Bublitz in the Slictrix lane with the Nova.
Yeah, running in the big bracket this weekend.
Yeah, making his annual trip over for a couple of weeks worth of racing. And John Bean from down in Romney. Actually not far from where you were.
Yep. Well, I actually got in touch with John because he literally 6 miles away from where I was. I said, John, I need a recommendation for a pub that you can take dogs. Gluten tolerant mother-in-law, and they came up with the goods. We went there, it was brilliant. So
there you go.
That was well worth it.
966.
Yeah, nicely done for John. He's always somewhere 962 to 66, so yeah, bang on form. 10:27 on 28 for Thomas.
Now, this the Cortina down there, Michael Castle. He's done a number of Run What You Brung days, and we finally convinced him to come and do a bit of a race. It's a gorgeous looking car, twin turbo.
Yeah, that's a car I've seen in loads of photographs, but never seen in real life. At a competitive event.
Yeah, 1984 Cortina, 1.6L, is it?
Not now. It's not now.
Good thing is you can follow their whole weekend's progress on Spotted Motors, their YouTube channel, which they'll be filming for the whole of this weekend.
That's cool. 920 at 148 and a 1003 at 152. Big speed for that ET. Very big
yeah,
speed.
but 202.60 tells the story a little bit there.
That'll be that.
Okay. Phil Thomas with the Fiesta. And then this absolutely gorgeous Beetle. Well, both drivers just taking it nice and easy off the start line. Now the Fiesta's putting in some power in the back half.
14:29, 133.
Yeah, that's not your average 14-second car, is it?
No.
That's incredibly quick. I'm sorry, fast for that kind of ET.
Yeah. You don't want to get that wrong. It upsets you. I heard that.
And the first
Constantly.
trip up the track for the Beetle in nigh on 10 years. So just literally was a checkout pass. And it's one thing doing everything, while the car is stationary. But when you're in a live environment and going through this, you can't. It's the only way you can really test is on the track. Exactly what they're doing.
Right. Carl Goldsmith with basically the engine out of his Mark II Golf is now in the Corrado. He's built this for street weekend. So he's got this Corrado,
right.
He's got a tow bar, so he's got a little fold-away caravan, so he can fold away his caravan and tow that with him.
Anyone wonder why I call him Top Fuel Carl? Jesus, man.
So this is going to be his first checkout pass of the weekend.
Along with one of our Polish friends with that.
Yeah, that's Konstantin Blum with the Camaro.
Being currently worked by Corrado. Till then. 1061 at 138. Carl opens his account with 1242. A very big 130 miles an hour.
Yeah, his goal for this weekend is just to try and get it into the low 11s, maybe a 10, be able to drive it home, and then be ready for street weekend.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
Has
Brilliant.
Carl ever met himself?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, like, drive it home again. I think drive it back to the pits is normally aspirational for Carl, let alone drive it home. I am obviously kidding. Carl is... I'm really not joking of this bit. Carl's my hero. I can't believe how hard that bloke works. He just never stops, does he?
No. But the worst thing is he's got the Mark II Golf, which has now been converted to rear-wheel drive with a V8 twin turbo.
Of course,
as you do. And then he's got the VW Beetle,
right,
which has got a 1641 turbo, which is what he plans to run and race this year. And then he's got the Corrado, which he built for street weekend, amongst about another 6 other vehicles that he's building.
I'm just looking at Andrean over at
Even Bob's face is like,
no. Well, that's where his burnout that's where his burnout tracks are. I'll grant him that, but I don't think he wants to be that far left. Let's put it that way. Well,
Bob still looks confused.
That's his normal look, but I think his attitude now is, well, it's up to them if they want to launch it from over there. That is what it is. So Andrei Arnova, one of the big hitters in European Pro Mod racing, 526 cubic inch Hemi with twin turbos, races in a class normally called Pro Modified. He's the only car like this from Estonia. Yes, you heard that right, folks. That is Estonia, and this car goes like an absolute bandit when it hooks.
There is a very big drag racing scene out in Estonia now.
Yeah. Well, what do we know? 0.967 to 60 foot for his first launch of the season on this racetrack. Half track, he was off it way before that, 423 at 140. And the latest episode in a long line of, well, what do those commentators bloody well know then, really? Because obviously that just went. That is that 967 60 foot is basically, yeah, that's huge. That's very, very quick indeed. He backed out of it just before half track when it went for a little bit of a wander, but that was on one.
Mouth-watering.
You got it, yeah. Well, he's only here for the next 2 weekends doing that, so
yeah,
we're the lucky ones, I think. Okay, 2 of our regular Pro ET guys down there now on the start line.
Running identical setups in different cars. There we go.
Is that right?
Yep,
yeah,
same engine, same transmission, everything.
Yep. Oh, I bet Mark's looking over the other lane going, oh, nitrous, 8 seconds.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
Well, seriously, I mean, that's what I'd be thinking if I had the same combination. I'd be thinking, oh, look how quick that goes.
That'd be an 8.5 second car then if you did that.
It doesn't hang about as it is. But then Ronnie Mercer's probably thinking, hang on a minute, why does mine only run 10 6s and his goes 9 7s without gas?
Probably weight. 983, 1058 car weight. Fair to say, Ronnie was on good form yesterday evening. Can't say any more than that. But yeah, he's very entertaining. He's going to
need to be very fit to run upstairs and smack you in a minute.
Oh dear.
So we have two more Golfs of different vintages, one of them all the way from Slovakia. That's a long way. It's just such an effort. It's incredible. Really, really good.
So if we get to Sunday and you start telling us about your 3 hour drive, we'll be like, shut up. As me and Colin do our half an hour drive.
If we really need to as well.
Well, the Slovakian Golf goes 12:07, 118.
13:51 at 105 for the other Golf.
On the subject of driving, you obviously drive for a living, so you must see this more than most. This morning there was just an incredible amount of people tailgating on the M1, and I just sat in the other lane looking at them, thinking, with loads of space in front of me, thinking, what are you doing?
What's the rush?
Well, it's not just the rush; it's what's the rush to have a massive accident?
Yep.
All right, Pete Lane in the Kestrel Beer Lane, hoping that his Doorslammers has become a cash point again for him. Previous winner of the Saturday Big Bracket, 11.78 to open his account.
Lots of RPM going on in that Mustang.
Yeah, a good distance into the shutdown area as well.
Well, you know, while you built up the speed, you might as well just keep going. Yeah, exactly.
Ollie White, is that Ollie?
Martin Bean, that will be.
Sorry, similar car.
He's in Run What You Brung. And Connor Devine, that round for his second run of the day.
Yeah, that was, shall we say, hopping around a little bit. Wasn't going dead straight as the car was trying to get the traction to get it go. Very, very lightweight car, to be honest.
Probably one of the ones you open the boot and there's nothing in it at all.
Yeah, 694, 107, that would be a low 10. Oh, 1059, 134. Thomas and Natalie Haas here for 10 days. Good to see them back. Did a lot of engine damage last year and broke a cam.
Ooh.
So yeah, basically a top end rebuild, and but good to see them back. And Chris Todd,
can't imagine a thing breaking a cam wouldn't destroy actually.
Yeah.
Like, because that's.
I was lucky. I did that at pre-bug jam last year. I snapped a cam in half mid-run. It just made a horrible noise, and then we got back and we just pulled it apart and we was like, how?
How's it still?
How did it literally put a new cam in it and sent it?
Jesus, you lucky boy, you are blessed. So that's Chris Todd with the Fiesta in the Slicktrix lane, and Thomas Haas all the way from Switzerland. Runs a Mopar garage and lives in Switzerland. What's not to like?
So low 8s order of the day for Thomas.
He's clicked it before the finish line.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Oh wow, 98 mile an hour.
Not sure whether that's the first run since.
It is.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And a rather easy 12:38 for Chris Todd.
Yeah, Chris was running in spring speed and had an engine issue. Had to withdraw from the meeting. That's his first time back on track since then.
Right.
Having had a fair bit of a rebuild, but he said I've got to have it done by Doorslammers.
I've noticed a bit of co-crewing going on down here. I noticed Mrs. Malden on the start line when John Turner ran, and John Turner's uglying up the starting line in his lane now as well. So he's really good at
the Darrell Bradford version of Friends Reunited going on down here.
Well, John's really good at throwing beer cans at my head, so there's no problem.
Right now then, can Bob run a 9.6 or is he going to tickle it to the 9.5s? Let's see what he's got for us today.
That'd be a 9.4.
It's a 9.41. Wow.
Good. Yeah. Well, the thing is though, the only reason I said that was the air's good, there's no breeze at all.
No, nothing.
And obviously the track's as good as ever. So
Lee Charles. Now he's won the big bracket as well before, actually.
this is still my biggest. What's the word I'm looking for?
Biggest surprise we don't have enough nostalgia superstockers in. Is that where you're going?
Exactly. Yeah. It's like all of them. Same for people in Pro T, but mainly like because there's endless nostalgia superstock cars, right? And they're prime. And Gasser Circus.
Yeah.
They're prime for this kind of big money bracket racing.
Oh, especially when you pull 01 lights.
There you go. Prove me wrong, why don't you?
Yeah, 981, something like that. 986. Not bad. Chris goes 1022 at 130. But no, Lee Charles has done rather well at Doorslammers. In fact, bizarrely, I know it's early in the season, but Lee Charles is unbeaten in competition this year. He's only done one event, but he won it.
Well, that's good.
So, yeah,
Right.
Nicely done, sir.
Rather be unbeaten than not won a thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Have you seen this? Look, copyright claim.
He's just supporting it.
Well, this is going to be Alan Kenyon's first ever run with this car. He basically got bullied by Terry Newton to enter the front-wheel drive class. And here he is, making his first ever pass.
Is that your hashtag on the back as well, Lee?
Yeah!
I thought so.
Yeah, those T-shirts are available behind the grandstand right now.
I like that.
XL to 5XL.
Wow.
We got you covered, boys.
So basically no human sizes then?
No,
No?
yeah.
Okay.
Not allowed. You've got to be festively plump. Alan starts his weekend with a 13.47 at 116. That mile an hour is really
That's
good.
not bad
Yeah.
at all, actually. You said first run in the car, pretty good.
So it looks like all of our racers are starting to wake up now. We're getting a mix of vehicles. Collins down there.
Proper mix, isn't there?
We've got John Tedderman round the corner. Lisette has made her way down. Dave Crowhurst is here with the Wanger Beetle this weekend. Do you know what he says every time? He's done the past two events in the Camaro.
Yep.
And he was like, it is so boring. He's like, I just get in, press button, release, little pinky finger and just drive, and it drives straight, and it's super boring. He was like, get me in my Beetle.
There's an easy answer to that. Put a turbo on it or make it quicker.
Yeah,
There you go.
well, I think there is plans. There is plans to make it a little
What's
bit
that run?
more
Nines,
live.
doesn't it? The Camaro?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it was like 9.1. I
Yeah.
think he's down
He
to
kept
now.
dialing 9.2 but being nowhere near it most of the time.
That's it.
Last event, but
He's quick. He's now quicker in the Camaro than he is in the Beetle.
right.
So now he's got to be in
Probably
his bonnet. The Beetle has got to go quicker.
Probably doesn't feel like it though.
No, it doesn't. That's what I mean. He's just bored. Wow.
That's the only time I will ever run a 9 in a Camaro, is if I
Borrow someone's
borrow
one.
somebody else's Camaro. I'm glad you guys said borrow, not buy. Thank you.
Oh, you could.
Or you could
Wifey
spend.
wouldn't allow it.
You could spend another tenner on yours, and
You
No.
You
It's,
have to take
ain't
the
gonna
approach
happen.
of oops.
That's it. It's easier to apologise afterwards than
Yes.
ask permission in the
Exactly.
first place
Oops.
scenario. That's it. All right, so below us then, Jens Konecki. Back round for another one.
with again one of our Polish friends. We're going to have to find out who that is. I do apologise. We haven't.
Yeah, we
done it
looked
so
through the
far.
photo entry list and we haven't found it yet.
It is. It's on
Is it?
there.
Oh, is it on
yeah,
there?
it's Pro Doorslammer. He was one of the first 2 Pro Doorslammers to be entered. There. You just gone past it. That one. Yes, it is.
Changed a bit since then.
It might have been repainted slightly, but yeah, you look at the front, that's definitely the car. I'll leave that to you.
Thank you.
If anyone hears a thump, it's Colin flattening me. Right, hang on. Oh, no, I'll go. I don't mind. Prem Sakachi. There you go. Flipping it. Come on. Get on your game. Call yourself a commentator.
Payback will be sweet.
I'm sure there's been plenty. Don't worry. It's all right. I've got a number of Scandinavian bike riders lined up for you next
Thank
week as
you
well,
very
so
much.
you'll
Yeah.
be fine.
Yeah, well, I'll be tuning into the live feed for the first 2
That's a very
days.
good point.
There. Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. How are you going to get away with that?
Well, I'll be. Well,
You can rewind it. You'll be fine.
just so everybody knows, I'm missing 2 days of the main event next weekend because my daughter's getting married, and I'm
All right.
very
Rubbish
excited about it.
excuse.
But I will be I'll be watching the live stream and probably having
That's
earpiece
the
in.
wonderful things about earbuds. I've done a whole wedding before, just literally with an earbud in the ear.
God. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of a really quiet bit, he's telling me, "Yes!" Oh, sorry.
Does anybody here have any reason? Yes. No.
One of the favourite stories I ever heard about that was years and years ago. England were playing Germany in the semi-final of the World Cup, and it was scheduled exactly the same time as one of the greatest rock and roll bands in the world, Rolling Stones, were playing at Wembley Arena. Right, and sorry, stadium, not arena.
Yeah.
And they were halfway through a really slow, plinky song, and Lineker scored, and the whole place went bonkers for no reason, for no apparent reason, obviously whatsoever.
Oh dear.
Other than, that basically. There you go. Sports ruining weddings since God knows when, or ruining other events anyway. I think the way I look at it is more of them should just be drag racing fans and just join in. I was driving here this morning on the M1 with obviously loads of people, looking at all feeling really sorry for them. I'm thinking, you're going to work, you sad. You're not going to Doorslammers. Yep. You're actually, we're the ones that have a life, not you.
Well, looking on the YouTube thing earlier, we said where are you watching from? There's even people in Sydney, Australia, watching the Doorslammers.
Oh wow!
So good afternoon, probably, or good evening, maybe.
Hang on, evening. Yes, beg your pardon.
Track crew are going for a little walk backwards, which we don't really like the look of.
I think it might be spitting. There is the odd spit and spot around, but nothing major in the slightest, and no one's going anywhere. But I think that's why they've taken the brooms away for the moment.
You don't want the brooms getting wet, do you?
No.
Oh no. We look after
Nothing
we look
worse.
after Trigger's room around here. We put them away.
Leave the cars out. Mops, no, put them away. Anyway, folks, we'll stop yabbering for a couple of moments. When we hear engines, we will be back with you. Thank you all for your time and attention. And Nitro FM, do your thing.
Very quick little Fiesta, just the skinniest of rear wheels. All they need to do is hold the back end up.
That's it. That's Connor Divine. 10-second runner before, and starts his day with a 1087 at 124.
I love that phrase because every time you say that, I just think I know people that could do with those.
Making a lot of horsepower.
Sounds expensive.
It is expensive
For something that looks like it shouldn't be.
Well, this is going to be a nice little checkout pass for him. But remember, this is basically a loaf of bread driving past a Mark II Golf GTI.
By some margin.
And starts his day with a 12:30 at 103. That is one of his quickest ever runs. Just doing it. Yeah.
That's mad. Well, Josie gets an extra bit of black hair dye. Sorry about that. You just look where the exhaust pipes are and just don't stand anywhere near those.
Well, he starts his day with a 12:63 and 117, which will probably be quite smoky. And they'll be like, don't do that again. They'll be like, I'm just doing a test pass, then I'm going to put the nitrous on, and then it should clear it up.
So I think that's Lee Connor, is that right? With
Yeah.
the 11:23 at 1:28 to open his account. That can go a lot quicker than that. It has. Ronnie Mercer with Annie.
Yeah, non-nitrous today, because basically the car works really well on nitrous. He's trying to get it sorted without the nitrous. 10:52, 127.
Wait to see the car back. 8-second street car. My goodness me. Not hanging about at all.
That's lovely.
8:65, 164 miles an hour.
Anthony Minch has got off the start line pretty well, 175 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 113, this is going to be a low 10. 10, 18, 139, that is basically almost matching his personal best.
370, isn't it?
With a
Well, it's got
V8
some
in it
power.
as well.
Yeah. Well, he's not hanging about for his first pass. 977, 146.
That's probably a little more wheel speed than he wanted. Yep. The guy in the Golf's going,
What
is that
the
really
hell?
a transit? You're having a laugh, aren't you?
He's
11:35.
like, I've been beaten by a camper van. Now I've been beaten by a transit van.
I'm not-
I believe he's running Saturday.
Okay, well.
863, 153.
119 60 foot as well for that.
Doubling up this year as well. We've got Kyle and Matt doing filming, so there's going to be lots of content all over the site this weekend.
Brilliant.
Not that you don't spam everyone as much as it is anyway.
No, I know. Well,
You're up here,
they will reach a much wider audience. They even went yesterday to Cambridge to the auctions to watch the Cerberus.
One 1160 foot. I clicked it before the 8th. But yeah, that left the line.
It goes 903 at 101 miles an hour.
What a... I don't know if he's going to run nitrous because he can run 7s when he does. Or if he's just going to leave it sensible and stay in the 8s.
Sensible.
890. Oh,
Great number, a week too early.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so... the little Honda's back round again. Getting early laps in. Already done an 11:57. $11.67 on this one.
Yeah, the front of the Hulk has who it is. I wonder if that's an intermittent fault with the throttle or the driver. What do you think?
So the Golf goes through with a 12.02 and 116. Lewis Lavender out for me.
Yeah, also got a couple of Mustangs on the go as well.
I love the way that sounds. Yeah, just, knocking a couple of Mustangs together. 907,
Whoa, that's
150.
quick. Very nice run indeed.
55. Well, Butch was trying to get his attention on the start line there. So at the 8th mile, he's doing 111 miles an hour, and Lewis opens his account with a 10.83, 146.
Struth, 132, 60 foot. At the 8th, 5.34, 138. And he opens his account with an 8.17 at 173 miles an hour. Hey, we Justin. Yeah, Justin is booked in to race the car this weekend, so hopefully be in the 8's first lap. Oh, missed it, 9.31, 150.
And the first pushback of the day on the racetrack is not.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning.
We go through a big wander before our track. Couple of yes/no moments.
Yeah, sightseeing tours are available. 8.91, 149.
So first run of the day for Andrew Burton. Nice easy launch. There's 85 at the 8th mile. And goes through the course mile with a 12.83 at 108 as Darryl points out the window.
Literally 6 miles away from where I was. I said, Don, I need a recommendation for a pub that can take dogs. Gluten tolerant mother-in-law, and they came up with the goods. We went there, it was brilliant. So
there you go.
That was well worth it. Not me.
66.
Yeah.
Not now. It's not now.
Good thing is you can follow their whole weekend's progress on Spotted Motors, their YouTube channel, which they'll be filming for the whole of this weekend.
That's cool. 9.20 at 148 and a 10.03 at 152.
It's absolutely gorgeous Beetle. Well, both drivers just taking it nice and easy off the start line. Now the Fiesta's putting in some power in the back half.
14.29, 133.
Yeah, that's not your average 14-second car,
No,
is it?
no.
That's incredibly quick. I'm sorry, fast for that kind of ET.
Yeah. You don't want to get that wrong. It upset. So this is going to be his first checkout pass of the weekend.
Along with one of our Polish friends with that.
Yeah, that's Konstantin Bloom with the Camaro.
Being currently worked by Corrado. Till then. 10.61 at 138. Carl opens his account with 12.42. A very big 130 miles an hour.
Yeah,
Well, what do we know? 0.967 to 60 foot for his first launch of the season on this racetrack. Half track, he was off it way before that, 4.23. Oh, look
God,
how quick that goes.
that'd be an 8.5 second car then if you did that.
It doesn't hang about as it is. But then Ronnie Mercer's probably thinking, hang on a minute, why does mine only run 10.6s and his goes 9.7s without gas?
Probably weight. 983, 1058 car weight. Fair to say.
So if we get to Sunday and you start telling us about your 3-hour drive, we'll be like, shut up. As me and Colin do our half-an-hour drive.
If we really need to as well.
Well, the Slovakian Golf goes 12.07, 118.
All right, Pete Lane in the Kestrel Beer Lane, hoping that his Doorslammers has become a cash point again for him. Previous winner of the Saturday Big Bracket. 1178 to open his account.
Lots of RPM going on in that Mustang. It's probably one of the ones you open the boot and there's nothing in it at all.
Yeah, 694, 107, that would be a low 10. Oh, 1059, 134. Right, we are back, and yeah, apologies for the little delay there. Just a couple of spots in the air, so we did need to make sure that they were dealt with, and we're back.
The thing is, everything around the corner is super high.
So Jens Konecki, third run, I think, of the day for him.
Right, our Polish friend in the Slick Tricks lane, staging way left.
A long way.
A long way left. I think he may even get repositioned by Bob. Yeah.
No,
maybe
just
not.
saying, hold on.
It's not that. It's just that the thing is, though, is that even if the car goes anything other than dead straight, it's over the centre line or over the blue area, isn't it? That's the thing. So anyway. Well, that's smoother than his last run. Jens Konecki long gone to an 8:30 at 161. 11:25 at 136. Looking like absolutely no boost whatsoever that time.
Here you go, Colin. Your sweepy car has arrived.
Hey. Suzanne here on a day ticket today. Good morning. She can got ear defenders on.
It's been here a week. She was scaring a bunch of what's the word? I'm trying to find a polite phrase for them. People on Tuesday.
She was. She certainly was. Right, John Bean and Colin Morris. A couple of our big bracket racers. 9-6 and 8-6 order of the day, I suppose.
Cracking the big bracket. It chucks loads of cars together that would never normally race each other as well, doesn't it?
Nice one for John. Cherry for Colt.
Do you know what? 863 earlier. That was an 862 with a 7, wasn't it? So dead consistent. Quick burnout competition going on between two full pops.
Wow. I saw yesterday Mr. Miller was fitting a brand new set of slicks ready for this weekend.
It took him 2 hours because everybody was getting around chatting to him.
But he got it bedded in. But then we had John Tebberden down here doing a burnout, who actually I didn't see until he came out sideways underneath the towel.
Why has it got that nickname, I wonder?
Yeah, that's it.
So Colin Miller with the completely, even though it looks like it's the same car, there's an awful lot of it that's new or different or upgraded. Do you know what? I think the only thing that I'm a little sad about this weekend is that John Willard couldn't make it for this one.
Oh, that would have been perfect.
That would have been spectacularly fun.
Yeah, morning, John, and everybody down under.
No nitrous run for Colin Miller, and very, very boy.
He threw one at John.
And an 8.99 for JT. Look at that. Oh, so close to that magic 150 miles an hour. 149.63.
I know Colin got to about 1,000 foot before the block fell over.
I think it was probably just air pressure that did it. My goodness me, big black cloud out the back.
Yes. It's all that right. Powell Peak Track.
It is.
So this is the guy who started it all for the Polish guys. He came over to Doorslammers in the middle of COVID and was just like, I don't care about the Brexit rules and that. Like, he didn't do any forms. He just drove here.
Is that right?
And he was like, I'm not doing it. I'm just driving. And then when he got here, he was like, have you done the forms to get back? And he's like, no.
That's puffing away, isn't it?
Yep. So this is going to be the first hit with this brand new engine, a brand new combination, a brand new car. It's a full tube chassis Santa Rosa now.
It wasn't. It didn't exactly hang about before.
No,
did it?
he ran into the nines here last time.
Once.
And starts his day with an 11.69 at 112. But again, in no car, he's going to be looking to go much deeper into the nines this weekend. That's basically his first run on a drag strip with that car. Up until 24 hours before the trucks were leaving from Poland, the car had never even started. Yeah. They took it to an airfield, and he's basically doing like a quarter-mile burnout on the airfield, and then just doing a couple of test parachute balls as well to make sure he's happy with the car.
Do you know what I think? Sorry, drag racing is just the world's premier version of Wile E. Coyote, isn't it? Everything about it is that.
Right, Arnie, come on. Oh, he blows the tyres off. Had a phenomenal 8-second pass in the AMC, a couple of weeks ago? Or is he 11.27.97? Absolutely nowhere near representative what that car can do. But
well, the Poles look very happy with a 9.77 at 140. I'm not sure what class that's entered in. Any ideas?
No.
I think he's probably True Street, actually.
Yes, I think
just,
so. Oh, that was the Camaro, wasn't
yeah,
it?
It was, yeah. Seen it a couple of times now. That was the first proper. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there he is. True Street.
It is in True Street.
Oh, sorry,
oh
Pro
no,
Street.
Pro Street.
Sorry,
oh,
Pro
blimey.
Street.
Do you realise what he's done? Let's have a look. Who is he? Who is he?
Constantine
Bloom.
Yeah.
Was that car?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, Dave Crowhurst taking on Anthony Jones. Right, this is the caddy that hopefully, if his day goes well, he's going to enter into the front-wheel drive class at the end of today.
Ah, right.
He just wants to have a good day with the car. Brand new gearbox in the caddy. It's got a VR6 turbo. And he is taking on Dave Crowhurst with the Wanger Beetle. This, as we all know, it's got a Subaru flat 4 motor in the back. Big old turbo.
And a very excited Dave at the wheel again now.
Very excited.
That was you that did that.
I know.
He's not made 60
I'm ignoring
foot.
it. I'm just looking at Dave instead, who's doing 110 at the 8th, and a nice little checkout pass of 996 at 136. We'll just ignore what happened to Anthony there and his brand new gearbox.
If the day goes well, I believe was what you said. Oh mate,
Well,
no, it's horrible
again-
to see. I don't like seeing it any time.
The caddy has never ran on a prep track. He's only ever done run what you brungs.
Well, even run what you brung tracks aren't that bad.
No, I mean,
by any stretch.
did you see what we had this week?
Yeah, a bunch of slow stuff and a top fuel car.
Yeah. Simon
Swarbrick, yeah.
So now he's got the idea. Comes along and jumps in at the big bracket. I think there's a couple of Sportsman ET cars in the big bracket this weekend. Is that right? Pretty sure Kirsty and Andy are in as well.
Yeah.
With the Camaro.
Well, this runs consistent low 12s. I don't know what the bracket is. I think it's
Whoa.
11. Lovely wheelie. That was carried beautifully.
I think this is a car that's only just Sportsman ET. It's on the verge of Pro, isn't it? And that's why. And that's why.
On the verge of pro.
Yeah,
With a
well,
1085.
Well, guys, that was fantastic.
And that was with about like a second off the throttle going, hang on a minute, this is off.
But that wheelie was just beautiful.
Yeah.
It just carried the front wheels. That was lovely. Ah, well done, Simon and the gang.
Right, Chris Waterhouse with the four-wheel drive Audi S3. A couple of weeks ago in VWDRC competition, ran down into the 9s. Goes 147.64, 109 at the 8th, and opens his day with a 995 at 140.
Terrific.
Right, Harry Lockwood with the front-wheel drive Corsa. Scrabbling for grip. Ends up with a 12.16, 124 miles an hour. And the Golf goes through with a 13.32 at 106. Still very, very good. Probably off the showroom floor, that Golf would do, what, 16, 17?
Yeah, and this is his first ever entry in competition. His personal best was a mid-12, so that actually was a personal best.
Yeah. Nicely done. Well done, Harry.
Are we going to have personal best bingo again this weekend, do you reckon?
Probably.
It's like a drinking game. Oh God, no, don't do that because you'll be done by lunchtime every day, I think.
It fell off my chair. Camper van. Alex Lizarak underneath the tower for his first run. There was just a gorgeous look of flat fours in a row. You had Alex Carr, camper van. You had Jim Smith Beetle. Then you had Martin Carmendia. Yes.
Proper hooning, I think that's known.
Now, is Alex defending champion?
He is.
Yes, right.
This, well,
I know he's won it. I couldn't remember who it was last
no,
year.
No, it was last year, yeah.
Beat Chris Todd in the final when Chris went red, I think. Sorry to remind you on that one, Chris. But
that's what we're here for.
yeah.
And then Lee Connor with the Lotus, who put in a serious burnout there. The first run was a bit of a checkout pass, wasn't it? It was into the 11s, if I remember correct. So this one looking a bit more serious.
Well, this does carry the front wheels occasionally, doesn't it? It's,
Both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you remember
Alex
before
has got
Alex
wheelie
had,
bars,
yeah.
but
I'm sure he started it without the wheelie bars on, didn't he? He had it fabricated with wheelie bars, and he did the first run and literally had the front wheels up about the height of the Christmas tree. Made for a great photo.
Yeah.
One-off photo. He wasn't going to do that again.
No.
So Lee Connor with the little Lotus.
Literally two cars, couldn't be quite far apart, but two cars that you would not expect to see on a drag strip either. Well, Alex starts his day with an 88, 152 miles an hour. What a start to the weekend.
Right, put it away for the rest of the season. That's it. Job done, I think, really.
Wow.
His first ever 8-second run and over 150. That was quite something. Okay, we have our friend from Poland back again with the Hulk. Go on, Colin. Scroll up. We'll have a go.
Well, you mastered it straight away, didn't you? So,
No, not his name. I haven't had a go at his yet. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah.
Yes, I know. That was.
You did that one. Sorry, big one.
Wojciech Adamczyk. I don't know who's in the golf.
It'll be one of our Ron Brungers, I would assume.
Good
Don't
work.
forget, because we do have Ron Brung going round today, although I think quite a few of them are literally just arriving and getting on the banking because they know there's some serious machinery and bits.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately...
A couple of sprinkles, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. 0 for 2. Although, looking at the Hulk, yeah, it's got no wheelie bars as well, so... Yeah, you're probably not sure what the problem is, but yeah, you can't run with any sprinkles on the track at all. In case you're wondering why, that racetrack out there is very well prepared. It's got lots of glue on it, so that's why it's shiny. Trouble with the water is any water or fluid at all sits on top of it and turns it into glass. It's a bad idea. So, better safe than sorry, I think is the phrase. So while we've got a quiet moment, apart from explaining the duck on the front of the car, King of Poland, how does that work?
Basically, it's just a race series.
Okay.
So we have like SPRC.
Yep.
So you've got King of Poland, and then you have Grand Prix Polski Quarter Mile, which is another organisation. And so King of Poland have 4 rounds throughout the season. King of Poland have, I think, 4 or 5 as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, in Poland, all their racing is on airfields. And yeah, so coming over here is a dream for them to actually run on a full prep track. A lot of them travel to Zerbst in Germany.
Okay.
And some of them go to Hungary as well.
So obviously Hungary's pretty damn good these days.
Yes.
Zerbst's not that bad. I think that's still an airfield.
Yep.
A bit of track prep, not as much.
Yes.
Obviously, that's the difference.
But then when you go further, obviously out east, a lot of the vehicles are 4-wheel drive, so they actually like a little bit of slip. And what you'll see throughout this weekend is obviously when the 4-wheel drive cars come out, you see the back end trying to overtake the front end, and it becomes commentators just going, ooh, 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 ooh.
So, well, we're on pause for a moment. The easiest way to get racing underway is to hand back to Nitro FM, so that's exactly what we'll do. You've got 3 days of us in your ear rolls, you unfortunate people. So yeah, we'll hand back to Nitro FM, and as soon as we hear engines, we'll be back with you.
So low 8's order of the day for Thomas.
He's clicked it before the finish line.
Yeah,
I'm not
940. Oh wow, 98 mile an hour.
Not sure whether that's the first run since. That's
It is.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Really good. John's really good at throwing beer cans at my head, so there's no problem.
Right, now then, can Bob run a 9.6 or is he going to tickle it to the 9.5? So let's see what he's got for us today.
That'd be a 9.4.
It's a 9.41. Wow.
Good. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, and they're prime, and Gasser Circus.
Yeah.
They're prime for this kind of big money bracket racing.
Oh, especially when you pull
Yeah,
01
that.
lights.
There you go. Prove me wrong, why don't you?
Yeah, 981, something like that. 986. Not bad. Chris goes 10.22 at 1:30. But no, Lee Charles is.
Yeah, those T-shirts are available behind the grandstand right now.
I like that.
XL to 5XL.
Wow.
We got you covered, boys.
So basically, no human sizes then.
No,
No.
yeah.
Okay.
Not allowed. You've got to be festively plump. Alan starts his weekend with a 13.47 at 116. That mile in it.
Well, that's smoother than his last run. Jens Konecki long gone to an 8.30 at 161.
Nice one for for John, cherry for Cole.
Do you know what? No nitrous run for Colin Miller, and very, very boy.
He threw one at John.
Combination of a brand new car. It's a full tube chassis Santa Rosa now.
It wasn't. It didn't exactly hang about before.
No,
did it?
he ran into the nines here last time.
Once.
And starts his day with an 11.69 at 112. But again, in another car, he's going to be looking to go much deeper.
It's a premier version of Wile E. Coyote, isn't it? Everything about it is that.
Right, Arnie, come on. Oh, he blows the tyres off. Had a phenomenal 8-second pass in the AMC, a couple of weeks ago? Where is he? 11.27.97. Absolutely nowhere near representative what that car can do. But
Well, the Poles look very happy with the 970s. That was you that did that.
Oh, no.
He's not made 60
I'm ignoring
foot.
it. I'm just looking at Dave instead, who's doing 110 at the 8th, and a nice little checkout pass of 996 at 136. What do you think?
well, this runs consistent low 12s. I don't know what the bracket is. I think it's 11. Lovely wheelie. That was carried beautifully.
I think this is a car that's only just Sports Mini T. It's on the verge of Pro, isn't it? And that's why. And that's why.
On the verge of pro.
And one of our quick ones.
So the Gofar and Wojciech with... Is that a Celica?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Celica is a name that's made for drag racing because it's roughly translate to silly car, doesn't it? Yeah, exactly. Well, we have funny cars, why not silly cars? It's no different. Nice looking 60 foot of 131. Big weave going on at the top end, but he's got hold of it to a 914, 163 miles an hour.
Golf goes 12.54 at 109. That was well judged.
You were just talking about that. 0.33 of a mile an hour away from needing a crash helmet. I'm not going to Halfords and buying one. I don't want to.
We sell them in the pod shop now.
Oh, do you?
Fully available around here, you know. They get to,
That's respectable.
That's really good.
It's a really good run. But no, they get to the finish line, and usually Ian radios down and tell that wonderful chap that he's got
He ain't coming back again.
He ain't coming back unless he goes to the pod shop and buys himself a helmet. And then usually the reply is, "Yeah, I've got one in the boot, mate."
Yeah.
And you're just like, "Well, why are you wearing it?"
Yeah.
So the very noisy and highly tuned Mustang GT down there in the Kestrel Lane. Have you seen they've now made Mustangs electric?
Yeah.
Ford UK posted a thread about it, and the responses were worth the price of getting Facebook, shall I say.
So, just on my list, I have, this is Daniel, 620 horsepower, his best is just an 11.
Oh, well, that's just either leapt out of Gill broke something.
I'm going with broke, but, you know.
It's a whole lot of revs.
No.
Oh no, there's someone doing a burnout below
Yeah, I
us.
thought it was him. Yeah, God.
We're all sitting there going, no, stop revving.
Says Pete Lane.
Well, we've made it to this far, and no front wheel. Anyway, keep tally. No front wheel drive car's been pushed back yet at all. In fact, everything but.
Don't you worry, they'll come. They'll come.
You do have every confidence, I'm guessing.
Well, they're all here to try, and if nobody breaks anything, they're not trying hard enough.
11.7300. It sounded like he reached terminal velocity at like 900 foot. Wouldn't give any more, but he's a very good racer. Is Pete? don't underestimate him. He's won this before as well, don't forget the big bracket, so he knows what he's doing.
You just need to be consistent, don't you?
Yeah.
Good, consistent race car.
Yeah,
it's
very good racer.
It's noticeable that Billy Gaines nailed it back together just to come here.
Just in time.
Yeah.
Gosh, truth. It was a bit touch and go for Billy. Done lots of I don't remember, Billy's engine was like 632 cubic inch, and so they rebored it and everything, took it to about 670, but then the walls were so thin, had to sleeve it and take it back down to about 630. So
all that work for? Well,
it
effectively nothing.
It needed doing. So but yeah, a lot of work for Billy.
Right, I don't know whether he is just not happy with him double bulbing.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter to
Oh
me.
no, there's quite a bit of coolant by the looks of it underneath the Fiesta
Oh,
from
there
the
is.
back wheel. There's a few little spots.
Ian's been
Oh
working
yeah,
out.
just a little bit there. Yeah.
Oh, there's our one.
That's the
There's
one.
our first one. Thank you very much for that.
That's what you should do the sweepstake on, not who's going to win.
That's a very tidy little Mark 1 Cortina down there.
That could be another gearbox.
And that is not slow either.
I like that. It's like the car thinks, oh, no, that's a bit too much. Don't do that.
On the brakes at the stripe. Just looking at that run, he just went 16.57, right? Nearly 3 seconds to 60, on and off the throttle. I mean, when I did my first run with your Brian, I ran at about a 16 and a half, and I was flat out all the way. So it goes to show what that car's got. That's plenty more to come. Good mix of vehicles in the lanes. Got a pair below us as well. Oh, let's set the coding underneath us. Missed the boost on the.
Where?
No, just on the rear spoiler.
Ah, okay. Lisette
It's not
down
Mr.
there.
Boost himself.
No, this will be Lisette. And he is taking on Liam Rogan. Or she is taking on Liam Rogan. Okay, so it's going to be a solo run for Liam. This has got a Saab Saab engine in it, Saab turbo. Did Doorslammers last year. Does 86 at the 8th and starts his day with a 13.57, 108 miles an hour.
Well, good shout out to everybody tuned in via the live feed. A few people working. Andy Hadfield, morning to you, Andy. He's putting an engine back together, so he's here ready for next weekend. Message in to say hi. And hope everything goes to plan. And also to Kerry at work. And she basically said Lucky got 2 screens to look at, so one she's actually doing her work on and the other one is looking at the live feed. So and I'm sure they are not the only ones
No, not at
that are
all.
utilising that type of system. So good morning to you.
All right, Peter Formella with his front-wheel drive TDI Mark II. Let's see what he can run for his first run of the day. He goes 166 60 foot at the 8th mile doing 107, and Pitor goes through with a 10.33 at 137 miles an hour.
And we didn't see any of it.
No, we didn't see any of it. I can guarantee there'll be a radio message through going, clean that up.
So the big Audi just been got to about 100 foot, now being pushed back. And we look down to see the Huxleys with the Dark Horse Mustang coming forward in a moment. That's right, going to switch lanes whilst the little clean up in the Slick Tricks lane.
No, I've already forgotten. What did the diesel just run again?
10:33, I think.
Oh, so it was a new personal best then.
Oh, that sounded like an awful lot of noise and not a lot
That
of forward.
did. That poor old R30 engine had all the revs there, but no motion at all.
One of those, if you had your eyes closed, it sounded quick. So Lee Huxley's actually running round into the Kestrel lane. Definite finalist in the big bracket. Has he won it?
He has, yes. He's won it, he's been runner-up, he's been semi-finalist. He's done it all. Yeah, Lee's one of these guys that turns up at the big bracket and uses it as a cash point. Actually, if I remember rightly, Lee is defending big bracket champion from Sunday last time out. Had that memorable final. Who will ever forget? John Turner.
Oh, that one, yeah.
In the semi-final, and the car wouldn't start. And thank goodness they got it going. And then John Turner raced Lee in the final.
But Lee was in there helping him, I think.
Yeah,
Was it
they all
everyone
were.
was in?
Everybody was in.
Yeah, one of my most memorable Doorslammers moments was with Lee as well, and Nick Williams, the final for 10 grand.
Yeah.
And you were hiding under the table.
I remember.
He was hiding under the desk.
Oh, nice opener for Lee. 886, 149.
Yeah, I mean that in a good way, but the trouble is when there's that much money on the line,
Yeah.
you just can't watch. It's excruciating, especially when you know the people in it
Yeah.
as well, isn't it? I think that's what it is.
That was a great final. Nick was 100th off his dial. Lee was 300th off his dial, and both of them, they didn't have the best reaction times. They just
At all.
didn't want to go red. Both of them were 0.1.
Imagine screwing that up and then the
Yeah.
other bloke breaks out. You just you'd never forgive yourself, would you?
I think it was 0-3 at the stripe in the end. It was. Oh, what a race!
But that was the double.
And it was
weekend.
9 o'clock at night as well, if you remember. Everything was delayed because of the weather. Yeah, it was one of the last finals. Very memorable.
So a bit more track grooming going on. We've got very, very full staging lanes. Everyone's going to be running as and when they get to the front of the queue.
We've got a whole load of our Polish racers at the front of the lanes now.
Yeah, the returning Pete Cresswell. Haven't seen Pete for a little while. In fact,
said-
Doorslammers was the last time we saw Pete.
I think that's it, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
I think that's all he does.
Thomas Haas back in the lanes. They say a load of the front-wheel drive cars. No, this is just absolutely awesome. You must remind everybody, there's not obviously not a huge amount of people here yet, but as the weekend progresses, obviously tomorrow's going to get very, very busy indeed. Make sure you go around the pits and just meet and greet these people and say thank you for coming, because they're more than happy to chat, as long as they're not thrashing on cars, getting things ready. But thank them for coming and say please come again as well, because we want to see even more next year.
That's the thing. They're coming in for this once in a lifetime trip, and then all of a sudden they're like, no, we have to go again.
Go again. So Perspex scoop for Thomas now. Ran it last year at the Euros. First time. So real good to see Pete back racing. Now Pete Cresswell, big bracket last time out for Pete, lost in round 1, bought back in and made it all the way through to the semis. So it can be done if you lose your first round. So 2 8-second door cars. Thomas has dipped into the 7s before, but consistent low 8s will be his target this weekend. 8.12, very nice indeed. Nice one for Pete there. 8.48, 157. Shows the car will do when it's uncorked. Very nice indeed. Normally he runs 8.90 when running in super comp and 9.90 when it's running gas, but unrestrict it, and there you go, 8.48. Nice one, Natalie. Well done. Always smiling.
Next underneath the tower. This is perfect for VW Breakout 2 Volkswagen Golfs underneath the tower. Both of these cars run down into the 9s. We've got Pavel Grilic and Rafael Konkol.
I think he's put his PB on the side there, 986. Yeah. I just noticed it on the window. I think maybe only one of them is going to take the run.
No.
Or is the other one coming? Yeah, going to be a solo then.
So all eyes are going to be on Rafael down there. His personal best is a 986. Ooh, 149.60 foot.
For a front-wheel drive, that's moving.
111 at the 8th, and Rafael starts his weekend with a 984 at 143 miles an hour.
Just taking 300ths off his PB, yeah?
I'm going to have to start leaning over you, aren't I, real quick, and going, there you go.
Well done.
So that's the second Polish run, second Polish PB. Next up, Pavel Grilic. 973 is his personal best. He's got a 20-valve turbo in the Mark II Golf. For many years ran 10s. Finally convinced him to put some slicks on this. And it just went so much quicker. That's on a street tyre as well. I can see that. That's on a road tyre. Oh. Well, that gets very smoky at the top end of the track, so obviously just bear with us 2 seconds while the crew have a look.
Stopped dead on the track actually just by the gate. I think that's because the gate wasn't open. But gate's opened and he's gone through. Just let the smoke clear. Well, spotters just having a look just to make sure everything is A-OK out there. Well, apart from one Camaro, I think it's all front-wheel drive at the moment.
So quick. There's another one posted. Done. Right, next up, we have got Lucas Riqui. This is an all-motor Honda Civic, so that means no nitrous, no turbo.
No wheelie bars.
His personal best currently is a 10.7. He's taking on Robert Kulagwin. Well, a 194.60 foot. That's going to get better throughout the weekend. 97 at the 8, and Lucas opens his weekend with an 11.40 at 125. And Robert Cullerquin goes through with a 15.49, 118 again. Just got to get his 60 foot sorted on that Mitsubishi Evolution, and then we're going to see so much quicker times.
Actually, we're not seeing many front-wheel drive cars with, well, what look like wheelie bars. Is that like a thing that they don't really use much now?
They still do.
Yeah.
There is a couple of the cars that you will be seeing. Petros will have them. David will have them. There is a few out there.
Yeah. No, I seem to remember it was a phase when quite a lot of the cars had them. Which basically the reason for those is to try and stop the front tyres from unloading, isn't it? Yeah.
But you'll generally find that with it's the racers from other tracks that come to Santa Pod, but then realise they don't actually require them here. Right, Patrick Dombrovski with the Seat IB.
Just looking through it, actually, haven't seen a. Well, I've seen 3, maybe 4 of our true street racers. So many of them runs in yet.
There's a couple of cars out there somewhere.
Well, I can just see Constantine go through strike now. 971, 139.
And 1074 and 135 for Patrick.
Allegedly. That's going to be worth
It is a new personal best, but it's got. I basically saw nothing. It's like the worst video in the world, that is.
I'd give it that, at least it's realistic.
Yeah, that's it. This Chris Eads going to be out there somewhere just shouting, "No smoke, no smoke." Right, Alan Duffy is underneath the tower with the Corsa. He's had a troubled year. He's back. He was here at Scott Lurie's day, torched the head, gasket. He's back on the dyno on Wednesday. Hopefully we're going to see some good times. Connor Devine has already put in a couple of passes. So, yeah. Oh, look, it's cleared now. We can see the boards.
I was just going to say, wait for the smoke to clear before they run the next pair.
Right, time now approaching midday here, day 1 of 3 of Doorslammers. It is the Run What You Brung day, if you like.
Yeah, do you have a lunch break on Run What You Brung days? I've never been for one, I don't think.
I don't know if there's one scheduled.
I don't know. It's just blind curiosity again.
Obviously, don't forget it's VW Action as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
No. Going quite well for Alan Duffy till that point, just past 60 foot. He's still going though. It's not that quick. 10.99 at 136 in the other lane.
Still a real good mix of vehicles coming down. Obviously, there's going to be a few vehicles haven't put a run in at all yet. Going to get their first ones in. See, Ben Kennedy's entered, or he's certainly here for.
He's in big bracket, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a relentless pop.
Once again, why not? It's a 32 car field, which they're all used to racing in anyway. Except you win a whole bunch of cash if you move on through.
That's it.
And with a lot of the classes, if you win 2 rounds, you basically got your weekend for free.
Yeah.
Other than all the broken bits, but yeah, basically that.
Is he going to stage with his rear wheels?
No, he did actually take the green light and then moved half a car.
Oh, okay. I do like the lane 5 is reserved for our pro door slammers, so they can come down, run at any time they want.
Right.
They literally, there is no queue for them. They just tow down, and when they're ready, they run.
Is that how it works?
That's
that
how it
does make
works.
the thing is that makes sense. And for anybody who thinks that's potentially thinks that's unfair and they're queue jumping, they really aren't, because they have to run within a certain time of warming up and
Yeah.
everything being correct. Otherwise, they can't run. So if they were just sat in a run what you run crew queue as per regular, and it took an hour to get there, by the time they got to the front of the lanes, yeah.
Their oil can be a lot cooler than desired,
Correct.
and it costs a lot more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, things tend to detonate quite badly. They are very expensive, very fickle things. And that's just the drivers. In drowning the start line in grip juice again.
Oh, I can see a Pro Mod in the lanes. Bruno Barda has made it down, tucked in behind Colin Miller. We do expect probably most of the Pro Mods to put runs in today. Had a good one around yesterday evening. And of course we've got Dave Smith that's going to be running today, continuing his licensing because he's on full passes now. So he needs to get 2 full pulls in. So his mission, obviously, to race in Pro Doorslammers this weekend, but make sure that he's licensed for the main event next weekend.
He's already done it. He just needs to do it again a
Yeah.
couple of times. I think we're just on pause again for the weather, folks. I'm very sorry to say. Not sure whether it's at the finish line. The racetrack itself is 1/4 mile long. The shutdown area is around about 1/2 mile long, so it can be raining a mile away, and we can't do anything for the simple reason that we need a bone dry surface.
Just
all
had a
the way
great
through.
message come
Go on.
through, actually. Trevor Large. He goes, watching the live feed, thinking, we should have entered this weekend. Lorraine would certainly win. She constantly slams my door like a pro. Very nice one. Like that one, Trev. We'll look forward to seeing you soon. And yeah, Lorraine doing very, very well, actually. Great addition to the classes. Running in Sportsman ET and also going VW Sportsman, so, or probably does anyway, but good stuff. But yeah, just a little pause. Now, if we, like everybody, just looks at various weather apps, few drops between now and 1-ish, and then after that we should be clear for the rest of the day. So fingers crossed, that's exactly what we've got at the moment. But yeah, we'll take a pause and commentary at the moment, and we'll give it to Nitro FM 96.2, and of course we'll take it back when we get engines running once again. I don't know what the bracket is. I think it's 11. Lovely wheelie. That was carried beautifully.
I think this is a car that's only just Sportsman ET. It's on the verge of Pro, isn't it? And that's why. And that's why.
On the verge of Pro. A couple of weeks ago in VWRC competition, ran down into the 9s. Goes 147, 60 foot, 109 at the 8th, and opens his day with a 995 at 140.
Scrabbling for grip. Ends up with a 12.16, 124 miles an hour.
Well, Alex starts his day
with an
88, 152 miles an hour. What a start to the weekend.
Right, put it away for the rest of the season. That's it. Job done, I think, really.
Wow.
Nice looking 60 foot of 131. Big weave going on at the top end, but he's got hold of it to a 914, 163 miles an hour.
Well, they're all here to try, and if nobody breaks anything, they're not trying hard enough.
Oh, 11.7300. It sounded like it reached terminal velocity at like 900 foot. Wouldn't give it.
That could be another gearbox.
And that is not slow either.
I like that. It's like the car thinks, oh, no, that's a bit too much. Don't do that.
On the brakes at the stripe.
Right, Pitor Formella with his front-wheel drive TDI Mark II. Let's see what he can run for his first run of the day. He goes 166, 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 107, and Pitor goes through with a 10.33 at 137 miles an hour.
But consistent low 8s will be his target this weekend. 8.12, very nice indeed. Nice one for Pete there. 8.48, 157. Shows the car will do when it's uncorked.
Ooh, 149 60 foot.
For a front-wheel drive, that's moving.
111 at the 8th, and Raphael starts his weekend with a 984 at 143 miles. That's on a street tyre as well. I can see that. That's on a road tyre. Oh. Well, that gets very smoky at the top end of the track, so obviously just bear with us 2 seconds while the crew have a look. 7. Taking on a Robert Culliquin. Well, a 194 60 foot. That's going to get better throughout the weekend. 97 at the 8, and Lucas opens his weekend with an 11.40 at 125. And Robert Culliquin goes through with a 15.49.
Seen, what, 3, maybe 4 of our true street races. So maybe that runs in yet.
There's a couple of cars out there somewhere.
Well, I can just see Constantine go through stripe now. 971, 139.
And a 10.74 at 135.
Going quite well for Alan Duthie till that point, just past 60 foot. He's still going though. It's not that quick. 10.99 at 136 in the other lane.
very quick little Fiesta, just the skinniest of rear wheels. All they need to do is hold the back end up.
That's it. That's Connor Devine. 10-second runner before, and starts his day with a 1087 at 124.
I love that phrase because every time you say that, I just think I know people that could do with those.
Making a lot of horsepower.
Sounds expensive.
It is expensive.
For something that looks like it shouldn't be.
Well, this is going to be a nice little checkout pass for him. But remember, this is basically a loaf of bread driving past a Mark II Golf GTI.
By some margin.
And starts his day with a 12:30 at 103. That is one of his quickest ever runs. Just doing it. Yeah.
That's mad. Well, Josie gets an extra bit of black hair dye. Sorry about that. You just look where the exhaust pipes are and just don't stand anywhere near those.
Well, he starts his day with a 12:63 at 117.
With some
Probably be quite smoky. And they'll be like, don't do that again. They'll be like, I'm just doing a test pass, then I'm going to put the nitrous on, and then it should clear it up.
So I think that's Lee Connor, is that right? With
Yeah.
the 11:23 at 1:28 to open his account. That can go a lot quicker than that. It has. Ronnie Mercer with Annie.
Yeah, non-nitrous today, because basically the car works really well on nitrous. He's trying to get it sorted without the nitrous. 10:52, 127.
Wait to see the car back. 8-second street car. My goodness me. Not hanging about at all.
That's lovely.
8:65, 164 miles an hour.
Anthony Minch has got off the start line pretty well, 175 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 113, this is going to be a low 10. 10:18, 139, that is basically almost matching his personal best.
370, isn't it?
With a
Well, that's got
V8
some
in it
power.
as well.
Yeah. Well, he's not hanging about for his first pass. 977, 146.
That's probably a little more wheel speed than he wanted. Yep. The guy in the Golf's going,
What
is that
the
really
hell?
a transit? You're having a laugh, aren't you? 11:35.
He's like, I've been beaten by a camper van. Now I've been beaten by a transit.
I'm not-
I believe he's running Saturday.
Okay, well.
863, 153.
119 60 foot as well for that.
Doubling up this year as well. We've got Kyle and Matt doing filming, so there's going to be lots of content all over the site this weekend.
Brilliant.
Not that you don't spam everyone as much as it is anyway.
I know. Well,
you're right here,
they will reach a much wider audience. They even went yesterday to Cambridge to the auctions, and it's going to already be on the live stream.
111, 60 foot. Oh, I clicked it before the 8th. But yeah, that left the line.
It goes 903 at 101 miles an hour.
What a
I don't know if he's going to run nitrous because he can and run 7s when he does. Or if he's just going to leave it sensible and stay in the 8s.
Sensible.
890. Oh,
Great number, a week too early.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so. The little Honda's back round again. Getting early laps in. Already done an 11:57. $11.67 on this one.
Yeah, the front of the Hulk has where it is. I wonder if that's an intermittent fault with the throttle or the driver. What do you think?
So the Golf goes through with a 12.02 and 116. Lewis Lavender out for the bit.
Yeah, also got a couple of Mustangs on the go as well.
I love the way that sounds. Yeah, just, knocking a couple of Mustangs together. 907,
Whoa, that's
150.
quick. Very nice run indeed.
55. Well, Butch was trying to get his attention on the start line there. So at the 8th mile, he's doing 111 miles an hour, and Lewis opens his account with a 10.83, 146.
Struth, 132, 60 foot. At the 8th, 5.34, 138. And he opens his account with an 8.17 at 173 miles an hour. That'll be Justin. Yeah, Justin is booked in to race the car this weekend, so hopefully be in the 8's first lap. Oh, missed it, 9.31, 150.
And the first pushback of the day on the racetrack is not.
Good morning.
We go through a big wander before our track. A couple of yes-no moments.
Yeah, sightseeing tours are available.
Right, so first run of the day for Andrew Burton. Nice easy launch. There's 85 at the 8th mile. And goes through the course mile with a 12.83 at 108 as Darryl points out the window.
Literally 6 miles away from where I was. I said, Don, I need a recommendation for a pub that you can take dogs. Gluten tolerant mother-in-law, and they came up with the goods. We went there, it was brilliant. So
there you go.
That was well worth it. Not me.
66.
Yeah. Is it?
Not now. It's not now.
Good thing is you can follow their whole weekend's progress on Spotted Motors, their YouTube channel, which they'll be filming for the whole of this weekend.
That's cool. 9.20 at 148 and a 10.03 at 152.
It's absolutely gorgeous Beetle. Well, both drivers just taking it nice and easy off the start line. Now the Fiesta's putting in some power in the back half.
14.29, 133.
Yeah, that's not your average 14-second car, is it?
No.
That's incredibly quick. Fast for that kind of ET.
Yeah. You don't want to get that wrong. It upset. So this is going to be his first checkout pass of the weekend.
Along with one of our Polish friends with that.
Yeah, that's Konstantin Bloom with the Camaro.
Being currently worked by Corrado. Till then. 10.61 at 138. Carl opens his account with 12.42. A very big 130 miles an hour.
Yeah,
Well, what do we know? 0.967 to 60 foot for his first launch of the season on this racetrack. Half track, he was off it way before that, 4.23. Oh, look how quick that goes.
That'd be an 8.5 second car then if you did that.
It doesn't hang about as it is. But then Ronnie Mercer's probably thinking, hang on a minute, why does mine only run 10.6s and his goes 9.7s without gas?
Probably weight. 983, 1058 car weight. Fair to say.
So if we get to Sunday and you start telling us about your 3 hour drive, we'll be like, shut up. As me and Colin do our half an hour drive.
If we really need to as well.
Well, the Slovakian Golf goes 12.07, 118.
All right, Pete Lane in the Kestrel Beer Lane, hoping that his Doorslammers has become a cash point again for him. Previous winner of the Saturday Big Bracket, 11.78 to open his account.
There's lots of RPM going on in that Mustang. It's probably one of the ones you open the boot and there's nothing in it at all.
Yeah, 694, 107, that would be a low 10. Oh, 1059, 134.
Mobile garage and lives in Switzerland, what's not to like?
So low 8s order of the day for Thomas.
He's clicked it before the
Has
finish
he?
line.
Yeah,
I'm not
940.
sure.
Oh wow, 98 mile an hour.
Not sure whether that's the first run since. That's
It is.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Really good. John's really good at throwing beer cans at my head, so there's no problem.
Right, now then, can Bob run a 9.6 or is he going to tickle it to the 9.5s? Let's see what he's got for us today.
That'd be a 9.4.
It's a 9.41. Wow.
Good. Yeah. Well, the thing is though, and they're prime, and Gasser Circus.
Yeah.
They're prime for this kind of big money bracket racing.
Oh, especially when you pull
Yeah,
01 lights.
There you go. Prove me wrong, why don't you?
Yeah, 981, something like that. 986, not bad. Chris goes 10.22 at 1:30, but no, Lee Charles is.
Yep, those T-shirts are available behind the grandstand right now.
I like that.
XL to 5XL.
Wow.
We got you covered, boys.
So basically, no human sizes then.
No,
No.
yeah.
Okay.
Not allowed. You've got to be festively plump. Alan starts his weekend with a 13.47 at 116. That mile in it.
Well, that's smoother than his last run. Jens Konecki long gone to an 8.30 at 161.
Nice one for John. Cherry for Colt.
Do you know what? No nitrous run for Colin Miller, and very, very boy.
He threw one at John.
Combination of a brand new car. It's a full tube chassis. Brand new car. It's a full tube chassis Santa Rosa now.
It wasn't. It didn't exactly hang about before.
No,
did it?
he ran into the nines here last time.
Once.
And starts his day with an 11.69 at 112. But again, in no car, he's going to be looking to go much deeper.
It's a premier version of Wile E. Coyote, isn't it? Everything about it is that.
Right, Arnie, come on. Oh, he blows the tyres off. Had a phenomenal 8-second pass in the AMC, a couple of weeks ago? Or is he 11.27.97? Absolutely nowhere near representative what that car can do. But
Well, the Poles look very happy with the 970s. That was you that did that.
I know.
He's not made 60
I'm ignoring
foot.
it. I'm just looking at Dave instead, who's doing 110 at the 8th, and a nice little checkout pass of 996 at 136. What do you think?
well, this runs consistent low 12s. I don't know what the bracket is. I think it's
Whoa.
11. Lovely wheelie. That was carried beautifully.
I think this is a car that's only just Sportsman ET. It's on the verge of Pro, isn't it? And that's why. And that's why.
On the verge of Pro. 3. A couple of weeks ago in VWRC competition, ran down into the 9s. Goes 147, 60 foot, 109 at the 8th, and opens his day with a 995 at 140.
Scrabbling for grip. Ends up with a 12.16, 124 miles an hour.
Well, Alex starts his day
with an
88, 152 miles an hour. What a start to the weekend.
Right, put it away for the rest of the season. That's it. Job done, I think, really.
Wow.
Nice looking 60 foot of 131. Big weave going on at the top end, but he's got hold of it to a 914, 163 miles an hour.
Well, they're all here to try, and if nobody breaks anything, they're not trying hard enough.
Oh, 11.7300. It sounded like it reached terminal velocity at like 900 foot. Wouldn't give it.
That could be another gearbox.
And that is not slow either.
I like that. It's like the car thinks, oh, no, that's a bit too much. Don't do that.
On the brakes at the stripe.
Right, Pitor Formella with his front-wheel drive TDI Mark II. Let's see what he can run for his first run of the day. He goes 166, 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 107, and Pitor goes through with a 10.33 at 137 miles an hour.
But consistent low 8s will be his target this weekend. 8.12, very nice indeed. Nice one for Pete there. 8.48, 157, shows the car will do when it's uncorked.
Ooh, 149 60 foot.
For a front-wheel drive, that's moving.
111 at the 8th, and Raphael starts his weekend with a 984 at 143 miles. That's on a street tyre as well. I can see that. That's on a road tyre. Oh. Well, that gets very smoky at the top end of the track, so obviously just bear with us 2 seconds while the crew have a look. 7. He's taking on Robert Cooliquin. Well, a 194 60 foot. That's going to get better throughout the weekend. 97 at the 8th, and Lucas opens his weekend with an 11.40 at 125. And Robert Cooliquin goes through with a 15.49.
Seen, what, 3, maybe 4 of our true street races. So many of them runs in yet.
There's a couple of cars out there somewhere.
Well, I can just see Constantine go through stripe now. 971, 139.
And a 10.74 at 135.
Going quite well for Alan Duthie till that point, just past 60 foot. He's still going though, it's not that quick. 10.99 at 136 in the other lane.
non-nitrous today, because basically the car works really well on nitrous. He's trying to get it sorted without the nitrous. 10:52, 127.
To see the car back. 8-second street car. My goodness me. Not hanging about at all.
That's lovely.
8:65, 164 miles an hour.
Anthony Minchin's got off the start line pretty well, 175.64. At the 8th mile doing 113. This is going to be a low 10. 10, 18, 139. That is basically almost matching his personal best.
370, isn't it?
With a
Well, that's got
V8
some
in it
power.
as well.
Yeah. Well, he's not hanging about for his first pass. 977, 146.
That's probably a little more wheel speed than he wanted. Yep.
Wow. Oh, I clicked it before the 8th. But yeah, that left the line.
It goes 903 at 101 miles an hour.
What a...
I don't know if he's going to run nitrous, because he can and run 7s when he does. Or if he's just going to leave it sensible and stay in the 8s.
Sensible.
890. Oh,
Great number, a week too early.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so... oh, the little Honda's back round again. Getting early laps in. Already done an 11:57. $11.67 on this one.
Yeah, the front of the Hulk has who it is. I wonder if that's an intermittent fault with the throttle or the driver. What do you think?
I need a... Yeah, that's Constantin Bloom with the Camaro.
Being currently worked by Corrado. Till then. 1061 at 138. Carl opens his account with 1242. A very big 130 miles an hour.
Yeah,
Well, what do we know? 0.967 to 60 foot for his first launch of the season on this racetrack. Half track, he was off it way before that, 4:23. Oh, look
God,
how quick that goes.
that'd be an 8.5 second car then, if you did that.
It doesn't hang about as it is. But then Ronnie Mercer's probably thinking, hang on a minute, why does mine only run 10 6s and his goes 9 7s without gas?
Probably weight. 983, 1058 car weight. Fair to say.
So if we get to Sunday and you start telling us about your 3 hour drive, we'll be like, shut up. As me and Colin do our half an hour drive.
If we really need to as well.
Well, the Slovakian Golf goes 12:07, 118.
All right, Pete Lane in the Kestrel beer lane, hoping that his Doorslammers has become a cash point again for him. Previous winner of the Saturday Big Bracket, 1178 to open his account.
There's lots of RPM going on in that Mustang. Whether that's the first run since.
It is.
Is it, yeah? Really good. John's really good at throwing beer cans at my head, so there's no problem.
Right, now then, can Bob run a 9.6 or is he going to tickle it to the 9.5s? Let's see what he's got for us today.
That'd be a 9.4.
It's a 9.41. Wow.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, and they're prime, and Gasser Circus.
Yeah.
They're prime for this kind of big money bracket racing.
Oh, especially when you pull 01 lights.
There you go. Prove me wrong, why don't you?
Yeah, 981, something like that. 986, not bad. Chris goes 1022 at 130. But no, Lee Charles is...
Yeah, those T-shirts are available behind the grandstand right now.
I like that.
XL to 5XL.
Wow.
We got you covered, boys.
So basically no human sizes then?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Not allowed. You've got to be festively plump. Alan starts his weekend with a 13.47 at 116. That mile in it.
Well, that's smoother than his last run. Jens Konecki long gone to an 8.30 at 161.
Nice one for John. Cherry for Cole.
Do you know what? Nitrous run for Colin Miller, and very, very boy.
He threw one at John.
Combination of a brand new car. It's a full tube chassis Santa Rosa now.
It wasn't. It didn't exactly hang about before.
No,
did it?
he ran into the nines here last time.
Once.
And starts his day with an 11.69 at 112. But again, in no car, he's going to be looking to go much deeper.
It's a premier version of Wile E. Coyote, isn't it? Everything about it is that.
Right, Arnie, come on. Oh, he blows the tyres off. Had a phenomenal 8-second pass in the AMC. A couple of weeks ago? Or is he 11.27.97? Absolutely nowhere near representative of what that car can do. But
Well, the Poles look very happy with the 970. That was you that did that.
I know.
He's not made 60
I'm ignoring
foot.
it. I'm just looking at Dave instead, who's doing 110 at the 8th, and a nice little checkout pass of 996 at 136. What do you think?
well, this runs consistent low 12s. I don't know what the bracket is. I think it's
Whoa.
11. Lovely wheelie. That was carried beautifully.
I think this is a car that's only just Sports Mini T. It's on the verge of Pro, isn't it? And that's why. And that's why.
On the verge of Pro. A couple of weeks ago in VWDRC competition, ran down into the nines. Goes 147.60 foot, 109 at the 8th, and opens his day with a 995 at 140.
Scrabbling for grip. Ends up with a 12.16, 124 miles an hour.
Well, Alex starts his day
with an
88, 152 miles an hour. What a start to the weekend.
Right, put it away for the rest of the season. That's it. Job done, I think, really.
Wow.
He's- Nice looking 60 foot of 131. Big weave going on at the top end, but he's got hold of it to a 914, 163 miles an hour.
Well, they're all here to try, and if nobody breaks anything, they're not trying hard enough.
Oh, 11.7300. It sounded like it reached terminal velocity at like 900 foot. Wouldn't give it.
That could be another gearbox.
And that is not slow either.
I like that. It's like the car thinks, oh, no, that's a bit too much. Don't do that.
On the brakes at the stripe.
All right, Pitor Formella with his front-wheel drive TDI Mark II. Let's see what he can run for his first run of the day. He goes 166.60 foot at the 8th mile, doing 107, and Pitor goes through with a 10.33 at 137 miles an hour.
But consistent low 8s will be his target this weekend. 8.12, very nice indeed. Nice one for Pete there. 8.48, 157. Shows the car will do when it's uncorked.
Ooh, 149.60 foot.
For a front-wheel drive, that's moving.
111 at the 8th, and Raphael starts his weekend with a 984 at 143 miles. That's on the street tyre as well. I can see that. That's on a road tyre. Oh. That gets very smoky at the top end of the track, so obviously just bear with us 2 seconds while the crew have a look. 7, taking on Robert Culliquin. Well, a 194.60 foot. That's going to get better throughout the weekend. 97 at the 8, and Lucas opens his weekend with an 11.40 at 125. And Robert Culliquin goes through with a 15.49 100.
Seen, what, 3, maybe 4 of our true street races. So many of them runs in yet.
There's a couple of cars out there somewhere.
Well, I can just see Constantine go through strike now. 971, 139.
And 10.74 at 135.
Going quite well for Alan Duthie till that point, just past 60 foot. He's still going though, it's not that quick. 10.99 at 136 in the other lane.
Basically, the car works really well on nitrous. He's trying to get it sorted without the nitrous. 10:52, 127.
Wait to see the car back. 8-second street car. My goodness me. Not hanging about at all.
That's lovely.
8:65, 164 miles an hour.
Anthony Minchin's got off the start line pretty well, 175 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 113, this is going to be a low 10. 10, 18, 139, that is basically almost matching his personal best.
370, isn't it?
With a
Well, that's got
V8
some
in it
power.
as well.
Yeah. Well, he's not hanging about for his first pass. 977, 146.
That's probably a little more wheel speed than he wanted. Yep. The guy in the Golf's going,
What
is that
the
really
hell?
a transit? You're having a laugh, aren't you?
He's
11:35.
like, I've been beaten by a camper van. Now I've been beaten by a transit.
I'm not-
I believe he's running Saturday.
Okay, well.
863, 153.
119 60 foot as well for that.
Doubling up this year as well. We've got Kyle and Matt doing filming, so there's going to be lots of content all over the site this weekend.
Brilliant.
Not that you don't spam everyone as much as it is anyway.
No, I know. Well,
You're up here,
they will reach a much wider audience. They even went yesterday to Cambridge to the auctions, and it's going to already be on the live stream.
111, 60 foot. Oh, I clicked it before the 8th. But yeah, that left the line.
It goes 903, 101 miles an hour.
What a
I don't know if he's going to run nitrous because he can run 7s when he does. Or if he's just going to leave it sensible and stay in the 8s.
Sensible.
890. Oh,
Great number, a week too early.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so. The little Honda's back round again. Getting early laps in. Already done an 11:57. $11.67 on this one.
Yeah, the front of the Hulk has who it is. I wonder if that's an intermittent fault with the throttle or the driver. What do you think?
So the Golf goes through with a 12.02 and 116. Lewis Lavender out.
Yeah, also got a couple of Mustangs on the go as well.
I love the way that sounds. Yeah, just, knocking a couple of Mustangs together. 907,
Whoa, that's
150.
quick. Very nice run indeed.
55. Well, Butch was trying to get his attention on the start line there. So at the 8th mile, he's doing 111 miles an hour, and Lewis opens his account with a 10.83, 146.
Truth. 132, 60 foot. At the 8th, 534, 138. And he opens his account with an 817 at 173 miles an hour. Maybe Justin. Yeah, Justin is booked in to race the car this weekend, so hopefully be in the 8's first lap. Oh, missed it, 931, 150.
And the first pushback of the day on the racetrack is not.
Sat in their chair. Good morning!
We go through a big wander before our track. Couple of yes/no moments.
Yeah, sightseeing tours are available. Hey.
Right, so first run of the day for Andrew Burton. Nice easy launch. There's 85 at the 8th mile. And goes through the course mile with a 12.83 at 108 as Darryl points out the window.
Literally 6 miles away from where I was. I said, Don, I need a recommendation for a pub that can take dogs. Gluten tolerant mother-in-law. And he came up. They came up with the goods. We went there. It was brilliant. So
there you go.
That was well worth it. Not me.
66.
Yeah. Is it?
Not now. It's not now.
Good thing is you can follow their whole weekend's progress on Spotted Motors, their YouTube channel, which they'll be filming for the whole of this weekend.
That's cool. 9:20 at 1:48 and a 10:03 at 1:52.
It's absolutely gorgeous Beetle. Well, both drivers just taking it nice and easy off the start line. Now the Fiesta's putting in some power in the back half.
14:29, 133.
Yeah, that's not your average 14-second car, is it?
No.
That's incredibly quick. I'm sorry, fast for that kind of ET.
Yeah. You don't want to get that wrong. It upset. So this is going to be his first checkout pass of the weekend.
Along with one of our Polish friends with that.
Yeah, that's Konstantin Blum with the Camaro.
Being currently worked by Corrado. Till then. 10:61 at 1:38. Carl opens his account with 12:42. A very big 130 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Well, what do we know? 0.967 to 60 foot for his first launch of the season on this racetrack. Half track, he was off it way before that. 4:23. Well, look how quick that goes.
That'd be an 8.5 second car then if he did that.
It doesn't hang about as it is. But then Ronnie Mercer's probably thinking, hang on a minute, why does mine only run 10 6s and his goes 9 7s without gas?
Probably weight. 983, 1058 car weight. Fair to say.
So if we get to Sunday and you start telling us about your 3-hour drive, we'll be like, shut up. As me and Colin do our half-an-hour drive.
If we really need to as well.
Well, the Slovakian Golf goes 12:07, 118.
All right, Pete Lane in the Kestrel Beer Lane, hoping that his Doorslammers has become a cash point again for him. Previous winner of the Saturday Big Bracket, 11.78 to open his account.
Lots of RPM going on in that Mustang. It's probably one of the ones you open the boot and there's nothing in it at all.
Yeah, 694, 107, that would be a low 10. Oh, 1059, 134.
Mopar garage and lives in Switzerland, what's not to like?
So low 8s, order of the day for Thomas.
He's clicked it before the finish line.
Yeah,
I'm not
940.
sure.
Oh wow, 98 mile an hour.
Not sure whether that's the first run since.
It is.
Is it, yeah?
Yeah.
Really good. John's really good at throwing beer cans at my head, so there's no problem.
Right, now then, can Bob run a 9.6 or is he going to tickle it to the 9.5s? Let's see what he's got for us today.
That'd be a 9.4.
It's a 9.41. Wow.
Good. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, and they're prime, and Gasser Circus.
Yeah.
They're prime for this kind of big money bracket racing.
Oh, especially when you pull 01 lights.
There you go. Prove me wrong, why don't you?
Yeah, 981, something like that. 986, not bad. Chris goes 1022 at 130. But no, Lee Charles has
Yep, those T-shirts are available behind the grandstand right now.
I like that.
XL to 5XL.
wow.
We got you covered, boys.
So basically, no human sizes then.
No,
No.
yeah.
Okay.
Not allowed. You've got to be festively plump. Alan starts his weekend with a 13:47 at 116. That mile in it.
Well, that's smoother than his last run. Jens Konecki long gone to an 8:30 at 161.
Nice response for John. Cherry for Colt.
Do you know what? No nitrous run for Colin Miller, and very, very Roy.
He threw one at John.
Combination of a brand new car. It's a full tube chassis Santa Rosa now.
It wasn't. It didn't exactly hang about before.
No,
did it?
he ran into the nines here last time.
Once.
And starts his day with an 11.69 at 112. But again, in another car, he's going to be looking to go much deeper into the nines this weekend.
That was, yeah. You're not getting paid for that, Pete. Sorry, mate. You get paid in insults. So you'll be very wealthy. You'll be very wealthy. Anyway, folks, just to let everybody out there know, the reason we aren't racing is not because the staging lanes aren't full of cars, and it's not the track isn't dry. If you can see all the way down the shutdown area, down the other end, it rained a lot harder up the other end of the racetrack, which is nearly a mile away, than it did down here. So this is all bone dry, everybody's ready to go, but right up the other end it's still a bit wet. So we've got both track dryers and the sweeper clearing up the last of the wet stuff right down the end of the shutdown area. It has to be bone dry, not only for the quarter mile racetrack, but for the half mile, if not more, of the shutdown area too. So the staging lanes are full of cars, people. The racetrack itself is pretty much ready. But we're sorry we're not running at the moment, but that's the reason why. To be honest with you, I myself wondered why. That's why I thought I'd actually just do this so everyone else knew what the situation was too. So it's not that we don't want to get on with it. It's not that we... well, we could get on with it on the quarter mile, but we can't get on with it in the shutdown area. So our crew are working tirelessly as always, and as soon as we know, which hopefully won't be that long, now the sun's come out again, there's a little bit of a breeze, we should have a real good afternoon. So I'll hand back to Nitro FM, but yeah, that's just what the hold up is, folks. We'll get back on with Open Run What You Brung as soon as we possibly can. Oh, you got
I
it?
do as well.
You do? Isn't it? Everything about it is that.
Right, Arnie, come on. Oh, he blows the tyres off. Had a phenomenal 8-second pass in the AMC, what, a couple of weeks ago? Or is he 11:27.97? Absolutely nowhere near representative what that car can do. But
Well, the Poles look very happy with the 970s. That was you that did that.
I know.
He's not made 60
I'm ignoring
foot.
it. I'm just looking at Dave instead, who's doing 110 at the 8th, and a nice little checkout pass of 996 at 136. What do you think?
well, this runs consistent low 12s. I don't know what the bracket is. I think it's
Whoa.
11. Lovely wheelie. That was carried beautifully.
I think this is a car that's only just Sportsman ET. It's on the verge of Pro, isn't it? And that's why. And that's why.
On the verge of Pro. A couple of weeks ago in BWDRC competition, ran down into the 9s. Goes 147.64, 109 at the 8th, and opens his day with a 995 at 140.
Scrabbling for grip. Ends up with a 12.16, 124 miles an hour.
Well, Alex starts his day.
Oh, with an
88, 152 miles an hour. What a start to the weekend.
Right, put it away for the rest of the season. That's it. Job done, I think, really.
Wow.
Nice looking 60 foot of 131. Big weave going on at the top end, but he's got hold of it to a 914, 163 miles an hour.
Well, they're all here to try, and if nobody breaks anything, they're not trying hard enough.
Oh, 11,700. It sounded like it reached terminal velocity at like 900 foot. Wouldn't give it.
That could be another gearbox.
And that is not slow either.
I like that. It's like the car thinks, oh, no, that's a bit too much. Don't do that.
On the brakes at the stripe.
All right, Pitor Formella with his front-wheel drive TDI Mark II. Let's see what he can run for his first run of the day. He goes 166, 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 107, and Pitor goes through with a 10.33 at 137 miles an hour.
But consistent low 8s will be his target this weekend. 8:12, very nice indeed. Nice one for Pete there. 8:48, 157 shows the car will do when it's uncorked.
Ooh, 149 60 foot.
For a front-wheel drive, that's moving.
111 at the 8th, and Raphael starts his weekend with a 984 at 143 miles. That's on the street tyre as well. I can see that. That's on a road tyre. Oh. Well, that gets a very smoky at the top end of the track, so obviously just bear with us 2 seconds while the crew have a look. 7. Taking on Robert Culliquin. Well, a 194 60 foot. That's going to get better throughout the weekend. 97 at the 8, and Lucas opens his weekend with an 1140 at 125. And Robert Culliquin goes through with a 1549.
Seen, what, 3, maybe 4 of our true street races. So maybe they're putting runs in yet.
There's a couple of cars out there somewhere.
Well, I can just see Constantine go through strike now. 971, 139.
And 1074 at 135.
Going quite well for Alan Duthie till that point, just past 60 foot. He's still going though. It's not that quick. 1099 at 136 in the other lane.
quite smoky. And they'll be like, don't do that again. They'll be like, I'm just doing a test pass, then I'm going to put the nitrous on, and then it should clear it up.
So I think that's Lee Connor, is that right? With
Yeah.
the 11:23 at 1:28 to open his account. That can go a lot quicker than that. It has. Ronnie Mercer with Annie.
Yeah, non-nitrous today, because basically the car works really well on nitrous. He's trying to get it sorted without the nitrous. 10:52, 1:27.
Wait to see the car back. 8-second street car. My goodness me. Not hanging about at all.
That's lovely.
8:65, 164 miles an hour.
Anthony Minch has got off the start line pretty well, 175 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 113, this is going to be a low 10. 10, 18, 139, that is basically almost matching his personal best.
370, isn't it?
With a
That's got
V8
some
in it
power.
as well.
Yeah. Well, he's not hanging about for his first pass. 977, 146.
That's probably a little more wheel speed than he wanted. Yep. The guy in the Golf's going,
What
is that
the
really
hell?
a transit? You're having a laugh, aren't you? 11:35.
He's like, I've been beaten by a camper van. Now I've been beaten by a transit van.
Oh, I believe he's running Saturday.
Okay, well.
863, 153.
119 60 foot as well for that.
Doubling up this year as well. We've got Kyle and Matt doing filming, so there's going to be lots of content all over the site this weekend.
Brilliant.
Not that you don't spam everyone as much as it is anyway.
I know. Well,
you're up here,
they will reach a much wider audience. They even went yesterday to Cambridge to the auctions. One is going to already be on the live stream.
111, 60 foot.
Wow.
Oh, I clicked it before the 8th. But yeah, that left the line.
It goes 903 at 101 miles an hour.
What a...
I don't know if he's going to run nitrous because he can and run 7s when he does. Or if he's just going to leave it sensible and stay in the 8s.
Sensible.
890. Oh,
Great number, a week too early.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so. The little Honda's back round again. Getting early laps in. Already done an 11:57. $11.67 on this one.
Yeah, the front of the Hulk has who it is. I wonder if that's an intermittent fault with the throttle or the driver. What do you think?
So the Golf goes through with a 12.02 and 116. Lewis Lavender out.
Yeah, also got a couple of Mustangs on the go as well.
I love the way that sounds. Yeah, just, knocking a couple of Mustangs together. 907,
Whoa, that's
150.
quick. Very nice run indeed.
55. Well, Butch was trying to get his attention on the start line there. So the 8th mile is doing 111 miles an hour, and Lewis opens his account with a 10.83.
We are virtually ready to go. Our track crew have done what they needed to do at the top end. As I say, Darryl was saying a moment ago that the track conditions at the top end were a little bit different than they were at the start line, i.e. it rained a lot harder down there than it did at the start line.
Quite a bit soggier, yeah.
Yeah, so the Jets have done their thing, and which has given us all of a chance to have a wander around, check who's in the pairing lanes. It's chock-a-block down there, so going to be very, very entertaining session coming up. And hopefully we'll be good for the rest of the day. That will be very, very nice indeed. So our track crew just getting into position. I can see the medics are back on the pad up the end there. Our chief starter here, Marshall, down there as well. He's ready, and Paul is head of the lanes. And actually, I think they've just been given the signal to come around the corner. Or was that just my imagination? Can't. Yeah, and that's right. Yes, they have.
There we go.
Two front-wheel drive courses.
Also, two perfectly placed cuts, which Ian's just ruined by picking one up. There we go. So today is just what we call run what you brung, which is basically come out and run whatever you got. So quite honestly, you could. That's the idea of it. It's possibly the lowest cost way into something that will be addictive and cost you everything you have for the rest of your life.
Oh yeah.
I think that's the way it goes, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or as I've been slowly cleaning the back of my truck for the wording from the previous owner, but I'm just very slow at it. But I do eventually plan to have drag racing the most expensive way to get.
Correct. My drinking team has a racing problem. There's many like that.
Right, so Lee Openshaw with the Fiat Punto. He's looking to go into the 11s. This is going to be a no nitrous run to start off his weekend. He's racing up against
Harry Lockwood. No.
Oh no, it's not going to be him pushing back on his own, is it? Oh dear, Mr. Marshall.
So all Lee at the moment, 88 at the 8th. He's going to go through with a 13.05, 113. Now see, with the Fiesta earlier, it was effortless, wasn't it? Just on his own.
Yeah, but he's stuck out there on the racetrack. Oh, at least it wasn't your doorbell. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, actually got a little public service announcement. There's a car that's parked in the pit area. It looks like it could actually be a racer support vehicle because it has a ticket in the windscreen. Thing is though, it's parked slap bang in the middle of the race team's pit area. We need it moved, please. Nissan Micra WG06 SZW. If you can go back to your pit, move your car, please. That's WG06SZW, a sort of a beige Nissan Micra. The particular team is actually where their awning is going, so you do need to move that as soon as possible.
Otherwise, you'll have your own pit area very shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just come back. Where's my car? It's in our awning now. It is our car.
It's a race car now.
Yeah. They'll get the trolley jacks out and move it soon. Right, Ben Kennedy and Ronnie Mercer.
So a quick Outlaw Anglia match-up this time round. Although neither are in Outlaw Anglia.
Well, Ben likes to get back into the nines. Lexus power, actually, in Ben's car.
Oh,
yeah. Wow. That'll do nicely. 9:58, 136. Ronnie goes 10:48.
128.
The smoke at the top end for...
That's one of the quicker runs I've ever seen Ben make,
Yeah.
actually, that one. That's really good.
Nicely done, Ben. Right, Colin Miller.
So pairing lanes are chock-a-block, as you said earlier, and now everyone's woke up, everyone's excited. The worst thing is we've had quite a few cars come down already. We haven't even seen half the amount of cars that are on the track.
I'd be surprised if it was about a quarter yet, really.
Yeah.
There's
I think you're right.
There are a lot. So the flying five for himself, Mr. Colin Miller. Doink to block earlier on today. I'm guessing that was a no nitrous run in the Slick Tricks rain. This looks like it's going to be as well.
No, he had to be 3 shots purged, 3 vents
That one.
purged. Yeah, there we go.
Ah.
And Warren Watts the other side.
No tire shake for Colin, and a 108 to 60 foot as well. Low 7 or high 6? 6! There is a 6 in there. 768. I looked at the wrong number first. 177. Nice for Warren, though. 910 at 148. Colin will like that 60 foot, though. That's, I think, one of the quickest he's ever had.
Yeah, 1-0 in a pop is very good. I think John Webster's gone 101, I think.
That's right, yeah. But John's is, I don't want to say it quite like this, but John's is specifically designed to do that, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
That sounds like Bruno. It is. Bruno Bala with the Gotham City Vet. Coming around the corner.
All the way from Mulheim in Switzerland.
Former winner of the Pro Doorslammers class, and then he went on the following weekend to take the Euro Finals.
That's right, yeah. Well, it might have been not the Euro Finals that year. Anyway, that one.
Whichever it was, yeah.
Straight as you like. Bruno last year dipped into the 580s for the first time ever. Unfortunately, the bloke in the other lane did it as well and just beat him. That was Jan Eriksson at the European Finals last year. That was a hell of a race. But Bruno is the very definition of a consummate racer. Just chips away at it forever, doesn't he? Everything he does.
Yeah.
It's all about tiny little improvements, but they all add up to one big thing, and it makes him so difficult to beat on race day. So the car is a 1963 split window Corvette, thus named. We can see from here it does have a split window in the back of it. The team have done this for many years now, incredibly meticulous about how they do everything. There we go, quick wheelie bar measurement, tyre temperature measurement. So this is a test run. This is also his first run of the year. So I wouldn't be surprised to see here if he clicks it, maybe 330, maybe half track. Be very surprised if he drives it out the back door because it is a test day. Pedal job worthy of a funny car driver, that one. Straight up in smoke as soon as he let the finger off the trans brake and pedalled it and nailed it again, but cruises through to a 14-second pass. That's what test runs are for, checking everything out. It's always amazing, isn't it, that a car like Andrei Arnover's car earlier on went 96 to 60 foot, and Bruno's, which should do the same on the same racetrack, does that. But it might be one little thing they can change and then be back to running seriously quick again.
Alright, back onto our front wheel drives. Ricardo literally a week ago, this car was completely stripped down, no hope of racing. The guys grouped together and built a race car. And then we got Connor Edwards with the Astra Saloon. A lovely different car to be using. That's an 11-second car usually. Right, let's see what Ricardo starts with. 984 at 142. Oh my God. That is going to be the most expensive run he has ever done in his life. This afternoon,
Because
there is going to be a proposal.
Oh, another one of those, is it?
Well done, well done.
Is that was the first time he ran
That's
a
his
9?
first ever 9, and for about 2 years he's always been on the promise. As soon as I run a 9,
because he thought, well, either he thought he'd never do
he
it.
literally said this weekend I am limited to 10-0.
Yeah, Yeah, yeah. No, we had one of those a couple of weeks ago in Wild Bunch when Rob White in Happy Days, the slingshot, ran his first ever. I think it was a 9 or a 10. But anyway, he'd had the engagement ring in his toolbox for 3 years.
In his toolbox? Yeah. Wow, that's romance.
But finally cracked it. So I went to the Wild Bunch presentations and he got down on one knee and, yep, he did the proposal. Good lad. Well on, Rob. I think it was his first 10.
What you need to get him to do is hold out the ring and say, thank you for putting me up with me while I was a 10-second driver. Now I'm in the 9s, here's your reward. It'd be really funny if the other party said, no, I want an 8-second driver now. You're not good enough. I would say what the colour was, but I can't see it anymore. Again.
It was a Mark III Gold.
Ah, thank you.
And it goes 11.22 at 129. And that's another personal bit. These guys are literally knocking off PBs every run. Go on in, Colin. I'll keep passing my phone down all day long.
One?
Bottom one.
Bottom one.
I can't remember who was in the top one.
Someone who went 10.96.
Oh, yeah, that one as well, please. That'd be Cam. Cam's personal best was a 12 before that.
Well, it is kind of a perfect day. About 17 or 18 degrees, a slight tailwind, and perfect racetrack.
That's about the wind turbines have just given up, haven't they?
Yeah.
They can't be bothered anymore.
So are the flags.
Yeah.
So John Turner and Billy Gain. Actually, Billy's first run for a while with the rebuilt engine in Slicktricks Lane. John Turner was actually, he corrected me, entered in Super Comp next week.
Ah.
I said to him, I thought you might have entered the right class. He went, no, this motor did that once. So with it now being a couple of £100 lighter. He's currently going, I'm keeping up with Billy. I'm keeping up with Billy. Look, I'm not far behind Billy. Billy goes 840. John Turner goes 883 at 148. It's new. Quickest run ever.
Yeah.
Basically, it's lost so much weight, it's like taking John out of the car. Yeah, Billy going 840 at 166. Billy's actually looking to run in the new heads-up 760 class, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's uncorking it a bit. I think that's where all the engine work came from.
All right, Pete Lane and Brett Featherstone. So you've got the 11-second Barracuda and your 9-second Nova. Plays 11.54. A couple of our 4-cylinder racers. Adam goes 15.25. All right, a little Fiat from Poland then.
This is a Jan Civic. Yeah, new Civic. This has got, for the VW people, this has got the original engine that was in Bug-Eyed in the 90s.
Wow.
He's also the owner of the famed Bugster Pro Mod that used to be raced here back in the 90s as well.
Yeah.
It sits in his lounge.
Chris Thorburn with the Mustang goes 10.27, 128.
13.38. He said his goal for this weekend is just to run that little Fiat all motor and get it into the 12s.
Yeah.
He said he had nitrous on it before, but it scared him a bit too much. So he's gone, no nitrous this weekend.
Right, Jack Marriage with his Beetle. I believe he's got the gear Marriage's Beetle in that car.
Okay. Oh, well. I think you might jinx someone's gearbox there.
Yeah.
Under the tower, we got Daniel Mzigwood. This is a Mark 1 Golf 4-wheel drive TDI.
Whoa, that could be entertaining.
Yes, very much so. So, personal best for this little Mark 1 Golf is a 9.42. She's quick. So, first run for the Mark 1 Golf today. Mark 2 Golf is on its second run.
Oh, shame.
So, in the Kestrel Beer Lane, what have we got? 160, 160 foot, 109 at the 8th, and a quarter mile of a 1030 at 140 miles an hour. As you saw, the Mark 1 there just launched and gripped and then just suddenly stopped.
Yeah, 10.6, 60 foot doesn't really doesn't really cut it, does it? But they'll be back around for another one later on. But nevertheless, just love the ingenuity of what these racers are bringing to the table this weekend. And very rare that you'll find two cars the same, to be honest.
No, that's it. Right, what have we got else as well? Oh, look at that front end laners now. We've got some real Polish power at the head of the lanes as well. David Lamek's round there, Peter Sashenko's round there. I thought there was Carl Goldsmith for a minute there with the Mordor Golf as well.
Yeah, a real good mix of people down there and incredible mix of cars. Right, Gary Semper with the Tin Indian Firebird. And there he goes 12.07, and Alan Kenyon goes 13.95 at 116.
I really want to get Pitor to line up with John Tevenon. It's like father and son.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
So am I right in thinking the Civic in Kestrel Lane has been deep into the 8s? Is that
No,
right?
no, he's been at 9.2.
I beg your
David
pardon.
Lamek with the Opel Corsa,
Yeah.
or Nova, has been 8.5 at 160 miles an hour on both of these on an airfield as well.
My goodness me.
So we could see something special. This is his first run of the weekend for both of these cars.
I don't think he knows where the start line is. I think that's the problem at the moment. Waiting for the light to come on. Nearly there. He's there now.
Alright, so Davies away with a 160.60 foot. That's a very aggressive start for Peter. 111 at the 8th and rolls through to a 10.72. Pitor goes 9.68 at 160. So open accounts for both of those races. Pitor is my sweepstakey.
That's
your
very
boy.
good. That's very lucky you got that. How did you manage that?
Just pick him out of the hat.
So Joe Stevens with the Sunbeam Stiletto. Always good to see Joe out here with that car. That's a 7-second machine. Twin turbo Sunbeam. That's what drag racing's about, sticking stuff that you shouldn't stick into places you shouldn't. I rephrase that. sticking engines into cars that never should have been made for. Glad I corrected myself, otherwise that could have gone really wrong. Oh, look at that pedal from Joe. Expertly done.
That's on one.
862 at 164 for Joe Stevens. 151 to 60 foot, and that was with the tyre slip as well. That's on street treads as well, folks.
Right. Mark 7 and another one of our post visitors.
So is that a car that's been driven here, or was that on the...
No, I think it was also on the trailer. That's Thomas Drodwith.
Was the Volkswagen Transport on the trailer? Was that just their support vehicle?
Yes.
I was going to say.
I think it was basically, it got to the point where obviously that spot was being used no matter what. So if they didn't have enough race cars, they just put a support vehicle on, because they were all off down to Tesco's yesterday. So
yeah, they needed a runaround.
Yeah. It really does come in handy having a run around.
I'd love to go to Santa Pod, but most importantly, Tesco's.
Yes, I've heard great things about this place. Ooh.
Well, everyone goes there when they come here, don't they?
Yeah, that's it.
That BM is not hanging about at all.
149 to 60.
My goodness me.
622, 115. That's in the tens. 957.
Wow.
Terrific stuff.
Excellent.
If that was driven here...
low sixes. That's definitely
Yeah, that was
in a
driven
nine.
here. It took him half an hour from Poland. So this is a new name to me as well. Do you know the story behind it? I know whose car it is, or was.
Well, basically, he messaged me this week just saying, do you know of any enclosed trailers 7 metres for sale, because I need to get this car back to Poland.
So he bought it?
He's bought it, yeah. It's going back to Poland after this weekend.
Fantastic.
It's supposed to be going on the transporter, I think. But obviously, there's no paperwork for it. It's just, I just bought a Jaguar XJ8.
Yeah.
Standard.
Entered in Pro Doorslammers as well, so he's never driven the car before.
No. He's got, obviously, the whole of David's team guiding him. He's pitted with them.
David's looking in the door. I did check it out. He's raced in Poland quite a lot already. He's got serious... I can't remember what car he's got. Whatever it is, it's seriously quick. But this was the next on the list.
It's one of those. It's a shame to lose a car. And we hope that we'll see it again.
However, we are seeing it.
We are seeing it this weekend.
That's right.
For sure.
Doing the decent thing and racing it before he takes it home.
Yeah, that's it.
I remember Dave a month or two ago was looking for a good enclosed trailer as well. I can only think it may have been.
Probably, yeah. So if anyone out there has got a 7 metre enclosed trailer
hanging about,
we can find you a buyer.
That's some first-hand instruction from Dave Smith. Yeah, there we go. That's what you need to do. So we do believe his first run ever in the car. Oh, he's lost fire. There we go. In full stage. Well held. Still goes 962, only 102 miles an hour, 127 to 60 foot, and pulls both shoots.
And breathe out when I'm going.
Yeah, lots of breathing out going on.
So, one of our Run What You Brungers taking on Jake Tipping, another caddy van that we've got in the front-wheel drive class. Jake's current personal best is a 12:16 at 114 miles an hour. We've got a couple of quick caddies racing this weekend. $196.60 foot at the 8th mile. Jake's doing 87. Yeah, I reckon it's going to be a 12. 12:65, 112 miles an hour.
Excellent matchup this one as well. John Tebenham, JT, with the Burnout King Pop in the Slick Tricks lane, taking on Mark Sheridan. I'm really glad that the Santa Pod media team posted that run from back at the Festival of Power, where Mark just ran one of the most ridiculous combinations of ET and speed I think I've ever seen. I think it was a 10 something at nearly 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, 197 miles an hour.
Mad. So that it's just because he's, I think, having trouble spooling it off the start line. Once he does, we may well have another 6-second car on our hands. Street car, that is, by the way. Fully street legal. Still not really spooling. It is now. Oh, and he's braking too. Only 166 miles an hour. 823 at 166. JT goes 150 miles an hour, finally. Look at that scoreboard. 897. But after a number of years of trying, he finally gets that stubborn little thing over 150 miles an hour by 0.10 of a mile an hour. I think he's been about 230 something in his other car, but you know. So Brian Pateman out for a practice run. Normally runs about an 868. 895 this time, 152. Pete Creswell with the full Monty. More used to seeing his lads race these days than Pete.
Oh.
That should be an 8. It's an 8.52. 158 miles an hour for Pete. So Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse. New bigger engine for this summer's taking the car way into the 8s. That's his brother out front directing traffic. That's Topo giving the last few directions, making sure everything's good to go.
So 886 earlier. Let's see if he's got a bracket car. Pete Cresswell was 400th what he ran on the last pass. So 886. What's he got? 925. Maybe trying something a little bit different this time.
Clicked it earlier.
Yeah. Oh yeah, speed definitely down 128.
So Bob Molden taking on.
Yeah.
Well, Mark Run on Jose Lake. Well, we've already seen one of the Skiller Turbo cars go into the 9s. This is another one of them. His personal best is 10.1. He's basically got a stock motor in there, but they're throwing a whole load of nitrous in there.
So Bob went 941 on his pass earlier.
Jose's got the 60 foot he needed. 95 at the 8. Jose Late goes 11.32, 190.
Well, Bob just 200s off what he ran earlier. Is he quicker? Right, is that Ollie?
That is Ollie.
Yeah, right, got it right this time. So Ollie Whitehouse in the Slick Tricks lane in the Beetle.
And taking over Paul Conway. Paul's been racing this car at Crail, and he was basically, if I can get it into the 12s, I'll enter Doorslammers. So he's been doing a few rounds up at Crail, which we've been featuring.
Cool.
And then, yeah, now he's entered. And bro.
Well, Ollie on the gas all the way through. 12.99, 102. Seeing quite a few racers arriving today. Obviously, the pits were very, very full yesterday.
Yes.
Loads of people sort of got here.
Quite a few
so they
people
could
got
test.
here really early, and then in the evening they were like, so what's going on tonight? And I was like, nothing.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's right.
today is literally just arrival day. Should you wish to arrive the day before? They're like, oh, okay. So we just chill. Like, yeah, just chill. Oh no, the shoes come out.
I think it's the curse of the Hulk. Every time the Hulk comes round to run. Am I allowed to say that? I just did.
You can do. He just looks at... No, I'm not even going to say that. I'm not going to get myself in trouble.
What like I do.
I was going to mention what was on the front of the car, and I was going to say, oh...
Can easily be misconstrued.
Yeah, exactly.
Easily.
That's why I thought I held back. So, Powell Petrek's car down there, it just looks lovely. He's done a great job on that. So he came along to Santa Pod Raceway for Doorslammers, 2019 probably. I'm sure just before. No, it must have been the second one.
Right.
Just after COVID sort of started, and we just started the Brexit sort of full transition, and he just came over with his car. I mean, from here in the tower, we were looking down going, okay. I was like, this car looks a bit sketch. He eventually ran into the nines, and we were like, well done. And he said, what can I do to make my car so I can come and run like this weekend and then stay for the FIA meeting? And so he went home and he's taken all the rules home and basically built a full tube chassis car.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, that's what's in there now. It's a full tube chassis car.
Cracking.
Has basically upgraded everything. The engine, he's now got a DSG transmission in there, and obviously a much lighter car. And it looks a whole lot better as well.
Proper job.
I bet you can still. It was one of my abiding memories of that weekend was seeing them load it, and they had the back end of it and just walking it around the pits, holding it like a little trolley.
Yeah.
Because it's just there's nothing, like you said, there's nothing in the back whatsoever.
No, that's it.
Everything's about.
Well, when he did come last time, he got rid of the rear suspension and just had solid struts, and the wheels were mounted on the back. And he's like, "Oh, it's bouncy when you go through the finish line." He's like, "Yes, there's a reason cars have suspension."
Right.
And I think my main memory from that weekend was his driver, who was one of the drivers of the truck, Peter,
Right.
who arrived on the first day and basically tripped over and face planted the concrete. And it looked like from day one he'd been in a fight. And everyone's like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yes." I just fell over. He was like, "I wasn't even drunk. There's not even a good story."
Well, a bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel Beer lane at the moment, and the Blown Bird team checking traction in the Slick Tricks lane. So, slight pause whilst they do the track clean. It won't take too long, fortunately, as we've got a hell of a lot of racers line up in the lanes, including that potential 6-second escort from Malta. Obviously, we've got Kev Slyfield in the lanes as well. Just take a brief commentary for a moment, and we will be... Oh, Dave Swift is in the lanes as well. We will be back with you shortly, but don't go anywhere. I know you won't be.
start off his weekend. He's racing up against
Harry Lockwood. No.
Oh, no, it's not going to be him pushing back on his own, is it? Oh, dear, Mr. Marshall.
So, all Lee at the moment, 88 at the 8th. He's going to go through with a 13.05, 113.
So, a quick Outlaw Wrangler match-up this time round. Although neither are in Outlaw Wrangler.
Oh, Ben likes to get back into the nines. Lexus power, actually, in Ben's car.
Oh, yeah. No tie shake for Colin and a 108 to 60 foot as well. Low 7 or high 6? 6! Oh, there is a 6 in there. 768. Pedal job worthy of a funny car driver, that one. Straight up in smoke as soon as he let the finger off the trans brake and pedalled it and nailed it again, but cruises through to a 14-second pass. That's what test runs are for, checking everything out.
Group together and build a race car. And then we've got Connor Edwards with the Astra Saloon. A lovely different car to be using. That's an 11-second car usually. Right, let's see what Ricardo starts with. 984 and 142. Oh my God. That is going to be the most expensive run he has ever done in his life. This afternoon,
Because
there is going to be a proposal.
so we are back to racing. Well, run what you run racing anyway. We have two of our Polish friends this time round. One in front wheel drive. In Slick Tricks Lane. Colin's just cracked open his first beer of the day, as you can hear. And
That's it. All this Slimming World thing's just a lie, really.
Slimming World beer, that's what it is. Just kidding, of course. It's
Yeah, you get it.
Diet
Cunningly
Coke.
disguised as a Diet
Coke,
Coke. That's
yeah.
it.
I could do that, yeah.
Pavel just making sure it's nice and clear.
8 flat at 150. I think that could be his quickest run ever. They do look rather overjoyed with that at only 143 mile an hour. You're right, Colin.
Well, 143 at the 8, 150 at the stripe. So, wow.
And 11.45 for Pavel that time round. I'm pretty sure that car, was it 8.2 or 8.4 that car had run?
I can't remember.
It was on the Euro Dragster update. I'll check it out.
Oh, there you go. Right, so Arnie Pamet round with the AMX. It's going to be taking on Gary Camilleri from Malta. The last run, he went 1.160 foot. His personal best was a 1.10 60 foot at Halfa. So,
Pretty much there.
that's it. 7.1 seconds is his personal best. And obviously they've come here this weekend not only to put on a show, but to run at what they class as the greatest drag strip in Europe.
I beg your pardon. Watchich has run 783 with that with the Hulk, and our friend with the Firebird was 830. I got it the wrong way round. So Gary Camilleri looking to run probably a little further than he did earlier on. One flat to 110 to 60 foot.
Wow, that's on one.
Here he goes. 7:36, 178 miles an hour. The crew very happy with that.
Quickest of the day, actually.
1.10 to 64.69 at 148 to the 8th.
That two-step is violent. Charlie Roberts with the 5 up. First run of him for the day. First run of him for the year, in fact. He's not made any championship rounds this year. Limited schedule for him. Racing this season, doing Doorslammers and Bug Jam and VW action. He's taking on the twin turbo Ford Cortina. Alright, so 170, 60 foot for Charlie. Cortina way out in front at the moment. He's going to get to the finish line first with a 9.32. Charlie Roberts goes through with 11.39, 125.
Yeah,
That is a personal best. Yeah, go on. Bottom one.
Yeah, Michael Castle then, 9.32, 153 with a Cortina, way quicker than he went earlier on as well. So he's quickest of the day. More to come.
Well, look at that, again, all in the 60 foot.
Yeah.
Loads left to come.
Well, 159. Yeah, there's probably at least a tenth or more there. So yeah, it could be in the 8s, Cortina.
Yeah. So
Right.
Dave Smith with the OMX.
I had a chat with Dave last night. He says, I can't wait for this. I just want to line up against a Pro Mod.
I think that's what it is.
It is.
There's
Yeah.
loads of box ticking going on as well.
Yeah.
I mean, someone like Colin Miller has been around a long time and done lots of stuff.
Yeah.
This is one of his bucket list things to do, is run against a Pro Mod. Looking no nitrous pass for Dave Swift. A little bit of a wiggle before half track.
Liking the new crew shirts as well, actually. Very smart, very good design. I like that. And Dave coasts through at the end with a 10.16 at 84. Tim Stanbury and Lee Childs.
Yeah, Lee, with a nodding dog in the back, does tend to make the very most of coming to Doorslammers, doesn't he? In the big bracket.
Tim had a great first run in the low 9s. Let's see where he was. Can't remember exactly where he ran. 9.07. Goes 9.08, 9.82. A little bit quicker this time for Lee, and well, if Tim can go 9.07 and 9.08, he's got a good combination that's working well, especially with zero lights as well. Welcome back, Tim. Quite a few more spectators out there now than there was earlier. Obviously, people have arrived, set up.
Camping field's filling up nicely.
Yeah. Right, it is Top Fuel Carl and Steve Matthews. Steve running in the big bracket this weekend. Normally see him in Gasser Circus.
Yeah, Steve Matthews put up a great post yesterday. Doorslammers entry, check. Round practice run, check. 50 quid buyback, check. Watching from the stands for the rest of the weekend, check.
Winning.
Every confidence. He's doing it for the Gasser Circus this weekend. I'm sure he'll get further than that. Well, he's going to have fun trying, most importantly.
A 9.6, 9.7. What's he got? 9.57.
Yeah, took Carl a little while to get off and running. 16.08 at 112.
The worst thing is Carl wanted to put in 2 happy passes and then park it up for the day. And now he'll be like, oh, I have to keep going.
He's always like... He's
He's a sucker for punishment.
you know, he looked like... I saw him one evening. He was just walking around with a can in his hand. And he looked like a spare one at a wedding because he wasn't underneath the car. Because he wasn't, didn't have loads to do.
Right, we've got John Gamble just appeared. And we've got BMW below, but I don't know who it is.
I'll be very interested to see how quick that goes, because that looks fierce.
Which one?
Well, either actually. I was thinking the RS. Is it an RS7?
RS7, yeah.
Not bad as a backup car, is it? When your race car's not ready.
You're joking.
Yeah.
Is that a backup?
That's
car?
his backup car. That's his daily.
Yeah, heads-up race between two cars that you'd, well, not want to sit next to at the traffic lights probably, because you get spanked.
1191.
123 and a 1222 at 120.
So just waiting patiently below the tower while they're doing a little bit of scrubbing. Lee Connor with the Lotus. This will be his third run of the weekend.
So Lee Connor, if this car gets off the start line, it is well, it's seriously quick anyway, even if it doesn't. But the key is, it's not really designed for drag racing, and he's doing a great job of getting it acclimatised. That was pretty good.
It was just the rest of it.
Every time, it's
Every
the
year.
limiter. 11:27 at 1:24 that time for Lee Connor. The launch was a lot more like it though.
Yeah, they crossed the line not too far apart, but it was the it was the difference on the tree. Oh, I like this Mark 1 Cortina. I really do. So 10:48 at 1:36, and the Cortina goes 13:23 at 104. Well, let's have a look at the lanes to see. We've got two Pro Mods over there now. It's not to say there's any more tucked in behind, but you got Kev Slyfield and Jan Eriksson in the lanes, and quite a few of racers about to put their first runs in as well. So.
Right, Mario Capella out for his first run with the Audi A3. This car has been deep into the 8s many, many times. The Mark III Golf, though, was a bit of a weird run on his first run earlier this morning. Oh, well, something comes off of Mario. Another bit, just bits bigger and bigger again, falling off of Mario's car. He's clearly seen that he's lost drive on one of his wheels and coasts through to an 1189 at 91 miles an hour. I can only assume that was the CV car. As Chris parks up the bike to run across and to retrieve that CV joint. So Lewis Simpson from Scotland with the Honda Civic. He came along to Santa Pod Raceway to the Jap show last year. He'd never been in a fast car like this. He ran down into the nines, went 9.5, and literally it was like, next week is Doorslammers, you need to enter. And he's like, mate, I can't. He was like, I've just done this, I can't enter that. But he's been back over the winter, he's had complete rebuild, nut and bolt. This car is absolutely gorgeous. He's got more power than ever. He did a test run the other week at Crail, and there's just an in-car video, and it's just literally him laughing to himself for the whole quarter mile as he just cannot get any grip at all.
Oh.
just when it come on boost in 4th gear, he's just like a little child. He's like, yes!
Well, it's going to be a bye run, unfortunately, after all that, though, because Slick Trick's name needs a bit of attention.
I was about to say that I wasn't surprised there wasn't going to be much grease come off of that CV that was rolling around. So Grant Parker with the Mark 1 Golf. This is going to be his first run in about a year and a half on a brand new engine. So that will be a nice walk in the park and then a little bit of a jog to the back end of the track. 83 miles an hour. Oh, Andre Mychek is in the lanes as well. The Honda CRX that is next to the Kev Slyfield at the moment, that is an all-motor 9-second Honda. So I'd love to see that line up against Manager Wells at some point this weekend. Okay, so burnout complete once again. Lewis Simpson. Trip to see this tree. At the mid-track he's doing 115 miles an hour and Lewis goes through with a 10.25, 146. That's his quickest run of the day.
Very nice at 11.72 at 123 for the Civic.
Yeah, just temporarily down to one lane for a moment whilst do some work in the slick. In actual fact, the tractor's now gone out, so it's going to be on hold. But I think Kev Slyfield's team are all hooked up, ready to start the car. Jan Eriksson tucked in behind. They could be next. But the pairing lane's looking very busy indeed. Obviously, a lot of people have come a long way this weekend to run cars and don't want to waste track time opportunities. When you're having a wander around, folks, I haven't mentioned them yet, but please pop by and see some of the traders that are in the main trader area, which is next to the pairing lanes. Quite a lot of them here this weekend supporting the Doorslammers event and of course VW action, so please pop by and see them. Big shout out to everybody here for the VW event as well. Probably most of you are on the banking at the moment, but you can go and have a look elsewhere as well. Go in the pits and see some of the race machinery that's here this weekend. And I know you've got your own entertainment over there as well, and especially this evening probably going to get quite lively with the stage and everything. So VW action is a good event actually, especially now it's incorporated within the Doorslammers. And of course, everybody here for VW action scene is some of the best. Well, door car racing anywhere really. Very exciting, random pairings. You don't know who you're going to get when racing starts. Good and proper. Tomorrow, especially in the big bracket, because they are racing. Tomorrow's qualifying day for all of the other classes, and then tomorrow night we have the random chip draw. So basically we get all the drivers in a pen in front of the draw stage, and then the chips come out, I say like the poker chips with the numbers on, and that determines who the racers are, and that's how we do our pairings. So it is totally random. It's not like number 1 takes number 8 and number 2 takes number 7. It's just random. big bracket, they just all come down en masse, and we just get somebody who goes, I want that car against that car. Normally we try and find a youngster to do it as well, so it's quite entertaining. That get some real good prize fights going on in the big bracket as such. You don't know who you're going to be up against, so it just makes it more entertaining. That's right, just a little bit of track grooming going on at the moment, so just take a breathing commentary. This is not going to be for long, so we will hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when engines start up once again. Okay, we are back. That was a very quick pause, actually, as Kev's Lyfield comes around with a blown bird, his first run of the year.
Scrubbing in a new set of tyres by the sounds of that.
Yeah, he had the wheels off the car last night, and the tyres were just left outside, so whether he was prepping ready.
So Kev officially retired last year. That's why he's back.
He did, yeah.
That's why he's back, yeah. But like I said before, drag racing is a maddening game where no matter how many times you do it, you always leave something on the table. There's always something that you haven't quite nailed that you thought you were going to. So the car hasn't sold, obviously. So Kev thought, do you know what? If it's still in one piece, why not race it?
In actual fact, it doesn't look like a new set of tyres on there.
I could not have been in. Probably just giving everything a bit of a warm-up. It might have been sat around the back there for a little while. Could do that for all kinds of reasons. Just get a bit of extra heat in the clutch, in the engine, whatever it might be. Or the converter, in this case.
Got to say hi to the Fadster because Purdy is on crew with Kev this weekend.
So this will probably be a checkout pass if it all goes well to 330 foot.
Yeah, that's just 330.
Checkout pass. 6:12 at 2:23. Quickest run of the day by some margin. 101 to 60 foot, 4 flat at 184 to the 8th mile. 2.12 for the back half. But so much for taking it easy.
Yeah, and they're all smiling. And
honestly,
the key now is to find out if, because Kev knew it would take one run to find out if it worked.
And that
looked all right.
That looks okay. What I will say is that before you go on it, before you become a drag racing commentator, I think this is why there's only so few of us. You have to be a certified liar before you can do it. Because whatever you say, they prove you completely wrong.
And whatever you say, you can't actually say what they tell you.
No, that's right. Yeah, precisely.
You have to put it in a different way as to cover yourself.
Well, that was a really nice looking smooth run for Kev.
Right, here's another one.
Exactly the same burnout line as Kev.
I can smell burning, like nasty type burning.
I can smell nasty type.
Yeah, it didn't sound right. I don't know quite what it was, but the engine note wasn't as sweet. I'm not sure whether anything's burnt or whether that was clutch burning, whatever it was. Oh, look, Barney's a backup guy. How cool. Give him a cheer, everybody. Barney the backup guy.
He's smiling, so
Yeah.
He's got the radio on, he can
just
hear
needs
that.
a frock.
I just love on the injector hat, you can see it is completely iced up all over the top of it.
So this car won the European Championship last year. It's European record holder in Pro Modified, track record holder in Pro Modified 2. Was set here nearly a year ago at the main event with 5.72. I remember seeing his face when we told him at the top end, and he was surprised. So this is Jan Eriksson from Västerås in Sweden. Unbeaten here all summer last year in 12 rounds of racing. .60 to 60 foot, shaking the backside off it. Can you believe that? But that's probably why it shook, because 960 to 60 foot is probably on the verge of being a little bit too much for a door car. The simple reason being is they do need a little bit of wheel speed, a little bit of wheel slip. Otherwise, the tyre shake, which is exactly what happened to Jan that time. But anyway, that's what test runs are for. Nailed it again a couple of times.
So you can tell one of our cars, no burnouts. That's a four-wheel drive car of Chris Waterhouse in the Kestrel Beer Lane. We have Mark Taylor making his first pass of 2023 with the Seat Leon, the Blue Leon Racing. Again, another low 10-second car and a 9-second car. So Chris Waterhouse doing 110 at the 8th and goes through with a 990, 142 miles an hour. They're having a great weekend so far. Each run getting quicker and quicker. Who have we got now? Right. Andre Myshik, but the guys are kind of holding the car. Ian won't have that. He'll be like, oh hell no.
Yeah, he's pointing at him. Going alongside KB, actually, with Roaring Rat.
He's still holding on to it. No. So I'm assuming his brakes maybe don't work very well on the back of the car. They wanted to originally hold it a la 90s for the burnout.
So just going to be on the one lane just for a moment.
So Andre Myshik with the Honda CRX. This car has been down into the 9s over in Poland.
You know, looking at that car from here, there is absolutely no clues what it is at all.
It's a vehicle.
Yeah.
I think. And I can only tell that because it's got a door.
Yeah.
Well, it hooked and went possibly
did, didn't it?
too well, unfortunately.
Oh no. We're all good, we're all good. That's good to see.
So Keith Bartlett then in Roaring Rat. Engine's just had a bit of a refurb over at Williams Brothers. Supercharger's been reworked as well, and it does sound good. That's a good way to put it. Well, something mid-10s would be good. Something low 10s would be even better. Let's see how the car goes. .648 107. 10.18 at 130. Very nice run indeed for Keith.
I'm pretty sure you said something mid-10s would be amazing.
No, so mid-10s would be good, low 10s would be real good. And yeah,
Real
10.18, that'll do. The thing is, though, if Keith comes around and does another one like that, then you could see it going into big bracket tomorrow.
Okay, late entry.
Late entry, yeah.
Okay. It's good to see this Audi fixed and back on the start line. Again, we said it was a long way to come, especially after that first run. Let's see what the Mark III Golf... Oh, no. Ignore the Audi. Right, the Mark III Golf. Doing 102 at the 8th. And it's going to go 11.46. 129.
Good of him. He's actually backing up. Got no forward drive, but he's backing up.
Yeah, he did that last time, didn't he?
Well, has he got drive? That's the thing, though.
Oh, hello. Forsten Mindorf has made it into the underneath the tower. Europe's second fastest front-wheel drive.
And I think only the second car I've seen with wheelie bars on the back on the front-wheel drive.
Yeah,
I think we were talking about that earlier on. And
yeah. I think it's literally just the two. Match has not been out yet. That's a third. So I think there's 3 on side.
Right, he has got reverse engaged, so bringing the car back.
Maybe you can just go backwards and enter the front-wheel drive class.
Yeah.
Staging using the rear view.
Alright, who have we got? And we've got Carl Monks with the Gary Speed Performance Honda Civic. He's trying to run his first 9-second pass. This is going to be Forsten Middendorf's first run of the year. His checkout pass. His personal best is an 8:25 at 173 miles an hour. The 60 foot on this is storming. That DSG box does the work for him. He's away. 141 60 foot. That's comparatively slow for him. 137 at the 8th. And he clicks off an 861 at 156 to start his weekend. That's a nice little checkout pass.
Yeah, and obviously the quickest front-wheel drive here so far. Nicely done.
Has he been here with that car before?
Yeah, many times.
Yeah.
I thought... No, I meant for Doorslammers. For the simple
He has
reason-
been twice and he has broken before eliminations
That's
twice.
what I was thinking. Every time I've seen him...
He's looking to break the curse this year.
Third time lucky, hopefully, then.
So I think this year he's coming with the aim of racing Doorslammers. It's not the aim of going for the personal best. It's put in a pass tomorrow. Put in a qualifying pass.
Well, if you're ever going to try and... There's ever an event to try and win, it's a 64-car elimination field.
Well, as far as my eyes can see, we have a 69-car entry now. So that is 5 heartbreaks tomorrow.
Well, you got the Morris boys down there with their Camaro with consistent 8.6 second runs. Don't be fooled by the Dodge in the other lane, though. This does not hang about. If it could tame the wheel spin, of course. .868 for Colin.
I think that was Stuart that time. It was.
Oh, was it Stuart?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Colin's
Okay.
down there.
Well, still get 130 mile an hour in the slick tricks lane.
So next pairing, one of our 6-cylinder entrants, Mark Mosley. Nitrous on as well this run. He's going to be taking on the Garage Speed Performance Toyota MR2. That's got a Honda K20 Turbo in the black of the MR2. Regularly see Mark run down into the 8s. Literally last night he was walking around the pits going, I have got some competition this year in the 6-cylinder class.
He's clicked it off early that time, 10:51.47 and 9:45 at only 110, but I think they are happy.
The boys are happy with that. Andy Bambrick with the Mark II VR6 runs in VW Sportsman. His personal best is a 13.1. He's coming with one goal this weekend, and that is to run a 12-second pass. For the first time ever, he's got the nitrous on there. Whether he's running nitrous this time, we shall see. Taking on one of our big bracket racers.
Yeah, Pete Lane. Has drawn money from this event in the past, shall we say? Winner of a Saturday big bracket.
It's definitely not going to be the run that Andy wanted just yet. An 11.60 and a 13.89. As Rafael Cackle does another burnout. He's already put in a pass this morning, and it was a personal best. Taking on the Pigeon. So Grant Moore with the Corso. Regular runner in the mid 10-second runs. Taking on a 9-second TDI Golf. And that Golf hooks. 149.60 foot. He caught the Pigeon mid-track, drives around him. And Rafael Cankle goes through with a 9.65 at 145 miles an hour. Another personal best.
Just give him your phone.
That's it.
It's easier.
Muchy, muchy.
One of the, I think it's just run what you've run in Beadle actually.
Yep.
Just putting a pass in.
So Ash Cooper with probably the world's quickest transit, actually. I'm surprised they wouldn't just flocked here to see him. You know,
if they looked on the entry list, they could have still come along.
Like Messiah type of thing, you know.
And then we got Cameron Bishop, who literally before, when we had that little bit of precipitation, I went down and went, "What's your personal best?" He was like, 12 something, and then his first run, 10.
Let's not forget though, Ash Cooper made the final of Pro Street last year.
He did.
Yeah, couldn't get round Andy Bond, but that transit's hooked and gone this time. Now, mid-9s would be great if he gets even quicker than that. No, 984, 140, but very nice indeed. His quickest of the day.
1089 and 131.
That might help.
I'll turn that off.
Yeah.
No, I actually turned that off on
Oh,
purpose.
sorry.
Just in case he kept waffling on, I was trying to get it there before I stopped it. Here you go, Colin.
Oh, is it another one?
Seriously?
If I forget, then I'll
You want a
forget.
photo, not a video, though.
Do you know what I just remembered? I remembered I turned my screen around here so I could do that.
That's a good idea.
So next time I'll be like, yeah, I remember that. Simon will nick it back tomorrow. So Jack Marriage out for another run. I was about to say, obviously, got the gearbox sorted and then went for second gear.
Got first gear sussed.
If only we raced to 60 foot. So back to the drawing board. Oh, that's one. Right, so pairing lanes is like a dream for me right now. It is literally just a whole horde of front wheel drive cars.
With a 4-wheel drive interlooper
Yep.
and 1-wheel rear-wheel drive, but you can take that.
I can take that. That's Mr. Dave. We like him too. Doesn't really matter any time. You just turn around. Ooh, and look who's walking up to the Mustang right now as well. And there is his car. Mr. Andre Arnover.
Indeed. Oh, he said... This is the difference between racing and coming to Doorslammers to see what you can do. And Andre Arnover said to me last year one thing that will live with me forever. He said, if the next run goes really well, we're just going to take the boost controller off.
Yes.
The run didn't go well though, unfortunately, no. Which is a real shame. Just to be completely transparent, they have a boost controller for Pro Mods because it is a class that is restricted by rules, believe it or not.
And it's so small the amount of boosts they're allowed to run. I mean, like, theirs is something like 20 PSI or something like that. Whereas if you speak to Gary Camilleri with the RX-7, he's something like 80,
yeah.
something like that.
That's a really good looking race, actually. Dave Cherritt takes it on a whole shot. However, that wasn't the plan. 767, even quicker and even faster for our friend from Poland with the muscle car. They look very delighted about that, don't they?
Lewis Lavender. I think this is the second run of the day with the Harris Powerhouse Ford Fiesta. He's taking on Dave Crowhurst. Dave put in a nice cheerful 9-second pass earlier today. And again, going the long way around the 60 foot. There's 129 60 foot, 118 at the 8th.
Long way round the 1,000-foot beam as well.
956, 143. Okay, right. First run of the day for Darren Dewhurst. He's still got the number plate on the back that says the shed. This car has come on so far. It is no longer a shed at all. It's a gorgeous car. He's taking on Alan Duffy, who has a great launch. 161 for Alan. At the 8th mile, he's doing 115, and he keeps it planted for a 10 flat at 146. Okay, next up, Dominic Cleast with the Vauxhall Corsa. This Corsa was built to do street weekend, but the car has now got too fast and a little bit, he's cut too much out, and he's like, yeah, we've gone too far now and we can't do street weekend. He's going to be taking on Lisette, who has come all the way from the Netherlands with the Honda Civic. She's a regular supporter of the Doorslammers event. Dominic goes 164, 60 foot. He's getting the gears. 99 at the 8th, and he goes through an 11.56 at 124. All right, next up, Chris Todd with that Subaru Power rear-wheel drive Ford Fiesta. He's entered this weekend, and he's also running in Comp Eliminator next weekend. He's taking on Brad Morgan with the Renault 5. Little GT Turbo down there that ran his first 10-second pass only a couple of weeks ago at the Yam Yam test days. And of course, he continues on his quest for a quicker run this weekend. Like many races, he's put many hours into making this weekend. Ooh, 330, a little wiggle for Chris.
It's a good looking run for Chris, best for a while. 972 at 148.
And Brad goes through to a 1240 at 124. Okay,
The
the launch wasn't perfect.
I suppose one of my favourite cars. Certain four-wheel drive Audi.
Oh yes.
Unless I'm sorely mistaken. Just over there.
Yes.
Our friend from Austria.
He ran a 7-1 at Hellfire last November.
Mad with it.
The plan is run a 6, load it up for America for World Cup finals. All right, next up, another one of our fast caddy vans. This time, no diesel. This is an R32 Turbo caddy van of Paul Walkley, taking on Darren Scannell. Darren's already put one pass in today. Well, Paul's on the revs even before he's into stage. That clutch is getting nice and warm. Too warm, in fact. So, Darren goes through 962, 145, almost looking effortless there.
Yeah, completely. None of the usual hopping all over the place. That was sweet.
Ian's just looking over going, I'm not pushing that one. That's your job.
Well, Bob was already walking towards him before he'd even moved off the start line.
Okay, so it looks like it's going to be a solo run for Piotr. So, Piotr Savchenko with the Sorsen Honda Civic. Personal best is 9.2. First run off the line earlier this morning, and it was basically a whole load of wheel spin. And as I'll keep reminding you, is my sweepstake car for the weekend. Oh, certainly does the thing off. 161 miles an hour off a 2.05 60 foot. Nice. Okay, next up, Martin Dainty. Little Vauxhall Nova down there. .973 is his personal best. Well, he's on a wild ride. He's straightened up now, thankfully, doing 116 at the 8th, but goes through with a 1037 at 136 miles an hour. So what else we got? Bit of Formenas around the corner. Got that crazy little fast Seat Ibiza that put in a lovely pass earlier that we didn't see any of it. Yes, Gareth Bates has made it down to the line. Obviously the crew have clubbed together and managed to get this car. This is basically his debut for this car. He previously ran an Audi TT in VW Sportsman and then basically got the air-cooled bug. So has built this. And he's going to be taking on the BMW M3, which was quite impressive on his first run earlier this morning.
Whoop. It looked like a panel flew out of the car that time.
I'm going to tell you what that does. That was a window. I looked at it yesterday and I said, there's a gap at the bottom of your window there, sir. And he was like, yeah, it's amazing what I did with some like spare Lexan that I had lying around. And I went, okay, say bye-bye to that window. And he went, I'm not going to go that fast. First run,
Well,
as I
to be
predicted.
completely fair, he wasn't going that fast when it fell off because it was only about 330. A 968 at 147 for that monstrous BMW in the middle there.
I did see 950 as his personal best with the BMW. Right. Don't know. I've got my video camera out for this one. Last run we couldn't see anything.
I don't think we're at the angle to see a lot. That's the
No.
problem.
I mean, for the majority of the time we're in the perfect angle. Well, it was 175 60-foot drives around the Gulf at the half track doing 109. This is much quicker than the first run. And he goes 1046 at 140 miles an hour.
.15.39 at 101 in the Castro Beer lane, but just a little bit of sledding, a little bit of gluing. So let's have a look in the lanes to see Marcin Blouth has made it back down with the four-wheel drive Camaro. Also, Justin Wallner is down there with his Camaro. Andre Arnova is down there with the Mustang. Tucked in behind Andre is... Andy Bond. He hasn't put a run in this weekend yet. So he's lining up. Of course, Andy Bond has done rather well at this event over the years. Winner in Pro Street last year. Runner-up in Pro Street the year before that. Winner the year before that. So, yes, he's had 2 wins, 1 runner-up in 4 previous Doorslammers. So, yeah, Andy Bond does rather well at this one. But looking at the glue going down, well, potentially could be Marcin Blouth up next, to be followed by Andre Arnova. But yeah, weather has settled down nicely now. I think any further stoppages are unlikely due to that. Must remind everybody, is a driver's briefing tonight after racing, so everybody over to the stage. We'll give you more details on that a little bit later on. And it was just to make sure everybody's on the same page for the weekend. And obviously tomorrow night, every driver has to be there for the draw. That is one of the absolute highlights of Doorslammers, is the chip draw. And especially for Luke this year, as he's going to be rather busy sorting out the front-wheel drive lot.
It's going to take a while, isn't it?
We'll bring you breakfast when you finish. It's all right.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, we could stop halfway through for a commercial break if you like. Yeah. No, it's so good to see such a strong entry this year, joking aside, folks, but absolutely phenomenal. Over 200 Doorslammers here this weekend.
And a third of those are front-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More than a third, actually.
Well, I'll tell you what, nothing going on out there at the moment apart from a little bit of sledding from the tractor, so we're going to give our vocal cords a rest just for a moment, and we'll let Nitro FM take.
I would say what the colour was, but I can't see it anymore. Again.
It was a Mark III Gold.
Thank you.
And it goes 11.22.
With it now being a couple of £100 lighter. He's currently going, I'm keeping up with Billy. I'm keeping up with Billy. Look, I'm not far behind Billy. Billy goes 840, John Turner goes 883 at 148.
Plays 11.54. So 13.73. Adam goes 15.25.
The 90s.
Wow.
He's also the owner of the famed Bugster Pro Mod that used to be raced here back in the 90s as well.
Yeah.
And it sits in his lounge.
Chris Thorburn with the Mustang goes 10.27, 128. Oh, what a shame.
So, in the Kestrel Beer Lane, what have we got? 160, 160 foot, 109 at the 8th, and a quarter mile of a 1030 at 140 miles an hour.
And there he goes 12.07, and Alan Kenyon goes 13.95 at 100.
Alright, so Davies away with a 160, 60 foot. That's a very aggressive start for Peter. 111 at the 8th and rolls through to a 10.72. Peter goes 9.68 at 160.
Oh, look at that
well
pedal from
pedalled.
Joe. Expertly done.
That's on one.
862 at 164 for Joe Stevens. 151 to 60 foot, and that was with the tyre slip as well. That's on street treads.
I've heard great things about this place. Ooh.
Well, everyone goes there when they come here, don't
Yeah,
they?
yeah, that's it.
That BM is not hanging about at all.
149 to 60.
My goodness me.
622, 115. That's in the tens. 957.
Wow.
Terrific stuff.
Excellent.
Well held. Still goes 962, only 102 miles an hour, 127 to 60 foot.
We've got a couple of quick caddies racing this weekend. $196.60 foot at the 8th mile. Jake's doing 87. Yeah, I reckon it's going to be a 12. 12.65, 112 miles an hour.
This time, 152. That should be an 8. It's an 852. 158 miles an hour for Pete. Okay, we've all just had a moist moment looking at the pair that's coming round.
Have we? Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Well, this is honestly, this is a dream pairing. Something you wouldn't see, I don't think, anywhere else in Europe. Two turbo cars, 2 4-wheel drive cars, 2 incredible bits of engineering. So we've already seen Martin Blouth with the utterly mental twin turbo Camaro. Luke, just give us a rundown and the spec on the Audi TT.
It's basically a full Pro Mod tube chassis, carbon fibre body. It's got their own custom billet R32 engine, which they've redesigned the VW engine. And
because it needed it.
It ran a 714 at 185 at Santa Pod Raceway in November.
Truth.
And they come all the way from Austria to do it as well.
And I can tell you now, how far, when they did something good, the crowd made a lot of noise. So it's just a hint. .15 at the 8th mile.
Wow.
He's close. Hubert Stromberg starts the day with a 741 at 185 miles an hour. Oh, what happened in the other lane? Sorry.
818 at 178.
818, 178 miles an hour from the 4-wheel drive Camaro.
So on his personal best run, it was a 1.1460 foot. The 8th mile was a 4.65. It was just slightly down.
It was just
but that's his
turned down
checkout
a bit.
path.
Yeah, turned down a bit.
That was excellent. Thoroughly enjoyed that.
The rest of the 6-cylinder class are just sitting there currently going, Jesus, this is going to be a hard weekend. Obviously, Gary Camilleri's like, I've got this. I've got this.
Well, let's see if Andre can go
Straight.
0.960 foot again and stick with it.
Well, that run earlier, the 60 foot was pretty good. He backed off before half track. The short numbers were really good. The short numbers, by what we mean by that is you see the little orange blocks down the racetrack. That's where we time the increments, and we know if someone's on a really good run because, well, basically because of those numbers when they pop up on our screen up here, and that's what we relay back to you. So the guy out there is from Estonia, from Tallinn in Estonia. The company name on the side, Mahuti.ee, is his company. They make fiberglass tanks, not the ones that shoot weapons. The ones you. I needed to explain that. Sorry, they make dummy tanks. You know, so the enemy only.
We have them behind the grandstand usually on like big race meetings. The kids are going round in them.
Anyway, no, but fiberglass tanks. They're for like I don't know, storage. Whatever, liquids, that kind of thing. Anyway, this car is a twin turbo Hemi. Normally races in Pro Modified. running in Pro Doorslammer this weekend. And he set his personal best at the European Finals last year on a checkout pass late on Sunday night. Went 584 in the pitch black. It was amazing.
.96 to 60 foot again.
Deary me, that thing don't half go.
Oh, when he stitches one together, that's going to be incredible.
I think they're quite happy with that. They really do. I do think they're quite satisfied. Yeah, 96 to 60 foot, 264. It's very difficult to get turbo cars to run quicker than one anything.
Yeah.
But 0.96 for a turbo car.
But again, he's another one of the racers for FIA next weekend, getting laps and getting data.
Of course, we have got a few pro mods that are here next weekend, but not racing this weekend, including one that I know he's actually tuned in, and that's Wayne Nicholson. He is looking forward to being here next weekend. Just wasn't on the radar for him this weekend, but
I thought he was going to enter this week.
no.
Okay.
It was also, I think he couldn't get a complete crew.
Okay.
Because I think there's a football match for one of his lads, and I can't remember what the other one was. But Wayne, very good afternoon to you, mate. Look forward to seeing you next weekend.
Absolutely that. So one of Europe's, if not Europe's, quickest street legal car on treads. Mr. Andy Bond out there. This is a 6-second car that he drives to McDonald's.
Literally does.
He does, yeah, all the time.
He should be fat, the amount of fast food takeaways he goes to.
Effortless. Absolutely effortless.
Knocking on 200 mile an hour. There you go. 745, 199.77 miles an hour. That's just a checkout pass as well, just to make everything, make sure everything's nice and
Fifth
safe.
quickest of the day. Very good.
Okay, so we've got Walter Strobel coming up next with the Pro Mod. With a nostalgia style 70s Camaro. 60s Camaro, sorry, not 70s. Now, he did actually finish his licensing here at the European Finals last year, but wasn't in eliminations. It's a really, really terrific looking car. Walter, or Wally Strobel, if you prefer, ran with the Supercharged Outlaws out in Germany for a number of years, and then bought this and thought, you know what, I've got to do what I've always wanted to do. Run a Pro Mod.
Made it snow.
It even came in the tower.
He made it snow.
Literally just little white bits. Look, they're all on the start line down there.
Oh, nice.
But they were all flicked upwards to start with.
Yeah. It's like he crashed into a dandelion field or something.
Yeah.
Could be a decal on the car that's now, well,
Confetti.
Well, it's something that's not coming up off the track. I can tell you that. They'll be stuck.
well. So Walter Strobel, some way off to the right, but that's made no difference to anyone so far this weekend. So unless he's changed everything, this has got a blown big block Chevy in there. Not completely the top of the heat competitive for Pro Mod, but all the same. Still a lot of fun to go racing with. Run for Walter Strobel. 7:14 at 201 miles an hour. I think that could well be his first ever 200 mile an hour run as well. A little bit of a misstep off the start line because I think he sort of tried to leave before he let his finger off the button. But anyway, all the same, still a really, really nice looking run. Well done to them.
Right, that should be Mark Hardfeld coming around the corner. It is indeed. Back to the Sublime and Plum Crazy colours. Remember last year it was in the Dukes of Hazzard colour. Thing is, I went to see Mark last night. We called in and his crewman goes, "Oh, you want a beer?" Went to see them last year, and I said, "No, I'm not having a beer, not having a beer." He said, "Oh, no, go on."
I know where this story's going.
And it was really
Too
nice.
It was too nice, wasn't it? Yeah, I knew it. Gonna say.
Really nice, and they remembered us. "Oh, you come for another beer?" So yeah, I'll stop by tonight and have one with you. I did promise them.
You can pay me to stop him if you want, by the way. You don't have to have him.
What? Yeah, in beer.
Yeah,
that's
something
it.
like that. Pay me in beer, yeah.
Thing is, though, they're here for 10
I'm
days. They've got to make it last.
So Mark Hartfeld last year, his first full year touring in Pro Mod, did really well in the top 5 in the championship. Got to the final round out at Tierp in Sweden. And the team getting more and more used to running the blown Hemi in that car. Also, one key ingredient. The team have been together a long time, but over the last couple of seasons, they've added that man down there, the one without the Voodoo Hemi shirt on, Jerry Voldenberg, who used to tune a certain guy called Mark Hartfeld. Sorry, no, not Mark Hartfeld. Mark Mayhausen, even. I know where I was going with it. And Jerry has got a lot of experience with big door cars.
New supercharger intake as well. It's drifting big time to the centre line.
Yeah, that just kind of hooked and went left. There was no reason for it at all. It was lined up dead straight. If anything, appeared a little soft compared to what we've seen already earlier on. But that's what testing's all about.
Front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive. That's Justin Wallner getting ready for a nitrous pass with the Camaro.
And Vitor Formella. He ran a personal best early. He started off this weekend with a 10.45, but I'm pretty sure he beat that this morning to start the day.
Yeah, he went 10:30.
Unfortunately, not going to beat that this run, but in the other lane, 828, 164 miles an hour.
Yeah, nice one there for Justin. I say Justin and Sally sharing the car this season. Sally running in Outlaw Street, and Justin here for the Doorslammers. Justin's actually got the pickup truck as well. Goes to things like Carfest.
Okay.
And does these ridiculous smoking burnouts and does donuts with the truck and everything.
That's how you make friends.
Yeah. And then it will run. I think it's had it in the 9s here, certainly in the 10s. But yeah, phenomenal bit of kit. Well, one of the contenders for getting the most runs in on the day so far in the Slick Tricks lane. Doing very well.
Well, side by side all the way down. The first one to the finish line is an 1190 at 119 for the Mark IV Golf and a 1361. 106. Right, first run of the day for Craig Evans. Taking on Philip Thomas. So again, Craig Evans with a really fast Vauxhall Corsa there. A little bit off pace in the 60 foot, but doing 117 at the 8th and starts his day with a 1034. 151 miles an hour to a 10.92 at 138 for Phil Thomas. I think that is a personal best for Phil. All right, Connor Edwards next up. love this. It's just Astra Saloon. Where do you just come up with these ideas?
I think it's what they find lying around. And yeah, we'll turn that into a race car.
But it looks so good. It's got those 32 racing wheels on it.
Yeah, hi to Simon. He's probably tuned in as well.
Yeah, he'd be watching from home, wishing he could come. Happy birthday to Parker, his son, who's basically the reason he couldn't come. At 12:45 at 123. Yeah, Simon desperately wanted to come, but it was Parker's birthday, so he just couldn't get the pass out from the wife to come and check it out. Right, next up, Ben Fadgester with the Uno Grali. So it's a Fiat Uno with the Integrale Delta engine, the 2 litre 16 valve.
And it's not unfortunately taking you very far.
Well, he's just giving you a good look.
Yeah.
So, all about the Beetle in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Goes through at a 12.16, 120 miles an hour.
Nice one from the Outlaw Flat 4. Right, next up, John Bean going alongside that gorgeous Beetle from Ben. Check out pass earlier on just to see where everything was.
Yep, definitely. Well, parachute arm this time. First burnout as well. And loses fire.
Oh, it's a shame.
But you noticed on the back window, comp eliminator index.
That was the one thing I noticed just a second
So
ago.
we've got quite a few air-cooled cars now with the
Is
comp
that
eliminator
right?
index. Yes. So
Fabulous.
in the near future, hopefully, you shall have Richie. You got Alex with the bus.
Yeah.
This Beetle, and a couple more all coming in. I know Phil Norman's round the corner with his brand new tube chassis Beetle.
Yep.
That's in the lanes.
That's in the lanes. He's obviously doing VW Pro, but he's also got a comp eliminator index on there ready.
Is Ben's new altered going to be in comp?
No, he's in VW Pro. But
I
I'm
only
sure
asked
he will
because
dip
it
in.
looks for all the world like a comp eliminator
Yeah.
car. That's exactly
I'm
what it
sure
looks
he
like.
will dip his toe in as well. Yeah. Hopefully that'll be here at Bug Jam.
Cool. It looks for all the world finished, but then lots of things always do, don't they?
Yeah.
9.53 for John Bean, 139.
So we got.
No, it's a good way of making a pretty good class even better, actually, by adding, all the front-wheel drive stuff, like you said, the air-cooled stuff as well. It's terrific.
Well, our plan is obviously, if anyone hasn't followed it, most people haven't, on our YouTube channel, European Front Wheel Drive, we've been following Comp Eliminator and filming each day,
Yep.
like 1320 style basically. Each day you follow the runs and then we interview the drivers and then I upload a video in the evening and I do that for each one. So a lot of people now are getting to know Ahmed, Terry and Simon. And then come next weekend, you've got Matt Davison. Alan Duffy's getting his car tagged ready for the next round as well.
Excellent.
Obviously, I shall be there, just tootling along.
So for them, I know it's more racing, but what's the allure for them? Is it coming to big events? Is it
Track.
Is that what
It's
it is? Yeah.
getting the track that these high horsepower cars require.
Okay.
There's also getting a race in front of a massive crowd. The big crowd that the big events draw, and also just racing against different cars. Like you've seen it on the days when we're doing it, and obviously you've got a lot of the front-wheel drive cars racing against the nostalgia superstock cars. And while some of the nostalgia superstock cars may not be the quickest, they're brilliant on their index.
Yeah.
But you get that back half moment, say with Spencer and Ahmed, you've got one car doing 111, you've got one car doing 170. But the fact that Spencer gets away a lot quicker in the first half of the track.
I think that as well. The other thing that's really good is that if you look at the run order again for next weekend, comp runs not only before the pros on the pro qualifying days, it runs on Sportsman Day as well. So I think there's nine qualifying runs.
Nine qualifiers.
9 qualifiers is seriously good value for your racing buck.
That's it. Well, the plan is with Terry, if all goes well, we're going to be doing Hockenheim.
Okay.
And he's also mentioned, he was like, "Oh, tip, that would be fun." But the idea is hopefully, I would love to have a European front-wheel drive class, but it's too much organisation and stuff to do when there is a class that everyone can run in. Yes, okay, it's not all front-wheel drive against all front-wheel drive, but it means we can all race from different countries in the one class. So, like, we haven't seen him yet, but Petros is here with the Seat Ibiza, which he came along. He entered the national round last year, and unfortunately his cage wasn't correct. Basically, they come into drag racing the VW Action / Doorslammers years ago, and we had Maria Bachavanadu with the Audi. That's his wife. That was their first toe dipping in to drag racing, and then from there they went home, and then they just started racing last May, and from there they've gone from starting racing to the 4th fastest front-wheel drive in Europe. Got the bug. Now they want to go quicker, but they also want to race in competition. So now he's built an unlimited front-wheel drive tube chassis car at home. Same car, everything will be transferred over, but that will be in Comp Eliminator with the, is it AA?
Pass, because they're new ones, yeah.
BBAF, so it's AAF, Lullabies. But yeah, so he's going to be running that in Comp Eliminator, but with the tube chassis index.
Terrific. Well, Ahmed's already proved it's very doable with the index as well. He's smashed the index.
He also got telling off at the not telling off, but the last one when he went through and won his round, they went, "You're 0.1 off your chassis tag now."
Oh dear, yes. Okay.
And he was like, "Okay." He was like, "Well, I'm going to win Doorslammers, and with the Doorslammers money, I'm going to get a 750 cage."
Okay, our friend from Poland.
And then Ogie, all the way from Austria with this lovely Mark 1 Golf. 8-second car, this.
It's like, where do these guys... So where do they race in the summer? I know where the Poles race, because they've actually got tracks, but I mean, the guys in Austria, to my knowledge, don't...
Generally go to Germany.
Okay.
So they go to the Lauritzring in Germany, which is, again, is just basically like racing on the straight of Silverstone. Hugging the centre line. Both of them now. Ooh. Well, 10.23 and 113 to a 10.93 at 122. As you see Ian saying, hold on, we're going to have a quick look at the track just to make sure everything's A-OK.
That was a lot of wiggling.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we're going to get the track to give it a quick sled, I think.
So what have we got? Oh.
Yeah, sorry, you were saying, so from Austria they tend to go to Germany. Obviously they can drop down to Italy as well, but they don't have any tracks at home, I'm guessing.
Nothing in Austria, unfortunately. Which is what Hubert always laughs about. He was like, I built this Pro Mod Audi and we don't even have a track at home to race. But again, that car has now been built to be able to run in Comp Eliminator as well.
Has it really?
So that's a full
my word.
tech car. Good to go, because they obviously want to do Hockenheim, Nitro Olympics and stuff like that, because that would be more their local home track sort of thing. So that's been done. And then we had at VW Action, we had the TTK Golf that went into the 7s with a Mark II Golf. And again, that was like something they just built at home as a bit of fun, and it got fast, and now it's got silly fast. So then they looked at what Hubert had done with the Audi and then basically went home and have had a full tube chassis built, again, legal to come and race in one of the classes.
Terrific. So, basically, V8's days are numbered then, are they?
No, it's just a new generation.
That is good. It's really good. It's great to see. It's great to see some seriously good diversity, and it brings together different crowds and different people root for different combinations, different ways of doing it. It's like Pro Comp used to be years ago. It's like Pro Mod is now. Some people love blown cars, some people love turbo cars, some people love nitrous cars, some people love the old cars, some people like the it's the same sort of thing, isn't it? You know, and if you've come for that, what's really cool to watch about it, especially with, like you said, Ahmed and Terry and Simon, is that they bring the whole front-wheel drive crowd with them to support them, if you see what I mean. Everybody piles in and wishes them luck.
That's it. But the idea is, obviously, if we go to Hockenheim, maybe we can influence
someone else,
German front-wheel drive, like Forsten, with his car, to enter comp eliminator at Nitro Olympics, and then from there, someone else from Germany might go, okay, you're doing that. You're racing at the big meetings.
right.
Obviously, they used to had the week before Nitro Olympics used to be public race days.
That's right.
It used to be the only.
Used to be, is that
used to
not
be.
the case now?
It's got- Unfortunately, they can make more from a Porsche day, track day, than they can from the drag races. Even though the drag race is what keeps Hockenheim open and pays for the Formula One race each year.
Fact, folks.
So yes. So unfortunately, yeah, there is no public race day in Germany anymore. So literally, you've got Zerfst and a couple of other random places.
Sorry, Colin's getting excited showing us what's in the lanes.
How are you?
Who sent that photo?
I thought you were tapping into someone's dash cam.
I know, that's Warren Watts. He sat in the car and
So
he
look
posted.
what's
he
out the
goes,
window.
Oh, look what's out the window! And I've looked in the lanes now, and it's actually tucked in behind the orange Nova there. So yeah, I'm not far away from seeing that. So there is a heck of a queue in the pairing lanes. And bear in mind that Warren posted that picture about an hour ago. So yeah, there is a lot of vehicles in the lanes at the moment. So plenty more to come.
So what are we like?
Yeah.
Halfway through the cars that we've got here. Something
Ish.
like that.
Yeah.
Whole bunch of pro Doorslammers we haven't seen yet.
Well, looking at the time now, 3:30 in the afternoon. We'll see how it goes. I can't say any more than that because even if they close the lanes now, I think it's going to take us up to about 5 anyway. So it's a busy old day out there.
Yep.
Got to say a special shout out to everybody that's staying here all week because there's quite a few that are having a staycation. You staying on site all week?
He does anyway.
I've told you already. My wife is behind the grandstand. She can hear everything we say.
Yeah. Well,
So yeah, I am. Put it in the calendar.
yeah.
I'm here till Monday. I know that. And then back on. Yeah, we've got this Mark V Golf to get ready for next week.
Yes.
So that's what next weekend is all about. Yeah, I'll be the slow one in comp eliminator. Being a million miles off me and Dix again. Now he's entered. And broke.
Well, Ollie on the gas all the way through. 12.99 102.
Pavel just waiting sure it's nice and clear.
8 flat at 150. I think that could be his quickest run ever. They do look rather overjoyed with that at only 143 mile an hour. 1 flat to 110 to 60 foot.
Wow, that's on one.
Here he goes. 736, 178 miles an hour. The crew very happy with that.
Quickest of the day, actually.
Alright, so 170, 60 foot for Charlie. 14 way out in front at the moment. He's going to get to the finish line first with a 9.32. Charlie Roberts goes through with 11.39. 100.
Running against the promo. No nitrous pass for Dave Swift. A little bit of a wiggle before half track.
Liking the new crew shirts as well, actually. Very smart, very good design. I like that. And Dave coasts through at the end with a 10.16 at 84. 9:07. Goes 9:08, 9:82.
Every confidence. He's doing it for the Gas and Circus this weekend. I'm sure he'll get further than that. But he's going to have fun trying, most importantly.
A 9.6, 9.7. What's he got? 9.57.
This is daily.
Yeah, heads-up race between two cars that you'd, well, not want to sit next to at the traffic lights, probably, because you get spanked.
11.91.
123 and a 12.22 at one, and he's doing a great job of getting it at time. That was pretty good.
It was just the rest of it.
Every time. It's
Every
the
year.
Oh. 11.27 at 1.24 that time for Lee Conner. The launch was a lot more like it, though.
So 10.48 at 1.36. And the Cortina goes 13.23.
TV that was rolling around. So Grant Parker with the Mark 1 Golf. This is going to be his first run in about a year and a half on a brand new engine. So that will be a nice walk in the park and then a little bit of a jog to the back end of the track. 83 miles an hour. Yeah, it's Manager Wells.
Bizarre, this is actually quite a good matchup. Oh, it would have been.
You ruined that.
Ah, I did. Well, the Audi going well. Are we in the 11s? Are we going to go any quicker?
Next challenge for Bob to push. What else can we find for Bob to push?
11.06 at 127 for the RS7.
Beanie's helping there a lot, pushing to the side. Yeah. He's basically just walking with his hand on the side. He needs a double O t-shirt. I am no help.
I think a lot of us could do with them, to be honest.
Right, Mark Huxley.
Oh, that's a long...
I think we should go and ask him later on if we're going to run nitrous. I think we should say, well, look, Ronnie runs it. Why don't you?
He's even got the cutouts for wheelie bars at the back. Look,
Yeah.
you noticed?
Well, the Can-Do 2 reborn little Toyota runs consistently in the 9s. An 01 light. Arrow straight. 980 something. No, he clicked it early. 1013, 121.
He just did that on purpose.
He did. He heard me. Jens Konecki. Runner-up in the big bracket in 2008 when Lee Huxley took his first big bracket win.
It's a nice little matchup, isn't it?
Well, Jens has already gone 8:30. What's he got for us this time? 8:31. Oh, he's consistent. That's a little bit of a warning.
983 and 143. What? What? Take that. I need a better with yours. I know, but it's not as good as yours.
I thought you I thought you forgot about that screen.
No. I just wanted a flatter photo, so you took one from the side for me.
Right.
But I was literally just looking up. Connor ran a world record at Run What You Brung a few weeks ago, or last year, of 10:45. He has just jumped to a 9:83
World record in what?
for a Ford ST.
Blimey.
Wow.
He took a record off some American company.
And now he's got 6/10 quicker.
Wow. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, hang on a minute.
It's a bit colder outside now, all of a sudden.
Yeah. Purging the nitrous oxide, one of many power adders we have in drag racing.
From every available port on the car. All right, so Colin Miller, the 2.0 Flying Fifer.
Still goes 7:10
Wow.
at 194 with about 3 pedals. 1.11 to 60 foot, slightly slower than earlier, but I think Colin probably thought it's going. Whoops, no.
Hang on a minute. That's the fastest the car's ever gone. 194.7.
That's with the new aero body and new aero
Yeah.
driver.
Very nice indeed.
Well done, sir. We also have that machine over there, Luke, which I've been looking forward to see.
Oh, this one?
Oh, yes. The that is gorgeous.
Come
Have a
on, Gil.
real good look around.
Right. David Lammick back around with the Vauxhall Corsa. Opel Nova, whatever you want to call it. 8-second car. So 153.60 foot. But the Mark III is out in front at the moment. And goes through the time 986 to 1040.
All right, Ben Kennedy with the Lexus powered pop. Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
And it's Thomas with the Nova. 9:43. Wow, what a run there. That's his quickest of the day, definitely. And that is starting to really move on, that little Lexus Power Pop. 10:24, 1:28 for the Nova.
That's pretty exceptional, to say the least.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. So you've got the MXP gear and you've got Phil Norman around the corner. Two absolutely gorgeous air-cooled motors coming up.
11:44, 126 Slick Tricks Lane, and a 1481, 93. So Joe Stevens with the Sunbeam Stiletto and Warren Watts, which means that Lambo can't be far away, Cole. With the Camaro. So Joe Stevens with the twin turbo in the Sunbeam. Been down into the sevens on a regular basis. And they're going to be side by side as well, Luke.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
Wow, I think feels is going to be a bit of a checkout pass, quite possibly. But again, he's taken so long to get Mex over here.
Joe Stevens off in the distance in the Kestrel lane. 8.34 at 165, just chipping away, going in the right direction.
That is just two absolutely gorgeous motors down there.
Work of art, I think. Pick your favourite. It's very difficult to.
And both of these are normally aspirated. Both of them tube chassis cars. Mech speed has been down into the 8s. 8.6 is his normally aspirated personal best with the Carman gear. Phil Norman, this will be his first time ever down Santa Pod with this. He took the Beetle to Melbourne last weekend just for a shakedown pass.
They're both pointing at each other at the moment, though, if you notice.
Martin just gripping onto the centre line, doing 110 at the 8th, and starts his day with a 994 at 143.
Seem happy enough with that.
Yeah.
Phil Norman, 1491 at 84.
Now, everyone knows him as Mex. He asked a question. He was like, what's the deal with double bulbing at Doorslammers? He says, because his front wheel, he said his front wheels are so small that he will try his best to single bulb, but he goes, sometimes it just creeps through. And he was trying to ask earlier, and I was like, well, I think it's Doorslammers, so it's no rules.
Yeah, no.
He was like, he goes, if I don't do double bulb anyone, he goes, I'm not doing it on purpose.
Getting his excuses in early.
He's lined them up ready.
True racer.
Right, Helder with his Golf R. He's racing in True Street. Oh, and the Mark III, unfortunately, just stops again. Oh, no, he's going, that start was not good enough. I am going again. Let's see if Ian goes, yes, okay. Helder goes 12.20 at 112 miles an hour. So that's a good run for him. I think that is basically just a stock Golf R with a remap.
Actually, just noticed we've got a bit of a tailwind now.
Yeah. The conditions are awesome for running quick.
The drag racing gods are with us today.
Yeah, you bet. And Ian still stood in the same place.
He was like, right.
It's we turn around. It's like somebody's got some black paint and
11.16 at 129 miles an hour for the Mark III TDI. Yeah, Ian just kind of just walked into that.
Oh dear. Reminds me of that the Japanese game show Endurance.
Yeah.
Was that when they had to go through the maze?
That's not often what you usually see. Stefan Klassen comes out from the burnout box sideways in a Lamborghini.
Why not? You should see
Why
that
not?
all the time.
So V10 twin turbo Lamborghini from Germany.
That's a long way to come to play.
Do we know what this runs actually, Luke?
About to find out.
I believe it's in the 8s.
Yeah, this would have been at home on Tuesday here, and showing up the other ones quite alarmingly, I think. Oh, that's mental. It's absolutely mental. 9:51, 167 mile an hour, sideways at 3:30.
See, Ian has been yearly used to doing public race days, so he's like, he's got this. He's got this. He's used to 3 days at Hockenheim just watching these guys do exactly the same every year.
That was good.
That was nuts. That's properly everywhere. That was
He's
really
not
good.
scared of breaking that, is he?
No. Or crashing it by the looks of it.
Actually, it's Buzz is with us this weekend as well, isn't he? Buzz Qatar, is it?
Yeah, right. Jose Late and way out in front, 166.64, 111 at 8. This is a better run. Jose Late goes 10.23 at 136 miles an hour.
Yeah, Buzz Patar is actually running in True Street this weekend. Well, he's been 170. I'm sure he's been that in a Lamborghini.
Oh, the sun went in. Right, so Jake Ware taking on Liam Rogan. So Liam Rogan has got the Ford Fiesta with the Saab B04 engine. Taking on the TDI Caddy Banner, Jake Tippin. Jake's going to get there first. 12.34 to a 12.40.
Oh, is that Mark Sheridan? As you were saying, Darryl, earlier on, Santa Pod put up that video clip of him going 10.9 at some insane speed, 190 I think it was.
It was the... if you look in the picture dictionary under turbo lag, it'll have a picture of that run, I think. Now, I think these two are running in the same class, is that right? That's Pro Street.
Yeah, well, Mark Sheridan is definitely in there. Oh. Yes, they are, yeah.
So, Constantine Bloom with the Camaro and the Barracuda. Well, the boost came in all a bit too quick. I hate to point it out, Mr. Camaro, you're not going to beat him. It's not happening. There we go, 972, 173 miles an hour. But even quicker for the Camaro again at 969, 141. They look delighted with that as well, they should be.
Right, Jack Marriage. We think he may have had a transmission issue earlier on, but hopefully sorted. That's looking much better.
Till then.
Sounded deliberate that he did that half pass there. Or, no, hang on a minute, that could have been a licensing pass because there was thumbs up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that looked like a planned half-track run.
We've got Bruno Barda back as well with the Pro Mod, and it looks like the first appearance of our Greek front-wheel drive car.
There we go. Also, Mr. Boost down there.
Yeah.
Matty Davison.
Runner-up last
I was
year.
going to say he was a runner-up last year, yeah.
Yeah, Ahmed Jamshed took the win last year, but this man was runner-up.
Europe's fastest D series. So single cam, 1.6 litre.
That's a very nice run building.
It is, yeah, it's going to be a low 10. 1020, 144. Lewis Simpson, background for another run. I think this is his third or fourth run of the day with the front-wheel drive Honda Civic. It's taking on VW Beetle. Just looks like it's in run with your brung by the looks of it.
No, I think you find that in competition soon.
Okay.
162 to 60. That'll do.
There goes a Honda.
Yeah, there it
straight
goes.
past him. 119 at the 8th. Lewis Simpson goes 10.15, 153 miles an hour.
The Beetle slowing down at the stripe, 15.78 to 53.
Right. All eyes in the Slick Tricks racing lane. Petros Taxopoulos, probably one of the most travelled well, it's definitely the most travelled front-wheel drive racer in Europe. He went to Santa Pod Raceway, he's been a Halfa, he's been a Grigno, and he plans on doing a lot more this year. He ran the 4th fastest front-wheel drive run at Halfa Raceway a couple of weeks ago, and he ran a 8:30 at 157 with a terrible 60 foot of 1.70. He has done a 1:31 here at Santa Pod before, so let's see. The big old precision turbo on the front of this is making a whole lot more power than it ever did last season. His current personal best, as I said, is 8:30 at 157 miles an hour. It's got the 2-litre 16-valve 888 engine with a DSG gearbox, hence why he gets such good 60 foots. But the European record is currently not a 798. There's only one person that's ever run a 7 in Europe, and that is his one and only goal for this weekend. He doesn't care about the competition, he just wants to go fast. And so I gave it the commentator's curse.
Yeah, it won't be on that one.
Nope. Meanwhile, Jan Nitzevek goes through with a 12.65.
Got Bruno Bard around there, Billy Gain, Paul Houston. And these two out on the start line.
Yeah, Chris Todd, and I've got to look so he see who's on the outside of the car to realise who's inside the car.
Yeah, Stuart Morris out there in the Slick Tricks lane.
Oh, that's look good for Chris Todd.
Looks flat, which is unusual.
Yeah, 867 for the Morris boys. 940, 150 there for Chris Todd. Booyah. That's nuts. Love it.
So Daniel Mazigwood with the Mark 1 4-wheel drive TDI Golf taking on Lee Openshaw with that original 1.4 litre GT engine in the Fiat Punto. Still no nitrous yet, so he's just trying to get him down, settled into the 12s. Obviously tomorrow is game day.
You notice Dave's actually turned up with sweets early this weekend.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Warren. Down on the start line. It's too far away from the speaker to hear us.
Wow, that's a strong launch for Lee, 158. But here comes the 4-wheel drive Golf. The back end of the track, 98 to 102. 1177 at 115 to a 1044 at 121.
So, big hairy Doorslammer time. In the form of Bruno Barder. Maybe small hairy Doorslammer if it's Bruno. Just kidding, Bruno. We love you. In the Gotham City Vet. Doing a very quick track check out there in the Kestrel lane.
Very quick to shut the car off there. Ah, Ron Bartlett's made his way down in the pairing lanes.
Yeah, there's that
First appearance from him this weekend.
small record of a pesky Anglia record to go for.
Yeah, it's been a lot of chat about that, hasn't there, with Paul Dale and with Ron. But the quickest is a German one, I believe.
It's Torben Stenström from
that's
Sweden.
it, yeah.
Yeah, from Sweden.
Oh, Sweden, sorry.
Yeah. A long time ago now as well, actually, in Comp Eliminator. It was a fair amount of time has passed since. Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, getting on for 20 years. Yeah, I think Paul Dale thought he'd nabbed it the other week.
Yeah, but Ron has still never given in to run nitrous. He's still all motor.
Till now.
Well, has he got a bottle in there? We'll find out.
There were plenty of photographs of nitrous kits and bottles, whether he's done that
Yeah,
or
but
not.
it's whether that's showboating or not, isn't it? A very good afternoon to Rocket Ron. As he gets ready to get back in the car.
So the 1963 split window Corvette you're going to see next was actually one of Mike Ashley's Pro Mod cars way back when. Bruno's updated it significantly since, and it's gone way quicker in Bruno's house than it ever did on the other side of the pond. Hence the Gotham City name on the side of it too. They get given the thumbs up to fire up once again. Yeah, it's annoying to be shut down when you're ready to go. However, better safe than sorry always with these cars. Somewhere between 3.5 and 4,000 brake horsepower on board. Yes, you heard that right. 3.5 to 4,000 brake horsepower on board for Bruno. Spun the tyres as soon as he let go of the button earlier on. A few setup changes later and see how it works. Well, that was what it did on the run last time. Not sure if there's anything up, actually. That was kind of a weedy looking burnout by comparison to usual. But Bruno's been doing this a long time. He ran this car for some years. He used to run a car called the Golden Vet, which was a, funny enough as it says, Golden Corvette, in Comp Eliminator. Had a really unfortunate crash in it, rather serious one, which completely wrote the car off. They bought this car, but ran it in Comp Eliminator for a number of years before putting a blown motor in it and running it in Pro Mod. However, like everything Bruno does in the team, it was pretty seamless transition. Almost a carbon copy of the first run earlier on today. Instant tyre spin. Instant tyre spin. Now, plenty of other cars have been 0.9 to 60 foot, which is pretty damn quick in English, earlier on. So there's every chance it's a setup issue, not a track issue.
Right. Support vehicles move. We can see a little bit more what's in the lanes at the moment. As I say, Ron Bartlett's down there, Dave Cherrett, Billy Gain, Paul Houston, and a few others. Got Gary Semper with the Firebird down there, and I think that's the four-wheel drive Golf down there, Luke, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. That's the one. Oh no, underneath the tower, that's Powell Grillage.
Ah, right, okay.
Earlier, he had the 20 valve turbo. He
front-wheel
he
drive
launched, it bogged, and then mid-track, he basically did a head gasket. So, quick little rebuild. He's like the Polish car Goldsmith.
So he's the top fuel pole, or?
Yeah, that's it. 9-second car, though. Let's see what he can run on his second run. There's a whole lot of wheel spinners. He's trying to catch up with Gary.
1188 for Gary.
And 1162. Ooh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dave Warren. Still can't hear it.
So even at this time of day, we've still got cars coming into the lanes who have not yet put in a pass. Maciek Zawowski is round the corner. He's going to be making his first run in his R30 front-wheel drive VW Lupo. Meantime, third run of the day for Pavel with this crazy little Seat Arosa. Every run, Pavel likes to sit on the line, let the other car go. Well, 1089 at 132 in the other lane.
Well, 43 mile an hour at the 8th tells you
Yeah,
it wasn't entirely the way he planned it to go.
not so successful.
Well, he has cleared the top end, but got timed out on the computer system.
Yeah, he's going to be making exit one.
Yeah, he does so. Right, next up, Billy Gain. And Paul Houston. Billy just doing a good strong burn out there with the rebuilt 600 cubic inch plus motor inside the Vauxhall. And real good to see Paul Houston back at the track with car. Santa Pod liked the colour of the roof stripes on Paul's car so much that they painted the apron to match. So, Billy Gain with the Vauxhall, Paul Houston with the former Street Eliminator car would always be welcome back there as well. 2 8-second cars. Not on this pass though. Billy's looking all right. 8:38, 164 for Billy Gain. Houston just coasting across the line there at 53 mile an hour. Got there in 17 seconds. Well, Dave Gain and Jim Massey in deep conversation there as they leave the line. Obviously, that's the crew for Billy.
Wow, one of the cars I was expecting to see some wheelie bars on was going to be this Lupo of Maciej Zawowski. 9-second car has the R32 turbo engine shoehorned into the front of there. It's going to be taking on that 500 horsepower Mustang GT. Lupo goes 176.60 foot at the 8th mile, doing 105, and Maciej Zawodski starts his day with a 10.78 at 129. Mustang goes through with a 14.31.79.
Bob Molden and Steve Matthews. Now, Bob's day so far started, I think, with an 8.41, and then he dipped into the 8.3s. Oh, sorry, 9.3s, not 8.3s. Excuse me. Steve Matthews also in the 9s, very consistent. Both these running in the big bracket. Lovely wheels up launch there for Steve. .4 and all the zeros for Bob. He's hit one slap bang in the middle of what he ran earlier on. Nicely done. 9.61 there for Steve.
Hey. Right, John Marcoux. This is the Mark 8 Golf R that I was talking to you about earlier.
Yes.
Who is now getting the car so dialed in that the gearbox keeps registering overheating because he's getting a 1.560 foot out of it. And the car's like, no, what are you doing to me? It's going to be taking on Alan Kenyon with the Ford Focus, one of our front-wheel drive competitors. So John loads up the back of the car. Alan's away first. 167.60 foot this time for John. Alan's going to get to the finish line way before John. Goes through 11.98, 117. Yes! Great run. 12.28 and 111 as well for John, so he'll still be happy with that. That's a good low 12-second pass.
Right, next up then, Thomas Haas from Switzerland. Running nice 8.1 second passes so far. And Tim Stanbury in the 9.0s with Bubba Camaro. Oh, the boss is here. Look. .808. Very, very nice indeed. Knocking on the door of the 7s when he wasn't really looking for them. 9.16 for Tim. And here is Rocket Ron Bartlett going alongside Dave Cherrett. So both of these two are in the big bracket. That's fact, first runs of the day for both of these two.
Dave's been out before.
Has he?
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure.
Oh, right, yeah, because he hasn't got his big bracket number on. That's the difference. Yeah, you're right.
How you doing, Dan?
I was.
So Ron Bartlett, normally solidly in the 8.2s, run in a bracket of racing. In the National Championship called Super Pro ET. Dave Cherrett does the same thing pretty much, just about a second slower in Pro ET. Both of them way out of shape. and incredibly unusual as well. I mean, Dave's car normally leaps all over the place.
Yeah.
Ron's car doesn't. Well, he's still running. That might be a 7, but it's 7 miles an hour.
Still a whole swathe of cars in the pairing lanes. Time now 4:20 on Friday afternoon here at the Doorslammers, and of course our VW event running as well. Very good afternoon to everybody here. Let's come for VW Breakout. Hope you're enjoying some Doorslammer. Well, it's testing really, but run what you brung for the Doorslammer cars.
Wow. One normally aspirated Honda Civic and one big old diesel Mark IV Golf. Andrzej Majcik from Poland with the 9-second Honda CRX. It's a real shame because Manager Wells is just round the corner and I'd love to get them two lined up. But we've got 2 more days of this. I was about to say that was a good launch by Andre. Yeah. But at the moment, so it's Sean Duffy's doing 93 at the 8th, and he goes rolling through to the finish line with an 11.92 at 121. But that was Sean's first run of the week. Again, I'm still surprised. We're coming up to what, the final. Know what the time, are we in the final hour? We're in the final 40 minutes of today's run, and we've still got people who have not put in a pass yet.
Well, it's Run What You Brung Day, so
it is. Yeah. Andy Nichols, former champion in the front-wheel drive class, is round the corner.
Good looking run for the Mustang there, 852, 158.
I wonder if he's going to run it all out in the bracket or whether he's actually going to run it to...
No, I think they'll stick with...
Okay, right, Andy Nichols.
Winner from 2019?
Was, yeah.
That's Ash Lambert in the Cortina, running in 4-cylinder actually. Discovered who he was.
Andy Nichols ran his first 8-second pass in Comp Eliminator late last year, the European Finals. This will be his first run of the season with the Honda Civic. Definitely a strong launch, 147.64 at the 8th mile, 122, and Andy Nichols goes 9.22 at 154.
That was a very sizable pop, and the bonnet opened on that Cortina down there.
Yeah, there's a lot of debris unfortunately behind the car.
I'm guessing that was trying something new to go quicker, just a random guess. But commiserations to everybody down there on the start line. It's never nice when that happens, no matter, when or how. think Callum might have got the shot though. Not that that's what you do it for.
Well, hopefully Ash can get that car back to the pits and have a good look at it and see.
It lifted the bonnet though.
Yeah.
That's never a good sign.
Yeah. But it is a lovely little car, and I know he'll come back as soon as he can. Ash, commiserations, mate. Yeah. Well, we feel the pain, but let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, Colin does. He's blown loads up as well.
Yeah.
Oh, so's
It's
Luke.
not-
Oh, so have
good.
I.
So have you.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
It's what we do best, isn't
Basically, we've all done it, yeah. It's never pleasant. It's never fun.
Well, the good thing is there's no fluid or anything down there, so. Well, still chock-a-rock in the pairing lanes, as we would expect on the test day here at the Doorslammers. Marcin Blouth has made it back down again for another pass. Chris Thorburn is there with the white Mustang. I think it's that insane BMW as well. Lee Charles is down there, former winner in the big bracket.
Which one, mate? Narrow it down. There are a number of them today.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes, there is a big chunk of pipe that's come off the front of the engine off the Cortina.
So was that turbocharged?
It was.
Well, that could be the good thing. That could literally just be a boost pipe that just popped off.
I think it was a boost pipe.
I mean, nice and easy to fix. Well, I'm just looking down. I can see.
But the pipe is that big.
Yeah, that's all right. Big old bit of pipe work.
And it looks like it was metal, not plastic.
Yeah, but it literally could have just been the silicone hose popping off.
Yeah.
So
Well, fingers crossed we could see Ash back out at some stage, but there's a lot of resources on site here to get people back out, and fingers crossed he can do that.
Definitely. Well, Manager Wells is behind us with the All Motors Civic, but Ahmed is next to him, who's not in a race suit. He said he was coming for a test run.
Yeah, he meant test run.
Yeah, he's going for a jog up the return road,
that's
is
it.
he? Yeah.
Can't break anything that way, apart from a sweat.
Well, Ahmed's eyes lit up when he saw the bounty hunter thing that we've got going this weekend.
Yeah.
So #1 qualifier in each round. He's like, literally, so you're going to pay me £50 extra for every round I win on top of the money that I'm going to win.
Anyway.
Like, this is brilliant.
That's assuming nobody knocks him out before the final.
No, that's it. But Ahmed literally has got his game face on. He's not bothered about PBs this weekend. This weekend is about tomorrow
Racing.
is about putting the number in.
Yeah.
And then he will race whoever he's got to race.
Yeah. So he wants to bag #1 qualifier then.
Yep.
So that the bounty is on him, and then he wants £50 a round to
Yep.
take it all the way to the
Extra.
final.
Extra.
Right. Okay.
When he wins.
I see. Somebody with a plan, but there's a few other people who would like to stop it.
So is he not in his regular car, though?
Yes.
He is?
Yes. Literally for the past 4 days, he's had Terry, himself, Gordon, running up and down the country. The guys at Pro Race Engineering sleeved him a new block. Then it's been up London, Birmingham, up north to collect parts, back down.
Wow.
And then literally like the day before, Gordon got it fired up, put it on the dyno, made sure everything was happy.
Monumental effort.
Back to going. Hopefully he's going to be in Comp Eliminator next weekend. He's like, the car's running, I want to do a late entry, don't care what it costs.
Wow. That's terrific if he does.
Yeah.
Because it seems to run either real quick ETs or really fast mile an hour, because it ran a number of very, very, very fast speeds at the last event.
Yep.
But never coupled with the quicker ETs for some reason.
He was coming away. He did run a PB. He did go 8.6.
Oh, no,
so
that's
that
what I
was
mean.
his PB. But that run on the Sunday morning or whatever day it was, when he had Kevin in round 1 of eliminations, he had something in there that he'd literally gone round to the front wheel drive boys and gone, "Do you mind if I hurt the index?" He's very kind like that.
it didn't hurt in qualifying.
No, but he had that run in the morning, and he was like, I am going to run something this run. Luckily for the other racers, and unluckily for him, he had an issue that first run. Okay, back to it. Anthony Mincher with the Mark 1 Golf. Earlier put in a storming run. He went 10.1. He's taking on Manager Wells. This is a super car. All motor, 400 horsepower, K24. Had some great races with Cat last year. So you got a turbo car in the Slick Tricks racing lane and an all-motor car in the Kestrel beer lane. But just watch this all-motor car leave. It's just out there. 160 to a 162, 60 foot. At the 8th mile, here comes Ant at the top end of the track. Anthony Mincher goes 9.91, 141. His first ever 9-second pass. He got his 60 foot that he always has needed. And Manager Well rolls through to an 11.52. Congratulations, Anthony.
So last time out, the Hulk went 8 flat at a comparatively slow speed for that kind of ET. However, I think his quickest run ever is a couple of ticks quicker than that. But this is his first day he's ever seen this racetrack, so still pretty damn good going all round. Taking on Lee Connor with the utterly mental Lotus. That's what it came out of the factory as, an utterly mental Lotus. See, he's saving time by pointing it at the wall now.
Yeah.
So that's Wojciech Adamski, is that right?
Yeah.
Cool. Glad you said yes.
We're sticking with that.
Adamczyk, I beg your pardon. Wojciech is long gone with the Toyota. Will it be a 7? 55 at only 150 an hour. He was a lot quicker than that earlier. Nice looking run from Lee though, 10.13 at 136.
All right, Chris Thorburn with the Mustang and Lee Childs with the Charles Play Plymouth. Doing rather well in Nostalgia Superstock this year so far. Took the event win at the Vintage Nationals of all places. .23 and 9.85. Nice one there for Lee. Consistent 9.8s. Good actual run there for Chris as well. 10.23. So he's creeping up on it a little bit. All right, a rather rapid BMW. Against certainly one of the quickest front-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, he's had a troubled morning so far. So, David Lamech, we've seen 10 seconds, I think, is the quickest he's done so far. This car has run down into the 8s. That's a better launch. 147, 60 foot. At the 8th mile, David is doing 127 and he completes the quarter mile with an 898, 159, but he goes into the other lane at the top end of the track, gets it under control. But very nice run.
BMW goes through with a 963 at 152. And probably had a front row seat to watch that little front wheel drive car swing in front of him. Right, Arnie, can he get back into the 8s? Much better launch this time for Arnie. .950, 842. And quickest run of the day, 988, 145 in the Slick Tricks lane. Right, Marcin Blauf with the four-wheel drive Camaro. Oh, the car has got 7-second forms. Been in the 8s today.
Very low 8s, mind.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful day, and the sun's coming out now as well, which should help things along nicely.
It will make for the final half an hour to be very interesting.
Yeah, there's a few things I'm looking forward to seeing. One of which I'll tell you about in a minute when it comes around.
All right, Michael Castle with the Cortina. Whoa, that's gee.
All of a
Well, hold
sudden,
that.
all of a sudden, it launched like it was supposed to, just sideways.
Yeah.
Steve down there just holding his heart in his hand. He's like, what?
Marcin goes 834 at 179.9. And the Cortina, yes, all over the shop.
With an incredibly soft launch that time for Marcin Blauf as well. If you look at that, it was only 1.56 to 60. We have some of our air-cooled friends back as well, which was quite a quick turnaround.
Brett Featherstone with the lovely Chevy Nova.
And Lucas Ricci. Where's me? Lucas still goes 10.79 at 126, even with a pretty poor 60 foot there. Right.
Brett 941, 141.
Ricardo late. Back around for his second run of the weekend. The first run was his first ever 9-second pass. Let's see if he can recreate. That's a great launch. 159 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 113, and Ricardo late second run 984 at 144 miles an hour, another personal best. The team are on it. Even though the team, he ran another personal best, the guys are just looking at the screen going, what's happening?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Oh, well.
Oh, well done. Yeah.
Enjoy the good days. We don't have to fix stuff. Seriously, that is the
Yeah,
golden rule with drag
that's
racing. Seriously, you know, when it goes well, enjoy it and go. However,
Alright, so who have we got next? We've got an Audi TT from our Run What You Run crew. Digs down there. We've got another one of our quick Polish front-wheel drive diesels. Well, the Mark III drives around the TT at the half track doing 106 and goes through the quarter mile this time with a 10.94 at 126. Ben Lawless down there with that Corsa. This is a work of art. For a front-wheel drive car, feel free today, Darryl, just go and have a look at this car in the pits. Absolutely gorgeous.
There are a number of them. I checked out earlier, and yeah, just the work that goes into it, the amount of engineering to fit that much stuff into that much space, and then transfer it all to the wheels is pretty serious.
Well, I think the last time we saw this car was like the Performance Vauxhall show when it was red. It was about 8 years ago. It's been under a massive rebuild, and this is basically going to be Ben's first ever checkout pass. He's just going to go A to B. He's up against Andy Bambrick with the VR6 Golf. So it looks like it's going to be a solo run for Ben. Monks with the Gary Speed Performance Honda Civic taking on Mark Huxley. Mark's put in a decent number of runs today.
Yeah, majority of them in the 9.8s.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, if Gary can hold on to him side by side and get his first 9-second pass, he would be more than happy. Okay, well, he's asked for a sportsman tree.
Well, the way this is going to shake out is the little Corolla is going to be ahead at 60 foot. However, he's going to be ahead at the finish line as well. .979 dips into the 9.7s again, 136 miles an hour. Still got loads more good stuff coming your way.
First run of the day for Mike Whitaker. He's made some serious horsepower on the dyno this week with the R32 Turbo Caddy. It's going to be taking on Lisette. Set was away first, but here comes the caddy at the mid-track, making some power, 113 at the 8th, and Mike opens in his account with a 10.91 to Lisette's 12.06.
Yeah, Lisette actually had a really good launch that time round, but just didn't slot into second gear in time.
10:41, 10:42.
So, Mike Mosley with the Skyline. Once again, some monster competition in 6-cylinder.
Hader Yellow's first run of the weekend. He's got 169 6 foot. So Hader's goal for this weekend is to get as deep down into the 10s as possible. As Mark Mosley tries to chase him down, Hader goes 10.82, 139 to start his weekend.
So Mex once again with that awesome looking Carmen runs around, rolls round underneath the tower. I know we use the phrase rolling work of art a lot, but wow, that thing is absolutely mint, isn't it?
I had a close look at that in the pits last night, and even the artwork on it is just phenomenal. Proper gold flake on there as well. Attention to detail everywhere.
Did you see where the nitrous purge is?
Hugging the centre line again. 66.44. I think that's where engineers go to see what engineering's all about, isn't it? They're just incredible detailing on that. Well, fair to say that the pairing lanes are chock-a-block with do you know what? Pro Doorslammer class is a bit of a who's down there now. Actually, Dave Swift, followed by Dave Vector, Jan Eriksson, Mark Hartfeld, and Andre Arneva are all in the lanes for the last runs of the day. This is Jack Marriage with the Beetle. And a bit of wheel spin off the line this time. Still a good few people tuned in to the coverage all over the place. Pete Mathias, Peter the Pod, is tuned in. I think he's in Mauritius at the moment, but due back to hopefully come up to the main event at some stage. Saved it, nicely done.
Pace all over the place, but Jose late on his own at the top end of the track. He goes through with a 10.18, 136. That's definitely one of his quickest runs as well. But yeah, obviously Gareth Bates on for a wild ride there.
Well, that really was writing the letter S on the track. You could really make it out here. Who else is tuned in? John Spord from... well, all-round good guy, John Spord. UK DRN, of course, UK Drag Racing Nostalgia website. He'll be tuned in all weekend and be here next weekend for the main event. I'm just looking over there. They're prepping the big bracket draw area for tomorrow.
I was looking at people standing there earlier, thinking, "What a cool place to watch!"
Very cool. All right, Lee Huxley with the Dark Horse Mustang, running in the big bracket. And the first time we've seen the white Toyota. $874, 158. Proper charge, that one. Warren Watts, and not very often you see a front-wheel drive Evo. But as Luke was telling us earlier on, wanted to be in front-wheel drive, so re-engineered it underneath, so no longer four-wheel drive.
Sounds like a whole lot of clutch slip.
905 for Warren. Looks like they could be thinning the lanes down a bit, ready for a last hurrah for the Pro Doorslammers.
I think the thing is that we're due to finish at 5, it's 10 to 5 now. It's whether they close the lanes at 5 or they have already closed the lanes and we're trying to finish at 5. We've had ample track time today, apart from the short weather pause. It's been terrific.
Pitot Formella back round for another run. He gets the perfect amount of slip and go. 158 60 foot, 107 at the 8th, and Pitot Formella goes through with a 10.34 at 139 miles an hour. Again, the car goes quicker. I love the crew have to still stand there.
I was
waiting.
That.
It's like waiting
to find out what it ran.
Right. Who is that? Is it going to be a white van? It is a white van man.
Hey, he's here.
First run of the day for Terry Newton.
Or the last run of the day for Terry Newton, whichever way you want to look at it.
Yeah, that's it. Taking your time, sir. Taking your time. Well, we've seen Terry go down to 9.1 in comp eliminator over this season. Let's see if he saves something special for the end of the day. Well, 149 60 foot for Terry Newton, 128 of the 8th, and he through. 162. We have got an 8-second Ford van.
Outstanding.
Absolutely
outstanding.
Stout run in the other lane
Congratulations.
as well. That Audi 10.27 at 152. So all the problems throughout the day.
Got it.
That's outstanding.
Wow.
Well done.
Well done, Terry.
Both sides of the racetrack. Fabulous. Do you know what? From here, it looked like a caravan pulled off the top end, and it wasn't. It was actually an escort van. No offence, Terry. It's just my.
Oh, he's going to be
rubbish eyes.
very, very happy tonight.
That's what you can do if
Party
you get the
in the
60
pits.
foot right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Just lop 2/10 off of the quickest you've ever run before.
Ladies and gentlemen, as they drive past in this lovely little Mercedes, give
Whoa.
the Fat Pig team a big round of applause for their first 8-second run with the Ford Escort van. That's what we like to see. What a way to close off the day for...
He's just waiting for the right moment.
It was.
Yeah.
And we said the temperature is now getting perfect. We got a little bit of heat out there. The track is perfect.
We also have all of our, well, not all of our, a bunch of our pro Doorslammers down
Yeah.
there ready to run as well.
Oh, one of them down there.
Yeah, Michelle Turenne and the AMX of Dave Smith.
Well, they're all there because Dave Vector's down there, Mark Hartfield's there, Andre Oliver's down there. And there's probably a few more that we haven't seen yet. There are other cars in the lanes. The Jags made it down. But yeah, going to be quite an exciting session coming up. And in fact, we've got the start area being coated with a fresh coat of blue and a little bit of sledding going on as well. Going to get quite exciting very, very shortly indeed, as a lot of our pro Doorslammers have made it into the lanes and to put some passes in. So it'll be their last runs of the day. If you've got a few other run what you've run and other Doorslammer cars in the lanes, but focus is going to be on pro Doorslammer very, very shortly indeed. Tell you what, a couple of adverts or a few messages from Nitro FM. We'll take a breather just for a moment, but we'll be back very shortly indeed. Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours.
I was about to say that was a good launch by Andre. But at the moment, so Sean Duffy's doing 93 at the 8th, and he goes rolling through to the finish line with an 11.92 at 121.
Good looking run for the Mustang there, 852, 158.
I wonder if he's going to run it all out in the bracket.
Definitely a strong launch. 147 60 foot at the 8th mile, 122. And Andy Nichols goes 9.22 at 154. But just watch this all motor car leave. It's just out there. 160 to 162 60 foot at the 8th mile. Here comes Ant at the top end of the track. Anthony Mincher goes 9.91, 141. His first ever 9-second pass. He got his 60 foot that he always has needed.
Wojciech is long gone with the Toyota. Will it be a 7? 55 at only 150 an hour. He was a lot quicker than that earlier.
That's a better launch. 147 60 foot. At the 8th mile, David is doing 127, and he completes the quarter mile with an 8.98, 159.
Okay, hold on tight, folks. Get yourselves into a viewing area. Make sure you turn your volume up at home or your office, wherever you are tuned in watching this.
Definitely office.
Yeah.
Definitely in the office.
Pro Doorslammer time, and there are I think they're all there. Most of them are anyway.
There's a good amount of them here. So if you're at work, I was going to say, if you're at work and we've completely submarined your productivity today, we'd like to hear from you.
Mind you, it's just gone 5 o'clock, so you might be all right.
Who knows? Anyway, yeah, first up you're going to say, Carl, is Dave Smith. Smith, idiot. There is a Smith as well. Too many Daves. But never too many cars, obviously.
That's true.
This is one unique piece of machinery as well, isn't it, this car? I don't think there's hardly any AMXs in drag racing, let alone nitrous ones that can run low 7s. Yeah, we've had loads of firsts today. What you were just saying about Terry Newton. Obviously, the first 8 for Alex.
Lazarak, yeah.
Yeah, with the
second
with
coming.
the wagon. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Like a young gazelle who's been shot in both legs.
Needs a visit to the vet. So that's it, yeah.
The best thing is, I didn't even need to have my earphones on, because you said exactly the same at the last race meeting.
8:21, 159 there
that's
for
no
Dave.
nitrous. Well, that's because you give us a lot of practice. That's what it is.
It is true, it is true.
It is true. Very quickly, you'll know, you're the man to know. We were just having a chat about like all the awesome stuff we've seen. Hubert with the Audi.
Yep.
Am I right in thinking he went over on his lid through the finish line
He
a few
did,
years ago?
yeah, VWDRC drag days. That was when he decided he needed a proper roll cage.
Was that what did it? Was it? Yeah. Wow. So how did that work then? Was it the same engine but in not the same car? I guess was it?
No, that was the original VW engine that they had made, like put uprated pistons and rods and stuff like that in. And then obviously the new car has got their new billet engine.
But I guess the old car didn't have a cage, didn't have all the other stuff.
It had like a show cage.
Right. So he was quite a lucky boy then.
He was a very lucky boy.
Yeah.
He when he stopped skidding, his neck brace dropped down behind him, and Darren was like, "What's this?" And he was like, "I don't like it. It's uncomfortable." And he was like, "So he's sitting in a wheelchair for the rest of your life." So after that, they started taking safety seriously.
Right, next up then, Dave Vector. with the Camaro. I
Bill-
think he only arrived a few hours ago, so I don't know if he's even got a yawning up yet, but he's certainly got the car out and
Yeah,
thought, I'm running that first.
Priorities, mate. Dave's been around a long while with this car. This car is still, at the moment, the quickest ever Andy Robinson built Pro Mod. And it's also one of the oldest in existence in Pro Modified as well. I think Dave debuted this car in about 2008 or thereabouts. 2000, yeah, there or thereabouts. So it's a good 16 years old, this car. Yet it keeps going quicker than ever. The plan for this run, thank you very much indeed to everyone's good buddy, Mr. Dick Costa, who's down there on the start line, is to launch, kick it into second gear, and provided he makes it that far, click it off. Just to make sure that they got the setup for the start line right. So that's his young lady Ellen out front directing traffic. Again, this will only be a test launch, folks. No further than that. Apparently. It wasn't even that, unfortunately. There's a bit of damn and blast going on out there as well. Hardly moved off the start line, which is most unusual. We've had a few of the Pro Mods out testing today, and they've either gone like an absolute bandit or done that, which is just blow the tyres off straight away.
Right, so that's Dave Vector. His single pass of the day. Next up is going to be Andy Robinson, I think. Well, the golf buggy's moving out of the way. Yep, Andy Robinson representing the UK.
I did think that was as well. That's Holly down there on the team, with Dave's team. I knew they were short. Yeah, it really was. I was. It confused me a little bit there. It's Holly just wandering away over there, helping out this weekend. It's good to see. So yeah, Andy Gus Robinson, one of the most original Pro Mod racers in the world. Now, the one thing Andy did perfectly there, if you notice, did you notice his burnout was straight in the middle of the lane and nice and straight? What happened when he came round was Luke was on the radio standing directly behind him, making sure that he was lined up in exactly the right place to start his burnout. And that's very, very important with these cars. Not only to get the tyres warm, obviously, but to be lined up in the correct part of the racetrack. He's going to be exactly in his tyre tracks, and that does make a big difference. So Lucas, his son, is backing him up. That's his daughter Steph out front, directing him back. And he started Pro Mod racing in the late 80s, would you believe? There ain't many people that got more experience or more UK drag racing championships than Andy Robinson. They did not have the greatest start to the season. A few weeks back at the Festival of Power. But don't let that fool you. The 5-second race car of the week. Once again, not sure how far Andy's going to be taking it. It really depends on what tune Luke's got in the car. They just hope more than anything for a good launch into second gear, I'm sure, because that's normally the real danger zone for these cars. Danger zone, I mean tyre shaking, really.
So the all-important wheelie bar height is now set. As you're wondering what was going on at the back of the car. But now Steph bringing Andy up to the line. Only pass of the day for Andy. But tomorrow, a whole different ball game. They're qualifying. 60 foot for Andy Robinson.
That's
on an
a
absolute flyer.
beauty. Sorry, go on.
589, 247 miles an hour.
And look at that.
8, 9.
5.
Yes.
And also, if you can still hear us down there, the 60 foot was 0.956.
Wow.
8th mile, 389, 193 miles an hour. That thing was on rails. And do you know what? He was almost as quick as Wayne Nicholson. Just kidding, folks.
Wow. God's truth.
If anyone was listening in, I was really just kidding, honestly. That was absolutely outstanding, though. The numbers again, 0.956 to 60 foot. I think they've got that sussed out.
Yep.
330, 2.61. 8th mile, 389 at 193. I must admit, to that point, it looked quicker than that.
It was the little mid-track wiggle.
That probably did it. But
It was a
speed.
pure 2-second back half.
Yeah, it was. Well done. Please give the Robinson gang a massive round of applause. Huge amount of hard work goes into that, and they made it look so easy. But then it does when it works.
Yeah,
doesn't
it does.
Low ET, top speed of the day so far.
Right, well, let's see how long that's going to last, because next up, Jan Eriksson.
And by the way, Wayne, if you're listening in, you owe me a tenner.
He will be listening in. I know he will.
Of course he will. So this is your defending European Pro Mod champ. He was just outstanding last year. 12 rounds of racing here at this racetrack, and he won every single one of them, including the Doorslammers, including the main event, including the European finals.
It's fair to say he likes Santa Pod.
Why he keeps coming back. Well, it makes him a lot of money. He won the Doorslammers. That certainly helps with your racing budget.
Yeah.
So this car, this is one thing I find an excellent bit of trivia with these cars, is that the quickest Pro Mods in Europe are built in Europe.
Yes.
Right? This car was built in Finland. Andreas Arthursson's turbo car was built in Sweden by Mats Bragg.
All right, going to be glued to the tyre screen this one. Well, it was a 0.96 to 60 foot, but look at those tyre shake marks.
Well, they got it moving. They got it about 30 foot, but then it kicked the tyres loose. Very unusual to see any sort of busted runs from that car. I mean, if it went down the track every run, every single run. And also, they've just seen Andy Robinson go 0.95 right in front of them, 60 foot, without any problems at all. So, bit unusual for that team.
Well, you went 0.96 with the tyre shake. Imagine if he didn't get that shake, that could have been a little bit quicker. So, right, who's next?
Thank you very much, Steve. For Robbie
John
Jackson.
Tebbenham.
Sorry, to just remind us, that was a new PB for speed for Andy Robinson. Goes without saying, because it flew. But Colin, sorry, yes, John Tebbenham. Looks like we're 1 by 1 at the moment.
Yeah.
So JT, 2 classes in this weekend, Pro Doorslammer and Big Bracket, I think, isn't it, with the pop? He's already been over 150 miles an hour in the pop. So Luke Robinson, who does the tuning for his dad's car, you just saw run that really stonking run, also does the tuning for JT.
2 to 60 for John. 4:25 at the 8th.
Sounding rather ill on the back half of the racetrack, though. 6:79 at 172. Yeah, it sounded like something just went. Yeah. But blows the cobwebs away after a long winter. We're still packed with them round here, aren't we?
Yes. Audrey Oliver, Michelle Turin, Mark Hartfeld. And they're the three at the front.
There's, I can see John Sleeth as well.
Oh, yeah, I can see that from here. So we're just looking in the lane. I think John's cleared at the top, just to see who is going to be next. And just having a quick look at the top end in the Slick Tricks lane just to make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, looks like we've got a little bit of sledding to do out there after that run by JT. Shouldn't be too long, though.
Needless to say, the drivers' meeting planned for 6 o'clock this evening might be starting a little bit later than that, as we were due to finish at 5 on track, but still got a lanes, quite a few cars down there still, so that meeting will be delayed. I'll tell you what, whilst doing a little bit of sledding, Nitro FM going to take over the airwaves for a short while, but we will take it back once we are ready to go once again, and we have more Pro Doorslammers and more Robbie Brung and more other cars testing. We'll be back shortly here at the Doorslammers.
See if he can recreate. That's a great launch. 159.64.
Little Fiesta, just the steadiest of rear wheels, maybe. Very quick little Fiesta. Just very quick little Fiesta. It's just the skinniest of rear wheels. All they need to do is hold the back end up.
That's it. That's Connor Divine. 10-second runner before, and starts his day with a 1087 at 124.
I love that phrase because every time you say that, I just think I know people that could do with those.
Making a lot of horsepower.
Sounds expensive.
It is expensive.
For something that looks like it shouldn't be.
Well, this is going to be a nice little checkout pass for him. But remember, this is basically a loaf of bread driving past a Mark II Golf GTI.
By some margin.
And starts his day with a 12:30 at 103. That is one of his quickest ever runs. Just doing it. Yeah.
That's mad. Well, Josie gets an extra bit of black hair dye. Sorry about that. You just look where the exhaust pipes are and just don't stand anywhere near those.
Well, he starts his day with a 12:63 and 117, which will probably be quite smoky. And they'll be like, don't do that again. They'll be like, I'm just doing a test pass, then I'm going to put the nitrous on, and then it should clear it up.
So I think that's Lee Connor, is that right? With
Yeah.
the 11:23 at 1:28 to open his account. That can go a lot quicker than that. It has. Ronnie Mercer with Annie.
Yeah, non-nitrous today, because basically the car works really well on nitrous. He's trying to get it sorted without the nitrous. 10:52, 127.
Wait to see the car back. 8-second street car. My goodness me. Not hanging about at all.
That's lovely.
8:65, 164 miles an hour.
Anthony Minch has got off the start line pretty well, 175 60 foot. At the 8th mile doing 113, this is going to be a low 10. 10:18, 139, that is basically almost matching his personal best.
370, isn't it?
With a
Well, that's got
V8
some
in it
power.
as well.
Yeah. Well, he's not hanging about for his first pass. 977, 146.
That's probably a little more wheel speed than he wanted. Yep. The guy in the Golf's going,
What
is that
the
really
hell?
a transit? You're having a laugh, aren't you? 11:35.
He's like, I've been beaten by a camper van. Now I've been beaten by a transit van.
Oh, I believe he's running Saturday.
Okay, well.
863, 153.
119 60 foot as well for that.
That is Andre Arnova with the Mustang.
So with the Pro Doorslammers, this is third run, isn't it?
Yeah. Makes you wonder if he's going to throw everything out in the kitchen sink at this time.
That's more of a tomorrow job for
Yeah.
qualifying.
Yeah.
But conditions right now are perfect.
I think it's one of those things, if it hooks up and goes, then let's go. Actually, going to be side by side. Well.
That's it. And I literally just did what you did earlier. Just walked down, look out the window. I was like, I need to go and do something. It's gone past the time. And then I looked out the window. I was like, oh no, there's too many good cars in the lanes. We've still got Simon Crowley's around there. Jack Krugel's finally made it down with the Nissan Sunny that we've never seen yet.
Ah,
And
right.
it's finally made it to the lanes.
Chock-a block then.
But basically, we're within the zebra crossing now.
Yeah.
And that's what we've got for the evening.
Ah, right, okay. So, Andre Arnova and Mark Hartfeld. Andre has really been getting these launched absolutely, well, 0.95, 60 foot, really, really going for it. As if this is a taste of what's to come for the rest of the weekend, bring it on. Well, wherever you are in the world, tuned into the coverage, if you're here watching it live, this is what it's all about. Pro Door Summer. Most of these cars will be here next weekend at the main event, be it in Comp Eliminator or Pro Mod. .98, 392, 591, 248 for Andre there. Very, very 193 miles an hour at the 8th mile there for Andre, and that is a 1.99 back half there.
I love that Andre's team was just like, oh, is that it?
Mark Hartfeld did actually roll the beam slightly there, 1.16 60 foot, but to say he did roll the beam slightly. But the story was all about Andre on that one in the Kestrel beer lane. Second quickest run of the day, still Andy Robinson the quickest. But nevertheless, a good, strong 5-second pass.
And that's 2 5-second passes on the board on day one of Doorslammers.
Shame it doesn't actually count qualifying though.
No, that's it.
But then it's random pairings when it comes to it anyway, so it's not like number one's going to race number 9 or anything. So,
but we do have that bounty hunter.
We do. Oh yes. All right, next up, Michelle Turenne, I think. So this will be, well, certainly his first event of the year.
So Michel Turenne, who's been driving this car for a few years now, finally bagged his first ever FIA win last year. Hockenheim down there in the summer. Funny enough, beat the bloke who just ran 591 in the final. So once again, the Pro Dutch car here primarily for testing this weekend. However, they had to accidentally win 10,000 quid. They're not going to complain about it.
Give the crew some spending money for the week, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a bit of beer money to survive till next weekend. But he's been down into the fives on a few occasions. He had a terrific race with Kev Slyfield in round one at last year's final. Do you remember that was when he was up out? They were both out of shape, up on 2 wheels, and he still nailed it again.
Yes, I remember that now. Now you said that, yes, goodness me, what a run that was. He was like that,
That's
looking
right.
at the wall, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he still went 230 through the finish line. He still nailed it again. It was just amazing. Amazing to watch. So, first run of the season, going to be a test launch, I'm sure.
103 to 60.
No such thing as a test launch then. 6:13 at 2:38. These test launches get further down the track.
They do.
Well, 103 to 60, a little bit soft compared to what he normally does anyway. 406 at 185 to the 8th and over the line in 6.13 at 2:38. It did look to either to be breathing heavily or just spraying a little fuel out the top, one of the two. So, John Sleeth. Do you know what? I think he was virtually our first car and he's going to be virtually the last as well. He's had the whole day off apart from that, hasn't he? So this is Chevy S10 pickup truck. He used to run a diesel engine in there. Now with a Chevy LS with the turbo again still. His first
Single turbo.
single turbo,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, his first run of the year with this combination. When 788. think he's backed out of it through the finish line. Yeah, he has 8:21 at 1:41. So this is our friend from Poland who has, by the sounds of it, purchased Dave Smith's car. Let's have a quick look and see if I can... Go on, you'll find it quicker than me. It is. I need to open it though, sorry. Matthias Bankoviak-ish, I think. Sorry. Bankoviak. There we go. Matthias Bankoviak. There you go.
That's it, yeah.
I know. I do surprise myself when I actually get a rough idea of it, really. So this is his second run in the car. The first run was obviously learning how to drive it. He was not scared of it at all. However, he did have a few wanders on his way down the track. If you're wondering as well, if you've never been before, you're wondering why they're spending such a long time adjusting the wheelie bar. If the car launches and hits the wheelie bar can steer the car. So if they're not set correctly, it can make it go, well, obviously, one way or t'other. So Matthias for run number 2. The tree runs.
Much better launch this time. A little bit of a weave at half track.
That was very, very good indeed until that weave. 9:05, 129.
112, 60 foot, that would have got his attention.
I always wonder at times like that where how weird it feels for Dave Smith watching his car run, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, it's not his car anymore,
No.
you know what I mean.
So I think that's it for the Pro Doorslammers. Got, I think that's Simon Crowley down there.
Yep. Still got around about 20 cars in the pairing lanes that we've got to work through before the day is done. Hopefully everyone's had a wonderful day one, because I know we
It's been
have.
brilliant.
It's always nice to start it off with a mostly dry, complete day.
And of course, don't forget we have got drivers meeting coming up at some point.
Yeah, it was scheduled for 6 o'clock. I think it might be a few minutes later than that starting now.
Might be far off.
Well, yeah, we'll get as close as we can to it.
Not to mention, because Keith is down here in the car.
In the race car.
And he's the one hosting the
Exactly.
drivers meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, but then he'll just park it in the Williams Brothers pit and just walk over there, so he'll be all right.
So, Simon Crowley a couple of weeks ago in Comp Eliminator ran a 9:57. Or at least, no, that was Bug Jam. He ran a 9:6 in Comp Eliminator. It's a nice little launch room, 159, 60 foot. Big dip at the 8th mile, though, unfortunately. I got a horrible feeling the pro race guys have got a big job on their hand there. You saw the nose
Go
dive hard. Well, fingers crossed everything will be A-OK with that car, because that was a nice launch.
Another great looking run for our friend from Poland with that Camaro 964, 141. They're getting happier and happier as the day has gone on.
Right, Keith Bartlett, very nice 10-1 earlier on. To the 60 foot, higher on the revs through the gear change, 643, 108, and that's the corner, 10-10.
That
133, yeah, getting close to that 9-second run.
Maybe the 9 short as well. That was almost a bit of a double take on the start.
It was,
line,
yeah. It's almost like when he mashes the throttle, it's all like weights. And it just rolls that little bit and then it picks up. And if they can just cure that, yeah, I think Keith could be in the 9s this weekend. Right, Ronnie Mercer. That's Adam Phillips in the Beetle. That's going to be Ronnie on his own.
With nitrous on this time.
Yeah, looks, I think he thought he'd given up on the running it without. So that'll be an 8. Yep, 896, 147. The car just likes running on nitrous better.
Loves it. Loves the stuff.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Right, Adam Phillips. In his last run of the day in.
Lurie making it round for his first day run.
Yeah, his track days have become very popular, actually.
Yeah. Next one coming up in June. Scott Lurie's personal best is a 10.2. He jumped massively after the rebuild on this V6 turbo.
Not a 60-foot burnout this time for the Dodge.
That's a good race. Very good race.
Scott's going to get there first, and he does. With a little
on a whole shot.
Bit of a whole shot. Yeah. 10:38, 134 to 10:33. Guess what? 134.
One of our Romney Brungers and Lewis Lavender down there with the Harris Powerhouse Mark II Fiesta. Good little launch for Lewis, 179. Let's see what 250 horsepower of X-Flow power can do. Oh, 1288 at 103.
Is that another photo moment?
It is. So many photos.
You're going to have a hard job remembering who's who.
Well, this is why I have the videos and then the photos after, so that I can look at it. I might have broken my golden rule. Well, no, I am, look, 1,100 photos now. I'm 100 over my limit.
What, today?
No. Otherwise you do just have too many photos, so it's upload, delete, gone.
Yeah.
Jack Krugel making a raid round for his first ever run at Santa Pod Raceway. Meanwhile, Harvey Bogle on the start line with the BMW 1 Series, taking on Chris Todd, who's putting in a lovely straight pass and goes through with a 9:29, 157, his quickest run of the day.
And that's the one they look nonplussed with.
Yeah, that's it. They're just like, yay, finally dinner time.
Yeah. They were.
So this gentleman has entered Doorslammers, I think, for the past 3 years running.
Never made it.
And has never made it. He has finally made it here. Rear-wheel drive Nissan Sunny GTI-R.
Rear-wheel drive?
Rear-wheel drive only.
Okay.
I believe, anyway, because it's got giant slicks on the back. Again, not managed to see it yet.
It's got huge front wheels as well.
Oh, has it? Maybe keeping it four-wheel drive. It's got the 4G63 engine in there, so that's from a Mitsubishi Evolution. 129 at the 8th. And Jack opens his account with a 9:48, 153 miles an
That
hour.
was far from anything like good. That
Yeah.
was, though, off the start line.
Right, Justin Wallner with the Camaro.
Taking on Pavel Grilish.
To 60. Just on the flyer, 8.2 again perhaps. Yep, 8.23, 164.
That looks fun.
It does. Right, lanes, well, completely thinned out now. Just a couple left over there, a couple below us. Just having a quick look at the track in the Kestrel lane. But must remind everybody in the pits there is a drivers' meeting in the pits later on.
You're quarterly required to attend.
Yes, please. And if you're wondering where it is, it's just behind the pod shop, the stage area, which probably everybody has either walked past or driven past today at some stage.
Or taking photos of.
Of course, yes.
One of those. Oh, bonnet up.
Whilst doing that, just give a big shout out to our event sponsors this weekend, VP Racing. Our headline sponsors of Pro Doorslammer, European Front Wheel Drive. Yeah. Of course, for front wheel drive. And the Williams Brothers with the Williams Brothers Speed Shop. Unbroken sponsorship of the big brackets since day one. So all of the big brackets at Doorslammers have been supported by the Williams Brothers. Thanks to them. And of course, I think the Pro Doorslammers has always been VP Racing. So thanks to them.
All right, Dale Houston taking on Chris Waterhouse. Now, Chris has had a fantastic day so far. He's been down into the 9.8s. Well, Chris is away in at 138.60 foot for Chris. 112 at the 8th, and he goes 966 at 144. What a run!
Oh, they like that a lot. Screenshot.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
You've got so many, you're forgetting them now.
That's it. Come on. Can we finish the night with a personal best for Piotr Savchenko? 9.2 second car. He's not had it all his way yet. He's had a couple of 9-second runs today. Bob's giving him the fist. I loved it in the lanes earlier, if you saw the photo, with Lightning McQueen
Yes.
1 and Lightning McQueen 2 lined up.
Right, last car of the day then, Luke.
Make it a good one. Can we go quicker than 9.2 seconds? For another one of our well-travelled drivers to the Doorslammers 2023. No. Oh. No.
Didn't entirely go to plan for our last pass of the day. So just been pushed back. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the drivers' meeting will be at 6:30 in the draw area, the staging area behind the pod shop. 6:30. So if everybody can be there for like 25 past, so we can get things going at 6:30, please. Drivers' meeting. All to attend, please. All to attend. There's quite a lot to go through, and there's a few things, because obviously there's a lot of new drivers here this weekend, and basically lots of information to be given out this evening. So we'll see you there at 6:30. Thanks ever so much indeed to everybody for joining us today, be it on the live stream or if you've been here in person, be it for the VW event or for Doorslammers. We look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. Have a great evening, and looks like it's going to stay very pleasant for this evening. But Darryl, Luke and I will join you with live commentary here as we go into qualifying day tomorrow for Doorslammers, and of course day one of the big bracket. We will get to run a final tomorrow. Right, we'll see you tomorrow, but draw area or driver's briefing area for 6:30. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.